I've known James for a good number of years. From the coming, I thought that was a two that changes would. Here goes Philip Campbell, he's on the inside line as he's been squeezed by Steve Darby with a lot break from Philip Campbell, but he's able to sneak up the inside of Richie's corner and retake second place away from Steve Darby to Campbell up in the second place for the road of Steve Darby down in the third place. Mark Baker, they're close to fourth now, but still being class F at the MGF at this stage. Up to fifth comes number 5 from Fox from the sixth, but Martin Wills now, he's in the places in class F. Down at 7th goes number 42, which is Simon Kendrick, and Stephen Durden will come through, but should have 5 on that map, but he's been speed somewhere ahead because he lost about 7 seconds somewhere over there. Stephen Durden, that can't be on the extreme since the race got underway, so number 1 car. Before as well, Stephen Durden now he's slowing down, I'm afraid, and Farmer is slowing up, and I think he's going to retire the car, and Farmer goes to the championship leader. It looks as though it is going to be a difficult start to the day for Stephen Durden. He is now pulling the car onto the circuit. The battle for the lead on Class F is really heavy on now as well. This is for 456 overall. Mark Baker pushing hard with 53 MGF. He might have on the lead. He's got Stuart Flossing behind him. But off the back of the grid now is Martin Wills, who was having a lead on the glass. Breaking out of all. Rosso and Nelson. Great little squabble still to go as well. Yeah, all together now a trio for the lead of the class. 4th, 5th and 6th overall with Simon Kendrick in the orange line. Just a little bit further back, can't quite make it. The red flags, I'm afraid to say, are coming out with a scheduled 20-minute race and only 3 minutes and 46 seconds to go. That means we're on half 75% distance with the gap. So that will also mean that we won't get a restart, so that will take a confirmation of that, but we shall wait and see. Dennis Miller continues on his merry way, as does Philip Campbell and Steve Darby. Thought that they might have stopped on the start-finish line, but I think they were probably pushing around the circuit. And that also means that it removes that possibility of that great little fight that we've got for the lead of the MGF class. Now, what has happened around the circuit? There is nothing I can see a hurry to that number my tip code. Look around to the circuit that we can't see. There's an incredible Williams there and then Mark walks on the floor. Might be clipped by somebody, but if that's the case, I think I would see the car moving on to the next 26. Now we're going to probably put that from the driver with crash up it. And then we'll do the other policy plates together. You can see them in the view. The doctor boxes, so the pictures if you can't see. Now, obviously, and the car's only much of it was survey, I'm afraid to say. So, like something is poised and ready to pounce, it looks as though the win's going to go take a blackjack. Daytona number 17 will claim the win. Then in second place is going to be number 6, which is Steve Darby. Third place is going to be number 1 versus Campbell. Fourth place is winning class. Fourth place is being shared between Stephen Durden still on my timing screen. Fifth place, if you go back to that, of course. Fifth place for the winning class F to go away with Mark Baker. And the win in the classic class to go away with the two, which is Steve Taylor. But I think thankfully for Matt Sudley on the harmony and pushing straight into the paddock. They're all in this top end of the paddock map, so you haven't got too far to walk, I think, to pick up on our class winner in the first race of the MDN Club Championship. Yeah, indeed, it's a case like so we've got our race winner overall, which becomes third Campbell, which is number 31. The others have kind of departed somewhere else. Further down the paddock, so we'll third. Yeah, the top of the screen here is still showing Daytona as a winner. Okay. Daytona, Steve Darby versus Campbell. Class F is Mark Baker. Class Classic is Steve Baker. So that's what's showing on the bikes. Yeah, that's right. word with Fergus. We'll take it to Fergus. He's finished his second, but there's still the black line flag hanging over the race over there in the race that may go to you in the end. How was that race for you, mate? Well, it was a very positive start, and then after the second lap time, a few problems. So far, it's not been a bad season in terms of we've had problems to start the year, but once we've got racing, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good, and I think after how I'm all part of the racing, so it's looking better than we want to do. Great to be here.
Now I've come down to the garage here. Mr. Will Gibson, perhaps not having the weekend he was hoping for so far. We are going to go find him though. Let's go grab a quick word ahead of the next race. Let me just pop my mask on before we do, for safety reasons. I hope he's not going to run away from me. Will, don't run away from me. Look, we spoke quite a bit yesterday, didn't we? And it wasn't quite going your way the weekend so far, but that can all change in the next race, right?
Yeah, hopefully we're starting towards the back at the first race, so hopefully just wait for everybody else to make mistakes and have crashes, and then we can just drive through. And
we saw it yesterday, right, in the final race of the day. Anything can happen, right? So outside shot of the win.
Yeah, I think so. I think any of the top 10 can win any of these races, so it's a little bit of who wants to work with who, and
just
yeah,
talk us through that, the working, because I've heard that a lot. In fact, we spoke about it yesterday with Connor, etc., etc. How does it work? Is it all about drafting? Is it?
Yeah, it's drafting, so two cars are a lot faster pushing than one car on its own. So you need to find someone that's similar pace with you on that particular race, get onto their back bumper and try and push them through, and then when you get a chance, then try and get past them.
So essentially, if somebody's out in front, they're in first place and so they've got a 2-second lead or something, second and third, you're going to team up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, bump drafting, Talladega nights, engaging the slingshot, it's all about that. So
fantastic. Look, best of luck for the race we're going to be watching. Thanks, Will. Thanks for your time. Right, let's just have a quick walk down as well. Let's just see what else is going on. We've got the Mickle cars here, of course. John Mickle, a race winner yesterday as well. The Mickle Motorsport guys going very, very well this weekend, and perhaps expecting to a little bit more today as well. What's on the cards? Who knows? What's your predictions? Please do tell us. Sorry, Liam, we're going to head over this way as well. Let's just move ourselves down a little bit. There's Mr. Parker. We spoke to him quite a lot. We'll leave him be for now, but of course, Mr. Parker over there, Jack Parker, he's had a third, he's had a second, and he's had a first as well. And morning, how's it going? I see Gareth's not about, is he? But how's everything going to go today? You excited for this one?
Yeah, sun's out. What more can you ask for? I'm going to go for it.
So I love to hear that. Scottish Legends car. You can probably tell by the accent. What part of Scotland are you from?
Fife, just next to Knock Hill.
Do you know what? I can't claim I've ever been there, but I'm sure it's beautiful anyway.
It is stunning.
There we go. Right. It's time. I'm going to have to hand back over to your commentator, Kieran, for the next Legends Championship race. Do enjoy.
So welcome back to Snetterton. The next race we have upcoming, it's the Legends. They opened the show yesterday with a fascinating encounter that was taken by Miles Rudman by just, well, a little under 0.05 of a second. Absolutely blistering. And then Miles Rudman followed that in the second race of yesterday with a 5th place. Fell away in the final Legends race of the Saturday. Slipped down all the way to 15th. So we've only got 6 laps in this one. As we look at how they lined up on the grid, it was Daniel Clark who was taking pole, Cy Haraway with 2nd place, and followed up by Mike Schlupp, Stephen McGill, Nick Bridgman and Jack Parker.
In terms of the championship standings for the Legends, if I've got my maths right, Daniel Clark
Just getting ready as they go through their warm-up lap.
2,350 points. Second in the championship.
The safety car out ahead of them. Safety car been on the track a few times already today. So a couple of cars have to make their way onto the flatbed in the Mini 7 Championship. One in the standard class, one in the S class. And the Legends, it is a fascinating format. Yesterday we saw plenty of the bump drafting technique, and is so often employed with these cars, pushing the car ahead of you to gain both of you an advantage come the final places. So we've had 2 race weekends on the 2020 calendar in the Legend Cars National Championship with MRF tyres. They opened in July at Croft. That was followed late August at Donington. And now the third of 5 race weekends takes place here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. An absolutely fascinating lineup. And with these cars, they are bold, quite easy to pick out. At the back of the grid there, that's the number 22 of Chris Dewey, Wisbech driver. And at the moment they're pulling up through Coram. And they'll head into Murray's on the left hand turn. The number 14 of Daniel Clark, the Newcastle driver. As it came into this weekend, it was on an absolute knife edge, the 2020 Championship table in the Legends. Daniel Clark and John Mickle were tied at the top, 1880 points. And there are plenty on offer for a win here. Expect this championship to to and fro all the way, not just through the day, not just through the weekend, but perhaps all the way to Brands Hatch. And away they go. And an early move has been made on Daniel Clark from the outside, but Daniel Clark regains position quite quickly. And it's ebbing and flowing. Daniel Clark off the track there, kicks up a bit of dust as flying round his outside. It was the number 83, Cy Haraway. And Cy Haraway in control now as they turn into Wilson. And it's a very congested pack, forced onto the apex, and just off the track there was the 31 of Robin Fountain. Cy Haraway still in control, the pressure being applied directly behind him from the man who started in pole, Daniel Clark. Daniel Clark thinking about making a move on the outside, gets blocked out, currently in third position. Here's the number 3 of Mike Schlupp in the JLM Lubricants car. And it's a really tight field, this. Arguably the closest we've seen so far of the day. And Daniel Clark, he's edging away. He got back into the lead here. Number 14 car trailing away at the back at the moment. That is the 22 still of Chris Dewey. Matthew Ishwood in the 98 just ahead of him. And making a move is Daniel Clark on the outside of Cy Haraway. Regains the lead. And he's got pressure to his left and his right. The 23 car there. And back into formation. Daniel Clark out ahead. Cy Haraway. And then the number 3 and Mike Schlupp. the group towards the centre of the pack. A little bit of a gap opening up between the number 23 car and the number 99 of Gareth. Well, Chris Needham today. It was Gareth Sheridan yesterday. But Chris Needham, the Altrincham driver, in the 99 today. And they come through. 2 laps of 6. And another move made. Daniel Clark drops down into second place. Cy Haraway with an expert manoeuvre. And they're pushing each other even further as they head back towards Wilson. Won't get him on the outside here, will he? Cy Haraway really going for this. Daniel Clark comes away. And as they go through Palmer on the inside, it's Daniel Clark. He and Cy Haraway ebbing and throwing, taking and relinquishing the lead. And almost at every turn, the opportunity opens for the man in second place. And it's the number 23 in third place. And still so congested. The tail starting to fall away. Very big gap between the two right at the back. And creeping up the field. And it all grinds to a halt around the car. Bill Reed, the 333. Still out ahead. Cy Haraway. He's got about a car's length between him and Daniel Clark, who's holding second. There's the bump drafting manoeuvre as they come through the apex of Murray's. And down the centre straight. And it's really close still. Mills, Haraway and Clark swapping positions and now out into the lead. It is indeed Mills. Cy Haraway and Daniel Clark have dropped even further. Connor Mills, the Upminster driver, out ahead. He goes wide right. Cy Haraway on his inside. Tail pushes out a little bit from him. Cy Haraway is now in between the two cars. And Connor Mills forced well wide there and off the track. And we have another new leader. Daniel Clark just ahead of Cy Haraway. They're both trailing. They're in second and third spot. And more moves being made. Really frenetic pace in these Legends races. May have just been 400ths of a second, a little over that in the opening race of yesterday. Don't be surprised to see another very close one in the first Legends race of this fine Sunday here at Snetterton. Still Cy Haraway out ahead. Daniel Clark and Connor Mills keep exchanging. And through Murray's, heading for centre straight again. A couple of laps remaining here. And out ahead, it's Daniel Clark in the number 14. He's followed by Cy Haraway. And there's a move being made by John Mickle. Daniel Clark trying on the outside of Cy Haraway as they go through Wilson. Taking the inside lane was John Mickle. And they head for Palmer. And the leads change hands again. Cy Haraway out ahead. Daniel Clark into third. Holding fourth place. That's the 23, Connor Mills. Absolutely fascinating, this one. Still, it's with Cy Haraway as they head for Agostini. Behind him, John Mickle. Holding third place, Daniel Clark. Don't take your eyes off this one, ladies and gentlemen. That race lead may well change a few more times before we're finished yet. Still Cy Haraway leading as they go through the Bentley straight. Looking for the soft left turn at Brundle before the sharp right at Nelson. And here they come into it. Cy Haraway still holding off John Mickle. Daniel Clark a little bit further behind. Heading for Bomb Hole now. Coming down towards Corran. The battle goes on there between the number 18 of Stephen McGill, who's fallen away from the front five. Cy Haraway leading John Mickle, followed by Daniel Clark and Connor Mills. Jack Parker in the number 13, occupying fifth spot. Here they come through. One more lap here. And there's very close towards a bump draft from John Mickle. Not quite though, gap building up. Dust being kicked up. Daniel Clark thinks about making a move on the outside. It's going to be forced wide here. He's almost wheel and wheel with Connor Mills. Cy Haraway. Current half length between he and John Mickle. And Cy Haraway, plenty of pressure but absorbing it. Daniel Clark down in third spot. Connor Mills right behind him in that electric blue and white. This is so close here. Still Cy Haraway out ahead. Seven hundredths of a second in it. And there's the move from Daniel Clark on the outside. Brave driving here as they come in for Brundle. And the race lead's going to change hands again. And they've touched and someone's off the track there. That's Cy Haraway. He's had a great race so far. And he's dropped several places there, Cy Haraway. Very disappointed with that. That may get looked at. And pressure still coming through. Daniel Clark in second spot. Heading down centre straight once more. And here they go, one more time. And we've got another new challenger entering the mix. Jack Parker climbing into second spot, hunting down Daniel Clark as they head for the hairpin at Wilson. And Clark weathers the pressure well. Daniel Clark just behind him. Jack Parker and Miles Rudman. Black with the number 1 on the front, Miles Rudman's. He's in 3rd spot, right behind Jack Parker. Daniel Clark, after starting this race on pole, has got himself in a fine position as it's drawing toward a close. Daniel Clark, Jack Parker, then followed by Miles Rudman. Bit of bump drafting there going on between Parker and Rudman, trying to better each other's position. And it's going to pay off. Daniel Clark down into 3rd. Jack Parker out in the lead on his own. Goes wide. Through Brundle and Nelson. Now the bomb hole. And coming down towards Corran. There's one last twist in this tail. Jack Parker through Murray's. And we'll take this one into the centre straight. Should be comfortable now. That should complete the race lineup. And looks like it's going to be... There is a late move! And has he got it? Oh, we'll have to see that one to get it confirmed. But Miles Rudman, well, he started yesterday fantastically. As he started today in similar vein. It looked like the race was there for the taking for Jack Parker. Almost right at the finish line. Here, Miles Rudman surging up the outside. And Rudman, Parker followed in by the man who started in pole. And indeed, it is Miles Rudman who's taken it. There was just, again, another race where just 0.05 of a second separated them. And Rudman, Parker, Clark complete the podium places in that one. John Mickle just outside in 4th spot. Then Connor Mills. Go a little bit further back. Will Gibson. And they're all being led into the pit lanes now. So let's go over to Ian Waterhouse, who's got a driver to interview.
Wow, that race had it all, didn't it? Overtaken, fast-paced action, even a little bit of rallying by the looks of things. But wow, oh wow. We're going to go chat Miles Rudman, winner again. He's already won once this weekend. Jack Parker, is that man glued to the podium? And Daniel Clark as well, also on the podium as well. Let's go find the guys and let's go have a chat to them, shall we? That was one of the most exciting races we've certainly seen this weekend, and there is the man himself, just revving up a bit. So we'll let them go do their bits and bobs, otherwise we'll never hear anything. So there he is, there's your race leader, Miles Rudman, winning again this weekend. Magnificent stuff. Jack Parker behind. Jack Parker, by the way, this weekend, 4 races we've had now for the Legends. He's had a 3rd, he's had 2 seconds and a 1st. He's not been off the podium. He is glued to the podium. Now I'm going to grab a quick word with Miles Rudman, a very happy looking Miles Rudman, and a fist pumping Miles Rudman as he came over the start finish line. Miles, I saw that. Yes, it was all that. Congratulations again.
Honestly, like, I didn't even know that was the last lap. I literally looked up in front of Jack and I seen the checker and I thought I was literally going to start pushing him and I pulled out. Just managed to keep him at the line, but yeah, that was.
It had it all, didn't it? I even saw a bit of rallying in that race.
Oh yeah, it was all going on. I mean, it was so close. You know, there was just nothing in it. I mean, it was, yeah, it was, you know.
But every race is like that. It must kick the heart. Your heart rate must be going 10 to a dozen.
Well, you don't get a chance to think about it, but when you stop, it's just like, so, you know, in the moment you enjoy it, but you're kind of glad, oh, that's over, you know.
Absolutely. Look, I'll let you go. This is getting very hot. Thanks, Miles. Right, we're going to grab Jack Parker as soon as he's finished. Let's grab Daniel Clark again, actually, whilst he's waiting. Another man whose weekend, Daniel, your weekend just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I did it again. I did it at Dunton. I went for the lead on the last lap, and I need to stop doing that. In Carton, it's not a problem, but I gapped them on the infield, which is what my plan was, and hoped they wouldn't get it. I looked in the mirror and seen them hook up, and the speed they caught us down the back straight. I was just like, yeah, I'm not going to win this.
I'll tell you something. This is the second time I've done Legends, and I'm just mesmerised. It's right up until the line. You just don't know.
You don't know? No.
And what's it like for you guys?
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Daniel Ward, another podium finish for Daniel Clark there. Jack Parker, let's go grab the man. We keep talking to Jack Parker, but we have to keep talking to Jack Parker because he's glued. He's absolutely glued to the podium. Jack, you're not being off it.
No, it's been an eventful weekend. I can't thank the team enough for getting the car prepped, and it just seems to just keep going. And the last minute dash to the last lap and to the line just keep getting pipped. But yeah, good start to the day, second. So yeah, hopefully we can pull out a few more podiums.
Fantastic, Jack. Congratulations. Right, it is time for the British Truck Racing Championship. Do enjoy, that was magnificent. If you like your action loud and fast again, here we go. I'm going to hand over to commentator Kit. Hello everybody and welcome back to the British Truck Racing Championship. And just as I speak, the road recovery vehicle goes right behind me. Look, we've come down to the paddock anyway. We've got Tom O'Rourke here. Let's go see if we can just grab a word with Tom. Here he is. I'm not too bad. Look, we spoke yesterday. It was a good day yesterday, wasn't it? How are you feeling today?
Fantastic. I know. Good, looking forward to the race. So, no, yesterday was a big day for us. You know, we've had the Shane Brereton team is fantastic. The 6 boys, how they prepare the truck. If you look at the presentation, it's brilliant.
It does look sensational, doesn't it?
It just all came together yesterday. In qualifying, I forgot to put the half split up in the gear. Sorry.
Oh, as you do, yeah.
And I just noticed a different note for the engine, and I radioed in, and Shane said to me, he says, check the half split. So I've been going round most of the race in 15th gear effectively. So that's my excuse for coming 9th.
You said 15th gear. How many gears have you got in that thing?
16 gears.
16 gears.
But
wow.
You only use, you know, the 2 top gears, admittedly, you know, but the it's a ZF 16-speed gearbox, just a standard gearbox that you'd have an ME engine.
As you do.
Yeah.
So look, the race, what are you expecting today?
It's quite a difficult circuit to pass people.
Yeah.
You know, so I'll start 10th, and I'm just going to try and make a good start. And you know, as early as any overtaking opportunities, I'll hopefully be there for. But I want to be clean, you know, and not take anybody out. There's a lot of damage here, you know. So just hope the truck will last the three rounds.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Look, best of luck, Tom. Thanks for taking the time out again to talk to us. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, let's just head down a little bit further, shall we? Let's see who else we've got. We've got Mr. Dave Jenkins' truck over here as well. We had a quick chat with Dave. I can't see him anywhere, so we're just going to move on a little bit, aren't we? Let's just have a quick look over here, shall we, guys? Plenty of work going on here, chaps. Let's have a little look. Just a quick word, plenty of work going on here. Everything okay? Excited for this today?
Yeah. Can't wait really. We improved yesterday, so.
What's the expectation today then for you guys?
We're fairly new into it, so we're happy finishing every race.
Yeah.
We're gaining experience and time, obviously, the more we do it. Just finishing, just being in with part of the pack and not left at the back behind, really.
Yeah, like I say, it is a learning curve. It's quite tricky to overtake. We've just been chatting to Tom O'Rourke. He says it's quite difficult to overtake around Snetterton.
This is only our 3rd ever meeting, but I did say to the lads that it's very complicated and very tight track in places.
Yeah.
So it is, yeah.
Well, go out.
Especially for us newcomers, it's a daunting experience.
But have you enjoyed your experience so far?
Of course we did.
That's what I like to
That's
hear.
all it's about, isn't it? Having fun and enjoying it.
Perfect, lovely. Look, best of luck for the race. Thank you so much, and we'll see you a little bit later. Right, it is time for these monstrous trucks to head out onto the track. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Kieran.
So we are almost ready. They're out on the track ahead of the first Trucks Racing Championship race of the day. I'm joined by Poity. Poity, you were here yesterday.
I was indeed. Hi Kieran, how are we doing?
Not too bad. Are we expecting similar, given the conditions are so similar?
Yeah, very good conditions this morning. We've had dry weather all weekend, which is fantastic. Obviously all the setups are going to be stiff and ready, as I like to call it. They'll be looking for an early start. Always an interesting first bend down at Riches on this track. We got some very tight racing yesterday, a bit of rubbing on the first lap, but soon we will see the gaps between the Division 1 and the Division 2 start to separate as the first lap goes on.
Yeah, so as they line up on the grid, it is Division 1 at the front and Division 2 at the back. So on the first row, the number 81 Mark Taylor in pole, and then next to him, number 7 Stuart Oliver, then number 11 Martin Gibson, 95 Richard Collett, number 18 John Newell, and number 1 Ryan Smith. On the fourth row, it's number 69 David Jenkins, and alongside him the number 22 Oliver James. Is there anyone standing out in the grid lineup today?
Ollie James, quite an impressive performance yesterday, finishing third. First race back in British racing for quite a while, and obviously to take home a podium in the first weekend, very good result as well. Martin Gibson, one to watch as well, nearly missing a first place yesterday as he locked up on one of the corners and gave up his first place position to teammate Stuart Oliver. But yeah, the Division 1 and Division 2 both this weekend are literally all playing to win. We've seen such a selection of results in the championship so far this year that it really is anyone's game.
Well, we've had one weekend in the trucks racing this season so far at Donington. This only the second in a revised schedule. Hopefully they'll make up for lost time. What's it like with one of those 5.5 ton trucks when you are taking on a hairpin turn like Wilson so early in a race?
Well, having the pleasure to have actually gone on a few passenger rides over the years, they are pretty extreme. The very little roll on them, considering all the weight is very low down to the ground, mid-engine, most of the chassis as well, so lots of weight at the bottom, but still the amount of braking force that it takes to actually level off before you go into a tight bend, like Williams for example, you lose all of your momentum and it takes that whole 6,000 newton meters of torque to pull you back out of the corner. So it really is a skill to know when to brake and when to get the power back on. We can see now, just coming under the Snetterton bridge, we've got the Champion RV sponsored Sean Taylor V8 Scania. Very nice racing liveries on the side, very popular truck in the show truck world. He's had the honour of pace trucking this morning. Of course, yesterday we had the Big Mike in the Kelsa truck. And I do believe we've got Stuart Williams later on in the BTRC liveried DAF.
Well, we are getting closer and closer to the start of this one as they exit Nelson through Bombhole, heading towards Coram. And they'll be back through Murray's and down the centre straight, ready to get this one going.
Also nice to see Luke Garrett there at the back. Had a bit of a gearbox issue yesterday which saw him drop out of the last race of the day. Worked until 2 o'clock this morning. Actually had a colleague bring up a gearbox. A massive shout out to Steve Brewer from D&G Recovery, who actually used the crane twice this weekend to lower the new gearbox into position after a very early start as well, putting it all back together. So fingers crossed Luke Garrett gets a good race out of the truck today.
Late nights and early mornings, a big theme within the sport of motor racing.
That is racing indeed, yes, lots of effort going. Arnie from Ryan Smith's team as well, working late into the night with some steering issues which saw Ryan Smith drop back considerably yesterday. Not the performance we're used to seeing from Ryan Smith at all.
And they have exited through the corner at Murray's. They're coming down the centre straight now.
And we see the lights go out. The engines roar, all 1,000 horsepower, roaring down towards Riches now. And Stuart Oliver taking an early lead against Mark Taylor as we see them cross the line. Ricky Collett up the side of Mark Taylor, followed by Martin Gibson. It's looking very tight round Riches now. Bradley Smith in Division 2 making good headway to the front of the pack. Again, right on his tail, Steve Powell, followed by Craig Evans and Graham Powell looking to make an early start as well.
And still out ahead in the number 7 as he makes his way through the hairpin at Wilson. It's Stuart Oliver, very composed start. And then it's congested towards the
Bradley
back.
Smith there, forced off by Craig Evans as Graham Powell takes the opportunity to go down the outside. And it's Ryan Smith and Ricky Collett now shutting the door on Martin Gibson. It looks like Collett might have some trouble there as Martin Gibson and John Newell look to make a pass by him.
This looks like it's going to be a very fiercely contested opening race to the day for the trucks. And now they're making their way towards Agostini. And then Hamilton.
Nice to know somebody did their homework on the corners. All looks just like a racetrack to me.
Well, still out ahead in the number 81 at the moment. I've got Mark Taylor on my screen, but what I'm looking at is still Stuart Oliver looking comfortable and in control.
Yes, waiting for TSL to catch up with the order results as they come across the finish line for their first lap. Then we'll be able to get some timing results for you as well. Ricky Collett now battling with John Newell playing the defence, as yes, there is a definite lead of at least a couple of seconds there. Stuart Oliver powering ahead with Ryan Smith trying to play catch up, and then Martin Gibson having gone early on past Ricky Collett for the third position. We've then got Ricky Collett, John Newell, Dave Jenkins, just a little bit of dust there. Ollie James taking some early damage to the front wing there, and Simon Reed looking to get past there. Craig Evans dropping back now. We've got Luke Garrett's made his way up.
And Stuart Oliver comes through Coram and into the left turn at Murray's before heading down centre straight. He's still in the lead. A lot of dust being kicked up, and there we see that damage to that front right wing point he mentioned earlier.
And here we go as they cross the finish line for the first lap. We've got a 2:28 with Stuart Oliver, almost 2 whole seconds behind him, as I thought, Ryan Smith, and 3 seconds behind the lead is Gibson. Mark Taylor at the back, 11 seconds behind pace at the moment.
I mean, in terms of those timings, certainly not an unassailable lead at this point. Plenty of time to go in this one.
Anything could happen. Yesterday's last race saw huge differences in the standing order in the last lap alone. So it really is a race to the finish line, so to speak. You just have to, as I said yesterday, it's down to who blinks first in truck racing, especially on such a tight circuit like Snetterton.
So looking at the flags that are waving out ahead of us, as we see it, blowing from right to left. Could be a bit of a headwind hitting these trucks as they go into the Bentley straight.
Yes, full power and full speed as they hit their 100-mile-an-hour limiters down the Bentley Straight. Our pace truck yesterday was actually told to slow down because it was going a little bit too quick, so Big Mike on the heavy on the throttle.
And plenty of dust being kicked up on the Snetterton 300 track at present. And leading the way into the Bentley Straight, it is still Stuart Oliver very much in control.
A lot of steam coming off the front of Ollie James' truck now, hoping that is just standard cooling procedure and nothing too more serious. Yes, Martin Gibson now and Ryan Smith taking a good lead ahead of the rest of the Division 1 pack. Wonder what Stuart Oliver had for his breakfast. He's definitely had some Weetabix today, I should say.
Absolutely. It's a little bit more congested behind them. See the bright yellow. We have Collett, and he's in very closely with the number 18 of John Newell as well. So battles raging all over the track at the moment.
Wonder how the Division 2s are getting on. Lots of Division 1 action at the moment as we can try and look further back down the pack to see who is currently in the lead with Division 2. I do believe it's Steve Powell ahead of Graham Powell and Luke Garrett as they come across the line once more. We see a definite lead still for Stuart Oliver, but still that pack of 4 with Collett, Newell, Jenkins and James all fighting for that 4th position.
In the Division 2, 2.575 seconds separating the lead at the moment.
A 2:41 for Stephen Powell there in the last lap, which was quite impressive. Again, Graham Powell 2.5 seconds behind him, brother Graham Powell. We've then got Luke Garrett making good headway for that third position, followed by Craig Evans, Smith, Reed and John Powell at the very back at the moment. Some technical difficulties outstanding for John Powell over the last couple of races, so I wonder if he's having some issues again today.
Well, a man who certainly isn't having any issues is our race leader, Stuart Oliver, still looking so comfortable at the front of this pack. Behind him, Ryan Smith, and then the 11 of Martin Gibson, currently occupying third place. Then we have a little bit of a gap to the rest of the field.
Craig Reed looking good at the moment, just ahead of Craig Evans in Division 2. Craig Reed taking home 2 first place trophies yesterday, and a fantastic start to the weekend for him. I've just seen Mark Taylor coming back out of the pit lane, looking like he might have had some issues that needed sorting out. Back with the Division 1 now though, leaving hopefully some gravel on the track for the rest of the events today. We've got Collett, Newell, and a very tight battle there between Newell, Ollie James and Jenkins. Anything could happen, we really must keep an eye on those.
There's Ryan Smith going through the bomb hole, and ahead of him and still building, Stuart Oliver. And then we have the more congested field coming round. The last one round that corner. Double check what number that was. Didn't quite make
Tom
it out.
O'Rourke, that was with the orange grill.
And then we see Stuart Oliver still in control. Now it's the number
Steve
3.
Powell that we've got here now, flying ahead. Had a bit of an issue with his high range gears yesterday. The simple breaking of a little plastic switch saw him drop back behind the two brothers for a very disappointing finish for Steve Powell yesterday. It looks like that's been fixed, and he's flying away today with a fantastic result. Yes, it's still Powell, Graham Powell and Luke Garrett in the top 3 of Division 2 at the moment.
Oh, and here we go. Here is Stephen Powell come flying past us, leading the way for Division 2. He's through Riches.
Looking very comfortable today is Steve Powell, so definitely repairs have been made. Just 7 minutes left of this 15-minute race, looking to be about 4 laps left, so plenty of time for lots of position changes as we have some more Division 2s come racing past. It looks like John Powell and Craig Evans battling at the back of the pack.
And he heads up through Palmer now, heading towards Agostini. And looking very comfortable at the moment at the front of second division. Back in Division 1, it's still a controlled lead for Stuart Oliver. Behind him, Ryan Smith. Closing on Ryan Smith is Martin Gibson.
John Newell pulling out all the stops, playing defence at the moment. It looked like an attack on Collett earlier on in the race, but now we've got defence. And Stuart Oliver still a massively screaming lap distance ahead of Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith really not finding the groove this weekend at all, but Martin Gibson again doing very well in yesterday's races, looking to find a gap. But it's still Collett, Newell, Jenkins, Ollie James, having completely lost his front wing now. He does like going through the panels there. I was chatting to Alex, one of his mechanics. They seem to get through them quite a lot. Seems to attract trouble, that Ollie James does, unfortunately. Simon Reed back from Ollie James now. And yeah, a growing lead there for Ricky Collett in 4th position, which is good to see.
And Stuart Oliver crosses the line once more. Continues to build. He's about 6/10 of a second in this one.
Quite incredible to see actually the lap time. Steve Powell pulling a 2:41 and Stuart Oliver there with a 2:26. So really not a huge difference between the two divisions this weekend. All those corners, it really does come down to handling them in and out. Of course, top speed, they all make it to 100 eventually, so that Bentley straight really does separate the accelerators.
Well, we have got a very big gap now between Division 1 and Division 2.
Jenkins looking for a move past Newell there as they make their way around a very tight bend. Newell, very tricky driver actually, always looking for a space. Obviously the shoe is on the other foot this weekend playing defence, but Jenkins, a very, very well experienced driver on his tail, just looking for that first mistake. The sound of a helicopter landing, as I do believe Mr. Palmer might be joining us for some entertainment this weekend.
Well, more power to him. Circuit boss and the man who designed this Snetterton track here. We look at the number 7 of Stuart Oliver. He's still going strong, still looking very much in control. Nearest challenger, it's still the number 1 of Ryan Smith, and then in third it's still Martin Gibson. There's almost a distance that no one's making up now. They look quite comfortable in that 1, 2, 3.
They do indeed, yes. Stuart Oliver just seems to be sat on the rails taking it easy, which I do believe is what he likes to do anyway. Yeah, Martin Gibson in the other GT sponsored truck as well though. Still great teammates as well, equal partners in the team now, but still a little bit of a fight and a tussle on the track when it comes down to it.
And Stuart Oliver takes the left turn at Murray's. He's on to the centre straight. A little over 3 minutes to go in this first trucks race of the day. Next one coming up is after lunch.
Yes, quite evenly spread actually. If you want to join us back there, I do believe it's 2:45 for the next British truck racing race. Looking at the map here though, huge gap for Stephen Powell, as we've got Graham Powell and Luke Garrett fighting for the 2nd and 3rd position in Division 2. Another decent distance behind them though is Craig Reed. Not quite feeling it today by the looks of it is Craig, but maybe something he can improve on for the rest of it. Further back then we've got truck 46 with Bradley Smith and John Powell in the number 6, not to be confused of course with the Brad Smith truck, who again had technical difficulties yesterday, seeing him pull out at the weekend.
Stuart Oliver through Palmer, and he'll go past the grandstand. He's followed eventually by Ryan Smith, and behind him it's still Martin Gibson. Rob Collett down in 4th spot. There's a bit of a gap to be made up between Collett and Gibson if he is going to challenge. Might be a bit beyond him now at this point.
Looks like Newell's taken his walking shoes off and gone for some speedy trainers, as Ollie Jane's fighting to get past almost rival Dave Jenkins, as Newell is looking for a space past Ricky Collett. So we've separated the two little fights now, and Simon Reed waiting in the background there for one of them to do something they shouldn't. Ollie Jane's right on the tail of Dave Jenkins here. They almost had a coming together yesterday on Murray's, but Dave Jenkins locked up just in time to stop any serious accident from happening.
And there's a real battle going on here. That's the number 69 of David Jenkins.
So close together at the moment. From certain angles you'd swear they were rubbing, but he's looking for the inside. Ollie Jane's making a move on Jenkins. Will he be able to make it past? We go for the wide angle as we see Craig Reed coming round. And there we are out of Nelson onto the bomb hole. We've got Ricky Collett kicking up huge amounts of dust there in front of John Newell. They really are starting to get stuck into it now.
Final 50 seconds of this one. Stuart Oliver still in control, still looking comfortable, and actually he's building. Behind him Ryan Smith
race.
And Martin Gibson are looking much closer. Gibson.
Stuart Oliver could probably pull in for a pit stop at this point if he fancied it. Cup of tea and a quick biscuit. 26 seconds left of the race as they cross, so I do believe this should probably be the last lap now. But still anything could happen, as we saw in yesterday's second race of the day. Huge changes as the drivers desperately try and crawl some positions back before it's too late.
Well, as Stuart Oliver heads back towards Palmer once more, just all about keeping his composure at this point. It's been a really strong showing from him, and the only thing that's going to open the door to Ryan Smith is probably Stuart Oliver himself.
Indeed, yes, and I can't see him doing that by choice. We have now got the sign up for the final lap. As we look back to Division 2, Steve Powell still cruising ahead from Graham Powell in second, and then Luke Garrett very comfortably in third with his fresh gearbox, finished at 6 o'clock this morning after a very late finish. So it's good to see a result from Luke Garrett there. Luke Garrett actually moving up, as it's been updated on the screen now. So looking for a second position now. Graham Powell dropping back into third for Division 2. Stuart Oliver now at the front of the grid as he's on the second half of his final lap.
Looked to have dropped a little bit of speed there, Stuart Oliver. A little bit of a wobble.
Ollie Jane still all over the back of 69 digraph Dave Jenkins. This really could be an interesting tussle for the last lap for those two.
And heading into the bomb hole.
Stuart Oliver. Lots of fun in the bomb hole.
That looked like an issue with his tyre.
Graham's gone off.
Someone.
Spin off on the last lap. Graham Powell, what an absolute shame. Fantastic camera work just catching that as we see some re-turfing going on. Oh, there must be some liquor in the track there. We've got Craig Reed spinning off as well as we just saw him come firing past the camera. Craig Reed looks to be getting going again in the 68. We've also got Graham Powell back on. Do we have any flags going out, or are they going to let it finish? The checkered
coming
flag
through now. It's Stuart Oliver takes the checkered flag for Division 1.
Fantastic effort, absolutely brilliant racing.
And he's followed in by Ryan Smith and Martin Gibson. He looked so comfortable in this race.
He did. Something just worked for him today. Obviously, Jack and James and the rest of the team working very hard on the truck last night, so they'll be very, very happy with that result. His second first place podium for the weekend as well, but this one truly well deserved. The checkered flag still flying now as we see Mark Taylor crossing the line. Stuart Oliver taking a victory lap now, gently around the track for the spectators that have actually made the effort to come out and see us on this weekend. So it's very nice to see some people in the grandstands. Craig Evans now battling with Graham Powell at the back of the Division 2 pack. Managed to get going, quite impressive driving to see them. As Steve Powell takes first place here at Snetterton for the first race of the Sunday.
He's followed in. It is indeed taken by Luke Garrett, second place in the Division 2.
So it really is a tussle now between the two spin-offs, Graham Powell and Craig Reed, to see whether they can make a difference to the standing order as we see them make their way back down now onto the centre straight. And it looks like Craig Reed just pips Graham Powell on the straight to take that third place away from him. We'll see whether that was a photo finish or not. We've then got John Powell, Bradley Smith and Craig Evans as well.
We were going to have a little look at that incident that involved the number 55.
Massive spin off there for Graham Powell. Unbelievable, yeah, full 360 onto the grass. Usually that would see a yellow flag and an issue on the race, but fair play to the driving skill and experience of the newly returned Graham Powell, getting the truck going again and the race finishing nice and swiftly, so fair play to him.
Well, as the trucks head back in to the pits, we do have one more trucks race, well, two more trucks race actually today. We've got one at 2:15 and the final trucks race of the day will come at 10 to 5. But before then, let's hand over to Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Park Fermé for the British trucks. Well, that was exciting, wasn't it? We're going to go have a quick chat with your Division 1 race winner, Stuart Oliver. Let's go grab him. Hopefully he'll turn the engine off for us and so we can actually hear something. Let's just see, are we about to turn the engine off? Here is your racer, Stuart Oliver, done a double bubble here at Snetterton this weekend. It could get quite loud, couldn't it? Let's just see. Stuart, if you can hear me,
yeah,
congratulations, that's a double bubble this weekend, huh?
That's right, yeah, and there's still 2 to go, so I'm quite happy with that.
Dare I say it, that looked relatively comfortable throughout.
Yeah, it was all right. Once I got round the start and got away and got myself a bit of a comfort gap, I was quite happy with that. Yeah, it was all right. It was good.
Excellent. It's not over yet today, is it? There's another race to come on later.
That's right, 2 races left, so looking forward to them. But the fun starts again like it did yesterday, where we're at the back on the next one. So all the work still to do.
Congratulations, Stuart. Anyway, enjoyed it, one. Well done. There's Stuart Oliver, your winner. Let's go find Stephen Powell if we can. He's the Division 2 winner. Let's go for a little walk. So Stuart Oliver, then a 10-time British truck racing champion, picking up the Division 1 win there as well. We do want to see if we can find Stephen Powell as well. I believe he's over here. Let's grab Stephen. So he's Division 2 winner, Stephen Powell. So fantastic stuff. Sorry guys, Stephen.
How are you?
You've got a smile on your face, right?
Yeah, not bad, Jude.
That was good, that was good. Are you happy with that?
Yes, a lot happy,
Picked up the Div 2 win. A few battles going on, but was it in control throughout?
Yeah, no, it was all right, really. Had a good start, got away from them, so I've just thought we'd get some ground down and crack on, There's a couple of quicker ones behind us, but we had a good run on it, so had a bit of a problem yesterday in the last race, so I was a bit annoyed with that because we was winning that, so, but no, good start to the day.
That's what I like to hear. Just a quick question. We saw a couple of spinners around Agostini last lap. Was there a bit of oil or something down there?
It did look something, I don't know what it was, you can definitely see something on the surface.
But at least you stayed out of it,
yeah,
right?
It was out.
Well done, Stephen. Congratulations. So there we go. Stuart Oliver, your Division 1 winner in the British Truck Racing Championship. And that man there, Stephen Powell, your Division 2 winner. It's now time for the Mini Miglias to head out on track. Well, I did manage to get down into the paddock. I had a quick chat with Lee Deegan, and hopefully we can play that video for you before the Mini Miglias head out on track. Right, hello everybody, welcome to the Mini Miglias. Almost time for the cars to go out on track, but before they do, we've actually nipped outside of the paddock because here is Mr. Lee Deegan's car, and he's just over here putting his shoes on. That's what he's doing. The life of a rock and roll race driver. But just have a quick look at this at Lee's Mini Miglia here. He had a good result earlier, didn't he? I believe he had podium. Lee, great to see you again. I haven't seen you for a while actually, but last time I saw you, racing a different series, but you're doing the Mini Miglias.
Yeah, I think last time you saw me would have been in the Civic Cup.
It was, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, this year COVID has affected things. Yeah. We originally planned to be in the Ginetta with Maximum Motorsport, but obviously a few sponsors understandably had to take precautions and protect the businesses. So we've come out and had a fun in the Minis. I've been out in them before. They're always cracking racing, really competitive, and we're having some good battles out there. It's going
quite well actually, isn't it? Tell us about your weekend so far.
Yeah, I mean, qualified P3, ended up P3 yesterday, was leading for quite a bit of the race until one of the MySab gaskets on the carburettor decided to fail and suck in, and then got stuck behind the butterfly. So every time I come to a soil corner, I was sticking at 6,000 revs, so I was obviously missing the apex, having to try and slow it down on the brakes, dipping the clutch in places to avoid other cars when they got back past me and in front. So managed to wrestle the car back in P3 and started P2 today, so managed to get a good lap time because the second race today it goes from your fastest lap from the previous race. So managed to get a good lap in at the end with a toe down the back straight. We've got really bad wind here this weekend,
it is, isn't it? Yeah.
And on the longest straight it's a headwind, so you don't really want to be in front really on the last lap if you've got someone behind you. So it's all very mind games really.
Very similar to the sevens, because actually that was my next question, you just answered it there, and we saw it with the legends as well. They all say you don't want to be in the lead as you come onto the last. It's so crazy to say that, isn't it?
It is, but when you have the aerodynamics of a brick, a Mini, it really doesn't help. Obviously in a lot of Formula cars it won't affect as much, but it really does affect us and the trucks and the legend. You have to play the right game really. And
punch a hole in the air really,
that's
so
right,
the person behind.
Just position your car in the right place.
But some of the other Mini Miglias are down there. You're all the way out here. Any reason for that?
No testing on Friday. We've been concentrating on getting the engine right. we've had engine issues all year really, and we've been lacking on power. Everyone's upped their game over the last 2 years on engine power, and TBR Racing have sorted me out with a really good engine now.
Brilliant.
So we can get up there and fight with the big boys.
That's what I like to hear.
So yeah, we're Brands Hatch. We was on engine number 3. And probably about 15 brake horsepower below. And 15 brake horsepower doesn't sound a lot, but in Mini Miglia terms, that's a massive percent.
It's huge, yeah.
It's huge. So we're back out there with a good engine and pushing on.
Enjoy it. We're going to be watching. Lee Deegan, thank you very much. Right, normally we'd like to potter about, wouldn't we, and catch some more of the drivers. Unfortunately, Lee's kind of out on his own a little bit over here, but we had to catch up with him, didn't we, Lee Deegan, a good friend of ours. So right, it is time now for the Mini Miglias to head out on track. It's going to be a superb race. You're not going to want to miss it, and the best thing is you don't have to. I'm going to hand over to your commentator Kieran to take you through the action.
So that you can enjoy the racing action, but also ensure that you...
For this Mini Miglia Championship race by Stephen Colburn. Welcome back, Stephen.
Thanks, Kieran. Nice to be back.
Right, it's not been too much of a break for you. How are you feeling ahead of this one? What are we expecting? The number 21 of Aaron Smith is on the grid in front of us, that hot pink Mini Miglia.
Yeah, well, you've got some real fast guys right at the front there. So Aaron Smith, champion from last year, has won 4 out of 6 races so far this season. He's looking like the man to beat. But alongside him, you've got Lee Deegan, brother of Shane, and probably one of the most successful mini circuit racing cars in history, that one. It's Peter Baldwin's car. It's won the championship multiple times. I'm going to say 6 or 7 times. So that's a very well set up car. Quick driver as well. And behind him, second row, you've got Rupert Deeth, former champion. And then Joe Thompson alongside, one of our younger drivers on the grid, who was P2 last year in the Mini 7 series that we saw earlier.
Well, on the grid, just working a little bit further back in row 3, it's the numbered 0 car of Colin Peacock. Alongside him in 6th, the 54 of Tom Bell. Behind them on row 4, 11 Kane Astin, and the number 37 of James Cuthbertson. Behind them on row 5, Tony LeMay in the 69, Richard Jessup in 17. Jason Balding is in 12th spot behind the number 42 of Paul Simmons. And in row 7, it is Sam Summerhays in the number 85. Then we have a bit of a gap on the grid, vacant row 8 before we go into row 9. And that is the number 171 of Dan Lewis, followed by the 500 of Rob Davis, the 126 driven by Peter Hills, and the 113 of Phil Harvey, and 133 Craig Cox.
So as we see, green flag lap about to begin now. The second group there at the back with the blue windscreen headers, they're the Mini Libra class cars. So it's the new class, relatively speaking. The Mini Miglia has been around for 50 years this year. So they're an unlimited tuning class. They still run an A-series engine, still very similar wheels, tyres, the cars are the same. But they run 8 ports, 1385 ports, kind of encouraging people to bring perhaps an old hill climb car out of the garage and come and join in. So we've got Dan Lewis there, took the first win yesterday in his 8-port car. It's a mightily powerful engine in that one.
The warm-up lap well and truly underway. Couple of minor incidents in the first Mini 7s race of the day.
We lost a wheel, didn't we? We had a wheel come off Greg Dawes' car in the Mini 7S class. That was a dramatic moment.
Yeah, and then there was also a bit of a smash on the front end and back end of, I think it was the number 55. I'll have to double check that, but yeah, conditions staying relatively the same. We're just expecting more solid racing.
Yeah, it's still windy out there, so that's going to kind of play into these Mini's hands in terms of the action, because you've got so much slipstreaming going down the Bentley Straight.
We have the tailwind when they come down the Senna Straight also.
Well, you might not be able to see on the screen, it's actually uphill. So they'll be holding it on the clutch as they come round now, as they eventually make it around this almost 3 mile long 300 circuit.
As we mentioned earlier this morning, it is a long old track for these minis, but they make good going of it. It's a fascinating battle in the opening mini race of the day, with eagerly anticipating more. And look at the 133.
Craig Cox there in the Mini Libra. He's a new driver. You see the yellow cross on the back designating that. Other drivers of worthy of mention, we've got Colin Peacock there with an unusual number 0. That comes about from winning the winter rounds in the previous year. And then we've got Tom Bell. So Tom Bell is a Masters historic racing champion for minis. So he's gone from the, you might have seen at Goodwood, the pre-66 Mark 1 minis. He's gone from those sliding around the corners, and he's bought Rob Howard's Mini Miglia. So he's got a bit more grip. Be interesting to see how he gets along in this one. He was struggling yesterday, but he was not quite as used to having that much grip and that much in the way of brakes.
Well, not too much longer to wait now.
So speed difference in these cars, you're looking at roughly 2-minute 12s, whereas the other guys are doing 2-minute 28s. So it's a fair difference in speed between these Mini Miglias to the Mini 7s with the 1 litre engine. They do have that much more torque. And also, if you see, they've got the wide arch extensions there, known as Miglia arches, believe it or not. They've got Dunlop slick racing tyres. Most of them run 4-pot brakes on the front, so they've got a lot more mechanical grip and just a little bit more power as well.
And at the moment, under the bridge heading through Brundle and Nelson towards the bomb hole, then it'll be through Coram and Murray's back onto the centre straight, so we can get this one underway.
So we've got Sam Summerhays on the grid. He lent his spare engine to James Cuthbertson, and then I believe blew that one up as well. So he's not had the best of weekends, looking on Facebook.
I mean, it is one of the nicer elements of this sport. There is so much camaraderie between all the drivers.
Yeah, it's competitive, don't get me wrong, but if someone needs a hand, then you'll be there to help them. There's a few well-guarded secrets, I suppose, at the front in terms of setup. A lot of it's personal preference, but the car's all very similar. Regulations keeping everything on a level playing field as much as possible. We've got regulation suspension cones, got rubber cones on these, don't forget, not coil springs like modern cars, so they kind of skip, hop and jump around the corners. We've got Olin's dampers on there, run a lot of regulation parts.
And we're getting closer. We've got a yellow flag being waved at the moment.
We lost one perhaps?
It certainly seems likely that, or there is some issue on the track that needs to be taken care of.
These cars, although it's not the hottest day, they will be getting a bit hot sat there on the grid, so they don't run a cooling fan at all, so they'd be eager to get away as soon as possible.
Now, as they resume their positions on the grid, there's some oil on the track, we're hearing, around the bend at Agostini. Sharp bend too, you don't want to be running over anything.
There we go.
5 seconds.
Revs rise.
And Aaron Smith is away. But going toe to toe with him early doors is Lee Deegan. And now they're through Riches.
We've got a lightning start by Rob Davis there in the second pack of Mini Libra cars. He's come around the outside of the 8 pot of Dan Lewis. Aaron Smith leads the way, as he has done much of the season.
And takes the hairpin turn at Wilson expertly. Coming down towards Palmer.
All nice and steady for the moment. No lost wheel arches just yet. There's going to be 7 or 8 laps of this, so take it steady.
Plenty of time in a 20-minute race for things to change several times.
Colin Peacock locks a rear wheel by the look of it, but he's made it through with Kane Aston just behind him there. So we've got Dan Lewis and Rick Jessup. See, Rick Jessup's got a new engine in for today. It's a bit of damage sustained yesterday. Been on all night. So we've got Kane putting some pressure down the inside of Colin Peacock there as he hops, skips and jumps, like I said. very hard spring rates on these cars, so they do tend to move around a little bit under braking.
And still in the Miglia class, race lead is
Don't speak
with
too
Aaron
soon.
Smith, but the challenge is on, and the number of 48 of Deegan comes up the outside, and as they're heading for Nelson, he's breaking away. Rides the apex on bomb hole. Aaron Smith drops into second. He's got close company right behind him. It's going to be a fascinating 20 minutes this.
Oh, there's a long time to go yet. You see they're getting 3 abreast coming down the Bentley straight there down the back with the slipstream in effect. See just Tom Bell there, who was talking about earlier, the historic racing champion from last year. Getting to grips with the car there. Rob Davis leads Dan Lewis in the Libras.
And as they pass the finish line down on the centre straight,
Young Joe Thompson putting his nose out a little bit, put some pressure onto Rupert, keep him going. They like to work together. These 4 out front can get a bit of a break now. That's always the aim. Kane Ashton's just there in 5th look. Won't be letting him get away for too long. We've got the Libra battle, so that's Rob and Dan Lewis. We've got Sam Summerhays made it out, despite blowing up a couple of engines and gearboxes.
and the lead has been eaten into. Aaron Smith is right behind Deegan now.
Got a couple of mini Miglias mixed into the Libras there. It's going to happen gradually over the race. So we've got Dan Lewis putting pressure on Rob Davis. The extra power from that 8-port.
So that's in the Libra class. And still Davis holding off the challenge.
So in terms of championship
starting to
points,
open up as well, but yeah,
we've got Rob Davis leading the way at the moment in the Libra battle. It's 5-port 1380. We've got Lee Deegan still staying ahead of ever fast Aaron Smith, but look how much they're packed in there now. They're all catching up with each other. We've got Tom Bell at the back there, but between the lot of them there's only going to be a couple of seconds, if that.
Deegan, Smith holding the front 2 positions from the off. Deegan in the ascendancy at the moment.
Rupert Deeth taking yesterday's race win. He's there in 3rd place, holding it steady. He knows what to do. Don't really want to be in the race lead for the whole of the race, I wouldn't say, around here, especially with that headwind.
Over the start-finish line once more.
Are we seeing a gap now between Joe Thompson there? Kane Ashton? Not really, no, they're catching back up again. There's absolutely no chance of getting away around here.
What we are seeing is Aaron Smith continuing to attack at the back of Lee Deegan through Wilson, heading for Palmer. Smith on the outside, Deegan on the inside.
Keeping that pressure on.
In a neat line as they head for Agostini. Is there going to be a challenge from the outside by Smith?
Ooh. And
a bit of wheel on wheel there.
That was as close as you want to be without taking the wheel arch off.
And still out ahead, Lee Deegan. And we're seeing this battle heat up, getting slightly more aggressive.
We've got Sam Summerhays coming through and catching up now in, where is he, 5th there. So the whole pack is really backing up now between this battle. Lee Deegan and Aaron Smith. Don't discount Rupert Deeth. An experienced mini racer who knows what he's doing.
Especially if the front 2 continue to challenge the way they are. Aaron Smith takes into second.
And Rupert straight down there.
And Aaron actually drops back a place as they come through bomb hole. Smith down to third. We've got Deegan in second. Deeth out ahead.
So he picks off 2 cars in that one straight alone. Remember how closely matched these cars are. That's saying something.
It is a very, very congested front of the pack there.
We've got Tom Bell backing up that front pack.
And they come past us again. Rupert Deed still out ahead. Half a car between him.
Oh,
Smith,
he's right
but he's
out
fallen
wide.
away. Is that just a misread?
I think maybe just a bit heavy into that first corner as Joe Thompson pounces. And he's up into... No, he's staying there in 4th. So, change for the lead then.
A change for the lead, but a familiar lineup once again with Lee Deegan back in charge. And Aaron Smith right on his tail. Rupert Deed applying the pressure from 3rd, but has fallen a little way back from the leaders.
So Aaron picks up the toe once again on the left there in the pink car. One driver missing this weekend, Andrew Jordan, who you might have heard of from touring car fame. Went out last round's Brands Hatch at the touring car meeting, and I believe he managed a 3rd, a 2nd and a 1st. So that's, even from a professional level driver, that's saying something. The competitive level of these mini Miglias is so close at the front.
And Aaron Smith continuing to press and apply pressure to the race leader, Lee Deegan. And there is the number 23 car of Rupert Deed. Back in 3rd place and making a move. Aaron Smith on the outside. Rupert Deed on the outside.
Rupert's done it again. He's done it again, exactly the same as 2 laps ago.
And Lee Deegan just rides it out in the middle and holds on to 2nd spot once again.
There you go, 2 for 1. He's got the Libra battle still raging there. Dan Lewis, Rob Davis.
Too far behind as they turn for Agostini.
So they come around here fully sideways on the knife edge.
Still Rupert Deed in control at the moment. Not far off the midway point of this race. Been led at various different times by Rupert Deed, Lee Deegan and Aaron Smith. Someone's off the track, and it was the leader of the Libra class. Spun out. That's Rob Davis.
Wonder if we get a replay of that, see what happened there, Kieran.
What we can see at the moment is Lee Deegan still in control through Wilson.
That white and orange car, it's been at the front for many, many years.
Keeps driving like this, it'll be at the front for many more. Aaron Smith in 3rd spot.
Joe goes to the inside, Joe Thompson there trying it on Aaron Smith.
And now coming through Agostini.
3 wheels.
Heading towards Hamilton, making a move on the outside. Rupert Deed. Just trying to go on the inside actually, but Lee Deegan has enough about him to continue.
That's a shame to see Rob out of this one. He's doing pretty well. And Sam Summerhays then is on the back of this pack now, using his spare engine. So it doesn't seem to make much difference.
They are going at some pace here at Snetterton.
Average lap time, or lap speed I should say, just under 80 miles an hour, which is astonishing really from a classic Mini.
Absolutely.
Always see a bit of smoke there coming out the back of Dan Lewis's car.
It's opened up for the Libra class, following the absence now of Rob Davis, who spun off the track.
Peter Hills there from Wales.
The lead is still with Rupert Deed.
He's getting that close.
Driving aggressively, but with a clear and focused intent on taking this one. And now they're coming down the centre straight. In the top three, it is Deed, then Deegan. Bit of a gap before you get to Aaron Smith. Heading for Wilson. And it's the number 23, Deed, the white, with the red arches around the tyres.
Now this is where tyre pressures come into it. So talking of tactics like we did earlier with the Mini 7 race, they'd be very tactical about what they put into these tyres before they go out. Some of the cars will come on the pace a bit later in the race, depending on how they prefer to drive. So we might see a late charge from someone.
Joe Thompson starting to make a move, but yeah, I think we're going to see what happened to Rob Davis.
Gone off through the bum hole.
Just didn't manage to take that turn at all. And he looks dejected as he has to watch on from an embankment. Back on the track, it's advantage Rupert Deeth. And behind him, Lee Deegan still in second spot, and Aaron Smith in third. Holding fourth place, Joe Thompson, I believe. And another off the track.
Dan Lewis saw a bit of smoke coming out the back, so he's obviously pulled that one up rather than damage the engine there. And that leaves then novice driver Craig Cox in the lead of the Libra battle.
Lee Deegan going very wide here as he looks to overtake Rupert Deeth, and he does so as they come through the bottom hole. And he holds on to it very nicely. And the number 23, Rupert Deeth, still very much in this. Lots of challenge from Aaron Smith and Lee Deegan. Lee Deegan in charge at the moment. Lost count of how many times they've swapped the lead now.
I'm anxiously checking the TSL live timings to see how long we've got left. We lost the graphic from the screen there, so see how many laps we might have. We've got 6 minutes to go in this race, so 6 minutes, you're going to get probably 2.5 laps in.
The clock continues to tick down as they head into Wilson.
Joe around the outside of Aaron Smith, or is it vice versa? Nice clean battle there. Pick up a little bit of dust. Lee Deegan starting to pull away now from Rupert.
He goes slightly wide there. And just
so does
nicking
Sam
off
Summerhays.
the track. Yeah, Sam Summerhays.
As if by magic. You heard what you said.
And here we go towards Agostini. The race leader is number 48, Lee Deegan, followed up by the 23 of Rupert Deeth. In third place, the 21, the hot pink car of Aaron Smith. And then the number 80 of Joe Thompson, a Leicester driver.
At this point, it really could be anyone's race still. So we've got Rupert trying his technique from earlier as they drafting together.
Rupert Deeth and Aaron Smith making a move. And Lee Deegan has dropped down to third, at least momentarily. And Aaron Smith is holding off Lee Deegan and then is forced behind him. Good line. And a little bit of a wobble there for him. Lee Deegan, but he holds on to it, but that's opened up a bit of a lead.
Bit of contact there between Joe Thompson and Aaron Smith. Unintentional, I'm sure. But all of this behind is playing into Rupert Deeth's hands as he comes on to what's got to be said a penultimate lap now. So he's starting to eke out a bit of a lead. No doubt they can bring that back going down the Bentley straight where the headwind's so strong.
And now through Riches, opening right hand turn of this circuit, heading towards Wilson. And that's the number 23 of Rupert Deeth, our leader. Through Wilson, behind him Lee Deegan. Third place, the 21, is Aaron Smith. Joe Thompson has fallen away a little bit in 4th place.
Are we seeing a puff of smoke there from the back of Lee Deegan's car? Maybe a bit of tyre rubbing.
Sure, he'll certainly hope not. But we're coming up towards a portion of the track where there's been so many moves made already. Once they get through that Bentley straight after Hamilton and Oggies.
And they're all playing a waiting game now, I'd say.
And they're waiting for that one moment. Every lap as they've come down the Bentley straight, someone has tried to make their move. Less than 3 minutes to go in this one.
Aaron Smith's quite obviously going to try a pass here. Is he going to get 2 for 1 like Rupert did twice earlier? Let's see.
Soon find out. Rupert Deeth still at the head of that pack. Move being made by Lee Deegan on the outside. Aaron Smith follows suit and has Rupert Deeth drop back into 3rd. He's forced out. Excellent driving by Lee Deegan and Aaron Smith. These are ambitious moves, but it takes some expertise to pull them off safely.
Super clean overtaking there. There's no arches in the air. No door mirrors coming off. That's what we like to see.
And so the lead with Lee Deegan now. Aaron Smith back in 2nd.
As they begin the last lap of the race.
And they come through. 2 minutes to go, so yeah, this is likely to be the final lap of this one. And Lee Deegan out ahead by just under 0.2 of a second.
Aaron tries a sneaky move down the outside. I think he's just putting the pressure on for now. He doesn't want to be in the lead. Not yet.
And Deegan continues in control in the white, orange and blue Mini Miglia.
There's nothing between these three for the whole race. Mega racing.
It's been absolutely enthralling watching these three go at it. Somewhat a shame that Joe Thompson has fallen away from that pack because he was involved at one stage too.
Seems like they've broken the toe a little bit now.
And a little bump there, Aaron Smith on the back of Lee Deegan.
Gentle nudge.
And Lee Deegan comes away unscathed, in control, not only of his car but of the race.
Now, who's going to make it to the end of the straight first? This is where the race is going to be won or lost here.
Who will make the move? There was lots of slipstreaming.
Look at the speed difference coming up from behind.
And Aaron Smith goes into the lead. Can Rupert Deeth get away from Lee Deegan? No, he can't.
Rupert
Aaron
goes
Smith
sideways there. Oh, and Aaron's a bit slow coming off that one.
Smith and Deegan breaking away from Deeth now. It'd be hard pressed to find an opportunity to take this one again. Aaron Smith
defended that like a pro, didn't he?
And here he
just
comes.
At the right time.
They are heading for the centre straight. Checkered flag is out. It's close.
Who was that across the line? Lee Deegan takes it by a whisker.
By an
I couldn't see that coming. I thought that was Aaron's. That was mega close at the end there. We got confirmation of that.
So I think we've got confirmation that Aaron Smith has indeed taken it.
Lee was celebrating as if he'd won.
Lee Deegan, and the stats we've got at the moment, about 1/10 of a second, if that, even less. There we go. 1,000th of a second, Aaron Smith, and Lee Deegan takes it.
1,000th of a second. Try and do that again. You couldn't do that if you're pushing the cars across the line. That's mega.
And the fact that so soon after coming across the line, his hand was shaking a fist in celebration.
Well,
He knew. He knew.
I think Lee thinks he's won it. But regardless, what a battle. Yeah, top 3, mega. They all deserve that one.
Well, yesterday we were talking about how close the legends were at a gap of 4/10 of a second, but 1/1000th of a second. Let's go to Ian Waterhouse.
Well, that was an incredible finish. I know I keep saying it today, but wow. Lee Deegan is the winner. Come with me. We're going to have a quick word. 1/1000th of a second. That is how close it was between him and Smith. That's incredible. Let's see if we can have a word about getting run over here. He's just about to have a chat there. We'll go grab Mr. Smith over here, shall we? And see how he's feeling.
Probably 1,000th of a second. 1,000th of a second.
Hello. Hi. That was incredible. Sorry, do you want me to get your helmet off first? That was incredible, wasn't it? That was something really, really special. We're just going to let Smith get his helmet off and just relax a little bit. There we go. Look, that's better. These things get pretty hot, don't they? But what a final lap. It's all smiles. I'm pleased to say it's all smiles. I wasn't sure whether you'd be all smiles or be a bit like, ah.
I know, it's just one of those, like, that slipstream, oh my, like, it must be so close, but you know, like, great race, I can't argue with that, and to come away with 2 second places is awesome for the weekend.
1/1000th of a second. If you just maybe over the line, just leant forward a bit, who knows?
It's one of those, isn't it? It's just like, we race for 20 minutes and we have to decide it on the line, you know, like, it's just one of that. But no, brilliant. Fair play to CAD for providing the power for the car and the whole team that goes with it. So yeah, like, can't argue, and awesome.
Wonderful stuff. Congratulations. Anyway, I'm going to grab a quick word with Lee. So I spoke to you earlier, Lee. I spoke to you earlier, and you go and win the race. Congratulations. 1/1000th of a second. I know you're just saying there.
Yeah.
I mean, that is literally. I could just. It's like that much, isn't it? It's like that much.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the cameras had a finish line view of that,
split.
but it must have been probably half a wheel that I won it with. But I was looking at Aaron across. I wasn't looking forward. I was just looking at Aaron and waiting for that flag. And I knew when I went over that we'd just got it. When he got in front of me coming down the back straight, I knew that if I was in P2 on that last corner all race, I was getting a really good exit. So I just slowed down into the corner, made sure I got the apex to perfection, and then I knew that it's a straight line finish between KAD and TBI. He's got the most beans under the bonnet, and TBI just eked out.
Nice tiniest margin.
Yeah.
Lee, good weekend for you in the end. You must be happy. Double podium.
Yeah, double podium, plenty of points in the bag, and now we can push on.
Congratulations, well done. Lee Deegan, just about your race. And we must give Craig Cox a big shout out as well. He's the winner of the Libra class as well. So it's actually time for a little lunch break at the minute, but when we come back, we are going to have so much more action. We really hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far this morning, and we'll be back after lunch. Right, everybody, welcome back to the British Track Race. Well, hello everybody and welcome to the afternoon's action. It's time for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We've got the pre-66 and pre-83 category, and just look at this site, by the way. We popped down to the assembly area just before they head out to have a little word with some of the drivers, see how they're feeling. It's actually the first race of the day as well for the pre-66 83 category as well. Over here, the man on pole, Stephen Primmitt. Let's go have a look and have a quick word with him, shall we? I think it's a wise thing to do. Let's just grab him. Stephen, how are you, first of all?
Very good, thank you. How are you doing?
Yes, not too bad. Oh, it's very nice of you to pole position. You're going to have a clear track in front of you. It's a bit of a theme for you, isn't it?
Yeah, but maybe not for long today. I think there may be a few guys in front of me before the first corner. But I'll do everything I can to prevent that.
Exactly. We know it's a fast track. I've mentioned it a lot. Is that a detriment to you, or is that kind of working in your favour?
A detriment to me. My car carries speed, so I need to be in free air, and when they get in front of me they can just control me in the corners and kill me in the straight line. So
you've got Mr. Mike Luck next to you in that BMW. Is that holding a bit more power, do you think?
Yes, definitely. But, you know, it's not over just yet, is it?
Well, you're on pole.
That's what it's all about.
That's
what it's all about.
Best of luck, Stephen. Thanks for talking to us. Stephen Primmitt, the man on pole. Of course, I don't know if you remember, multiple winner this year in this category. Let's talk to Mike Luck as well. Mike.
Hi.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're in the BMW. You've got Stephen alongside you. He thinks you've got a fair bit more power. Is this going to play to your strengths?
Yeah, it's funny. I thought you had a bit more power than me, but you know, we always say
Who's
that.
sandbagging then?
Yeah. No, we're fairly evenly matched. I mean, Steve has got the edge round the circuit. I've actually, for all my years, I've only raced on this particular configuration once before this weekend. So did a bit of testing on Friday and it was going well. I did a time similar to Steve in testing, but I couldn't pull it out for quali. But there we are. It's you know, obviously pole is stands for something, but when it comes to it, when we're all mixed with the 66 guys, it's you know, anything can happen. So it's about just being ready to take the opportunity when it presents itself. As well, I know from Brands Hatch.
Absolutely, I remember commentating on that as well. I was very excited.
Yeah.
Best of luck, enjoy it, won't you? We'll speak to you at the end, no doubt. I just want to go a little bit further down. Somebody I have to go speak to, Alan Wayman and Stuart Kai as well, because Alan knows I have a bit of a thing for this car, and you'll probably see why very, very shortly. Let's quickly grab Alan. It would be a bit of a pain, wouldn't it? Because it is. In fact, let's grab Stuart whilst we're right here.
Hello, mate.
Hello, Stuart. How are we doing?
Good, thank you. Yourself?
We had a quick word, didn't we, in the paddock? But how are you feeling now?
Yeah, all right, actually. Yeah, it's quite a big grid of cars to get through, so
it's massive, isn't
hopefully, yeah, we'll be all right.
This is quite some machine you've got here. Is this going to benefit you on the straights, or are you better around the corners?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, he pulls quite well on the straight, so hopefully if I get caught up behind someone I can have him on the straight.
Best of luck.
All right, take care.
Stuart. Now, talking about pulling down on the straights, Alan Wayman, here we go. Let's grab him. There he is, look. He's giving me a thumbs up. Sorry guys, can I squidge through? I need to talk to Alan here. Alan, can I open your door? Quickly, just before you head out, you know I've got a thing for this car, so thanks for bringing it out today. What's the expectation?
Not all that, but we're giving it a go.
Not all that, we're giving it a go. Right, it's time for you to fire up. Best of luck, Alan. Thank you very much. Here we go. Right, listen to the roar of these cars as they prepare to head out onto the track. It's almost time. It's such a deafening noise. It's so exciting, isn't it? It is the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's the pre-66, the pre-83 category. They're running together. Look at it. It's going to be a jam-packed field, isn't it? Stephen Primmitt, the man on pole, multiple winner here. We've also got Mike Luck as well. Now we know Mike Luck. He certainly rode his luck, didn't he? As he managed to take a win at Brands Hatch. What is going to happen as they head out onto the track? Just let you enjoy this moment for a second as they all pull out. Just look at Alan Wayman from there, just to my left. Oh, it is quite special, isn't it? Right, as the cars head out on track, I guess it's probably time for me to hand over to Kieran.
Third race on the weekend as well. I think it's the only category we've had
So welcome back to the Snetterton 300 circuit. The cars making their way onto the track at present. Now those competing in our first event of the afternoon's events. It's the classic touring cars pre-66 and pre-83s. Now at the front of the grid there, that is the rather unmistakable number 72 of Stephen Primmett. Ian was interviewing just before the start of this one. At the moment, they're lining up to get their practice lap underway. So let's have a run through the grid, starting with the pole position. And that's Stephen Primmett in the top spot. He's joined in row 1 by the number 78 car, Mike Luck. And behind them, on row 2, the number 18, Mark Lucock. 81, Mark Collerton. And number 55, David Howard, lies in 5th spot. In 6th, Jonathan Corker in the number 85. Meanwhile, on row number 4, driving in the number 47, Thomas Harvey. 37, Jonathan Lewis. Starting in 9th spot, Alan Greenall. And then in 10th, number 99, David Margulies. So, just waiting for the rest of the cars to make their way. This really is a packed field. We're going to have 28 cars on the track for this one. Plenty of categories within the pre-66 and the pre-83. 66 running from A to F and the 83s A to E. So we had a very interesting morning here at Snetterton, this converted airfield. It was bright, it was breezy, and it's exactly the same this afternoon. There's going to be head and tail winds to deal with on the straights. Hopefully we pick up where we left off before the break. A fascinating encounter in the Mini Miglia Championship. In the top class of that one. Real battle between Aaron Smith, Lee Deegan and Rupert Deeth that was ever changing. We'll have to hope for more of the same here. So the number 72, Stephen Primmett, he's driving a Ford Escort MK1. He's actually in the C class of the pre-83s. And to his left, it's the 78 of Mike Luck, also in the C class of the pre-83s, driving a BMW E21 320. 30 seconds to go until they'll get this practice lap underway. And there is the green flag, and get this warm-up lap underway. First time these cars have been on the track here today in Norfolk. They will get a second bite of the cherry, but not until 20 past 5. And also there is that wonderful Chevrolet Camaro of Alan Wayman, the 28. At the moment, we are with the middle of the order. As they start to work their way around, familiarise themselves with this track. Sharp hairpin turn. It's the second turn of the course at Wilson. Bit of smoke coming up off the track there. Wonder if perhaps there's something a little bit slick there, bringing up a bit of mist. Should be very warm down there. So anyway, when they leave the Wilson hairpin corner, they go down into a left-hand turn at Palmer. And that's this bend you can see on your screens at the moment. Before carrying through to Agostini. Along that short bit of straight into a left-hand turn at Hamilton. Once I get through Hamilton, a steep right at Oggies, followed by another right at Williams, and then the Bentley Straight is where we saw all the action occurring earlier on today with the minis. And there's a bit of headwind as they travel along the Bentley Straight, wind carrying from right to left, as I see it from my commentary position at the moment, but it certainly wasn't holding people back as they went through Brundle, Nelson, and then into the bomb hole. And once you get through the bomb hole, through to Coram, gentle turn to the right before getting to Murray's, and then back onto the Senna Straight. All in all, just under 3 miles of track here on the 300 circuit. It was redeveloped in 2011. Has undergone a few changes in more recent times as well, but nothing as major. So now it is Stephen Primmett leading the way through this qualifying lap. There's that lovely bright yellow Chevrolet Camaro. Won't shock you to learn that Alan Wayman is actually from Watford. Perhaps there might be something in that choice of colours. Right at the back of the grid on this one, the number 33 is Max Clark in that sky blue car. And just ahead of him, here we go, let's have a look at the number 68 of Keith Wright, that Morris Minor. He is in the penultimate class of the pre-66, the 66D. Right now, make their way through Murray's, and they'll be coming down the centre straight. All the flags are waving. Request not to slow down, no overtaking at this point as we get ready. And we're back at the start line now, ready to get underway in this first race of the afternoon here at Snetterton. We've got 8 races in total to bring you. A little bit of chat between the marshals on the far side. We'll wait the lights to set these guys off. And still, the dialogue is continuing. Not quite sure what is occurring at the moment, but now the banner's raised for 5-second countdown. And they prepare to get away. And just the kind of start that Stephen Primmett would have wanted, leading into Riches, occupying a central position on the track. As he eases into that right-hand turn, looking towards Wilson and the hairpin that is lying in wait ahead of them. And Stephen Primmett in the 72 has actually got away from the second placed number 78 Mike Luck. That's quickly closed down. We've seen a lot of that today. These gaps, they open, they close. It's a very competitive track here at Snetterton. They're all bunched together in the CTC, and that was a bit wide from the 86 of Colin Claxton there. The Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Regain control of it, back on course. And now heading towards Agostini, there is the number 28 of Alan Wayman. And side by side, the 52 and the 48. And now it's still very open, this. Not much changing of places so far. Still our race lead with the number 72. And that's Stephen Primmett. He's heading through Brundle towards the right-hand turn of Nelson and then the bomb hole. Back tyre just lifts off the apex there, brings it back in. Still very much in control of this race. And then number 99, David Margulies, the Alfa Romeo GT V6. Applying pressure in the middle of the pack. And they're all taking this corner with expertise and precision. And over the start-finish line they go. And there is a shift of positions. Currently in second spot is still the number 78 of Max Luck. Stephen Primmett still in control. Is going through Wilson on the hairpin and still in control of the car. That was David Margulies again. And in third place in the 83A class is the number 1 bunching up still, but very little separating the 83 C classes of Stephen Primmett and Mike Luck. 0.7 of a second, just over, just at 7.6, 7 seconds between them. And they're really flying around this track. Stephen Primmett looks comfortable and in control as he maintains a comfortable lead, approaching Brundle and Nelson once again through both. Goes wide and following the same line is Mike Luck. And just behind them, it's the number 18, Mark Lucock. Can't quite make out the number of the one behind him. We'll get a closer view of that and confirm who's in that fourth spot. And here they go through the turn at Murray's, and once again they will be heading down the centre straight, and indeed they do go flying past. Still Stephen Primmett out ahead and in control. And then Mike Luck forces his way back up into second place. And maintains it as he goes through Wilson. And then the number 55 of David Howard in third place. Primmett then, Luck and Howard, followed very tightly, but the battle looks like it is now between Mike Luck and the number 55 David Howard in the Jaguar XJ12. He's in the pre-83A class. So little separating them. Just under 9 minutes to go in this first race of the afternoon. Fastest lap so far set by the leader Stephen Primmett. 2:17.391. A few thousandths of a second behind him was the Jaguar of David Howard. This is a good battle for fourth place. Stephen Primmett, he still way out ahead, and he's still followed by Luck and Howard. The tails of those cars in 4th and 5th push wide as they enter Coram. And now they're heading towards Murray's, trying to gain ground. The front 5 really have stolen a march on the chasing field, and here they come. Next one's through Murray's, but over the start-finish line goes Stephen Primmett, and he's followed by David Howard, who edges just ahead of Mike Luck. But Mike Luck gets it back, and he's into 2nd place. He follows the race leader now through Wilson, goes wide and hits hard onto the brakes, followed by David Howard. And it's Lucock. In fact, no, it's Mark Collerton in the 81. With that number 55, that is the unmistakable Jaguar of David Howard. Driver hails from Newbury. And the number 18 following up, and that is Lucock in 5th spot. His battle for 2nd place rages on and on. David Howard on the tail of Mike Luck. All the while, Stephen Primmett, who seems to be edging further and further ahead in this one. Now, the battle on for 2nd and 3rd, and also 4th and 5th, as Stephen Primmett comes down the Bentley Straight through Brundle. Now Nelson on the right hand side. Goes past the grandstand before the bomb hole. And a bit of a touch there. Coming together. That was between Lucock and Collerton. A spicy affair between those two as they trail the leaders, and a bit of a shake there, and he looks like he's off the track. And has he got it back? He has got it back, but he loses a position in doing so. That was excellent control. Looked like he was going to spin way off course then. And here we go, crossing the line, still in 1st place. It's Primmett, then Luck, followed by David Howard, and still we have a ding-dong battle between Lucock and Collerton. And now they're approaching Wilson. Is that rivalry in this race going to continue? And we've got another one off the track, the number 77. And that is Alan Greenall of New Malden driving the Ford Falcon. And David Howard continues to apply the pressure. On 2nd place, Mike Luck. Mike Luck driving the BMW E21 320. And he restores a bit of a gap between the two of them. And we've got another off the track in the centre. There have been a few in this race. Not right at the front, however. And we've got a red flag now, so everyone needs to slow down. There'll be no overtaking, and the drivers must also be prepared to stop if necessary. So let's have a little look and see what's occurred. We're looking at the number 26 there, and that's 2 cars. The number 6 and the number 26, so that section of bomb hole leading into Coram is looking rather slick. Maybe oil on the track, that might need some tending to. At the moment it's the number 53 who is at the centre of the grass verge at the moment, Stuart Radford. running his Triumph Vitesse. Less than 5 minutes to go, and the red flag still waving at the minute, so no overtaking. Drivers have to take this one nice and easy. So we're just waiting to see what the ramifications of this red flag are. Has this brought the session and the race to a complete halt? The race has been stopped at the moment. The marshals onto the track while the race leaders are into the pit lane. So they are certainly going to have a look at that piece of track. The oil making it very slick. Cars losing their grip. Too dangerous to continue, especially given the competition, the level and standard of the competition here. These drivers, they drive safely, but they do drive aggressively, picking the right lines to gain ground throughout. The right call here from the marshals, just to preserve everyone's safety. There we go, that is Alan Wayman working his way through the course. We're going to have a look one more time here, and it is both cars. The tails just spin out. Could have been a lot worse than it was. Small mercies, but that section of the track definitely needs tending to. And the spectators here today observing the social distancing measures that have enabled spectators to be on the site in limited number. So the marshals brought a halt to the action at the moment. Not much to look at on the course. Still those red flags waving. Now we're going to go over to Ian to hopefully shed some light on the matter.
It is now showing a different thing on our screen. I'm just going to wait for confirmation on what might be happening. Number 72, at the point the red flag came out, Stephen Fred was leading the race from number 55, David Howard. Third was 78.
Okay, right, we've just come down to the pit lane just to find out what is going on. It was quite action-packed, wasn't it? Let's grab a quick word very quickly. What's a bit of oil out on the track, I believe?
There's a lot of oil all over the track.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's really.
Where's it at the worst?
It starts at just before the bomb hole and all the way round. Really, I think the car drove to the sort of back to Hamilton's before he realised how much he'd spilt. Wow. So it's really quite dangerous.
Right, well, they've done the right thing then. Red flag in the race.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You should be able to get out soon. You happy with the start of your race?
Yeah, it was all right. It was going okay. I'd sort of got away from Alan in the Falcon and was concentrating on just keeping this young chap in sight and sort of lapping consistently and what have you, but do the best you can. Hello to all the boys in Dublin who are watching, because it isn't my car.
Well, he's looking after it very well.
Yeah. Look, so far, so good.
Fantastic. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Enjoy. Thank you. Here we go. Have a quick word with Stuart Kai as well. We did speak to Stuart earlier. Hello, mate. Hello. They've done the right thing. Red flagging.
What was it? I don't know what happened.
Oil. There's oil.
Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Yeah. It was coming round here. It was just so slippery out there. It was. So yeah, it's probably the right thing to do. Overall, it was a great race.
I suppose with this heavy thing, you probably don't notice any oil out there.
You'd be surprised, I tell you. You'd be surprised.
I'll let you get ready. Hopefully, it won't be too long. We'll get back out and get
Thanks, Ian.
Cheers, Stuart. Let's just move down a little bit as well. Let's see if we can grab a quick word over here. In fact, engines are starting to go off actually. Let's just have a quick. Hello.
Hi.
It's very good to see you again. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you.
Good. Look, it's been red flagged. It sounds like the engines are going off.
Yeah, no, somebody dropped some oil on the corner, and I was a victim.
Ah, okay.
And spinning this is like 360 with a boat.
You said it, not me. I'd be guilty of calling Mike Seaborn's Jaguar a bit like turning Titanic. I imagine this is the same.
Very similar, yes. I have to aim for the corner about 100 yards before I get there.
So actually Snetterton would normally be okay for you with it straight.
Well, yeah, it's not too bad. I got a bit bogged down at the start, which was a pity because I allowed these two cars to get in front. And but anyway, it's nice out there.
It's nice. Alan, you're a bit of a serial winner actually on the 366 category, aren't you? So
Well, I'm in Class A, on the basis I'm the only car in Class A, I win quite a lot. But
there you go then. No-brainer, isn't it?
But we got some very quick minis out today, so I got to pedal the metal.
It's great to see such a strong field, isn't it? I know it's mixed, but it's still great.
It's good.
Lovely. Thanks, Alan. Take care. Alan Greenhall there, may remember, was having a good time. Let's just grab a quick word of... hello, Alan. It's us again. You all right?
Yeah, not bad.
How's it going out there?
Well, it's all right, but I don't know. I can't keep up with this lot.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, it's an absolute monster of a car, you know, and you've got more than one actually, haven't you?
Yeah, I had the white one out last meeting at Brands.
So why this one this week?
It's higher geared. It's higher geared basically. The other one to be revving out at this track.
All right, look, I'll let you get yourself ready. Hopefully, we'll be back racing again very soon. I'm just trying to see. I can't get anybody down there. Doesn't look like we've still got the safety car flashing at the top end. I wonder if they might take everybody out soon, just to do probably a formation lap or two, see how they're going. Let's chat to some of the minis, shall we? Oh, they're just... right, they're just heading out now, so we're going to stick around, just watch them go before I hand back to your commentator. Kieran's going to take you back through the action very shortly.
The cars have indeed made their way back onto the track via the pit lane. Extensive patches of oil across numerous corners. Certainly was a hazard. They're still having to work on it in other parts of the track. We saw them working away at Wilson. We saw them working following the bomb hole. In fact, leading into bomb hole. Just trying to lift that oil off the surface so we can continue with some safe and pulsating action on the track. Not until the marshals are all clear. And now they are being let out from the pit lane with the safety car leading the way. Appear when they were brought in, David Howard had worked his way into top position. Behind him is Mike Luck, the number 78. And a very clear line there now between the apex and also where that oil has been covered up, almost acting as a guideline through that sharp turn at Wilson. So we'll have a safety lap here. Now the cars to warm up those tyres once again. It had been a battle between Stephen Primmett in the number 72, Mike Luck in the 78, and also David Howard in the 55. Hopefully we'll get a clearer idea of what has happened and who is left on the track to compete following that unfortunate little interval, but that is racing at the end of the day. As they go through Agostini heading towards Hamilton. Just shy of midway through this warm-up lap. 3 miles this track is. These cars make it look a lot less than that when they're going at full pace. It's only moments like this when everyone's forced to take a considered and measured speed that you realise quite how long it is. And of course, nothing going to change at the moment. Safety car in position. Unfortunate timing for the delay. We've got another 7 races to come here this afternoon. Next up, we return to the truck racing. Right now, it's still all about the classic touring cars, the pre-66 and the pre-83s. So is that Stephen Primmett as he dropped further back down the list? And here we go, we've got a look at the rest of the races that we have coming up here today in Norfolk. So following race number 17, we have race 18, that's the Truck Racing Championship, followed by race 19, the Legends Championship, 6 laps that one. And we go back to back in the CTC divisions. Firstly, it'll be the pre-93s and the pre-2003s, followed by the return of the Thunder and Boss cars back to the course, and that will be followed by race number 23, the final Truck Racing Championship tie of the afternoon. The pre-66 and pre-83 classic touring cars then return for their second and final outing before the day is rounded up with the Legends Championship taking on 8 laps of the Snetterton 300 circuit at around about 10 to 6. We'll have to see if the time is affected at all. But now they're starting to come back towards the start-finish line. There is a green flag being held by a marshal. The yellow flag still waving from the sides. Going to get them back into more of a grid-like position. So it is at the front, David Howard in the number 55 Jaguar XJ12, one of only 2 drivers in the pre-83 A class, the other being Alan Wayman in the yellow and black Chevrolet Camaro Z28. So in top spot, David Howard. Lining up in second, it is the number 78 of Mike Luck, the bright red BMW E21320. And there is a bit of jiggery pokery now as we try and get the right cars into what is the right positions before this resumes. David Howard beckoning someone from the sides to come and have a word with him. Let's be seeing whether it's anything particularly urgent. They're now chatting with the marshals. We certainly don't want any more delays. And returning, nothing untoward had happened, so back at the top of the pile, it is the 72 of Stephen Primmett. His Ford Escort MK1 is 2 classes below David Howard to his left, driving in the 83C. Very close to having racing action resume here. Just a reminder, if you were late to joining us this afternoon, we had a few laps completed. However, an oil spill on the track and around large portions of the track ground everything to a halt. The red flags were out waving, and the cleanup crew was brought in while the safety car marshalled these classic touring cars around the Snetterton track before eventually it has been cleared up and then returning to the grid so we can get competitive action back underway. There's round about 4 minutes left on the clock when everything did stop. We'll have to get confirmation of how long is to go in this one. But after a strong start from Stephen Primmett, he's going to have to do it all again. And the Jaguar of the number 55 to his left now at the start line. David Howard's car, and the green flag is waved, and there was a bit of a stuttering start there from the number 72 of Stephen Primmett, and obviously they're just going back through the motions, get a proper warm-up lap. Safety car slowed things down then on the grid at a halt. Those tyres get cool very quickly. Need warming back up to deal with the challenges, and there certainly are a few challenges here on this course at Snetterton. 12 different corners, just the 2 straights. Now we start to see the mist that's brought up by what they have covered that oil with. Much safer than riding across the oil itself, of course.
And then we'll get 2 racing laps in and see as to who's going to claim top honours. Count Stephen Primmett did what he did before.
And through Palmer. As they go past Palmer, there's a grandstand to the right of the cars as they pass before heading into Agostini. Very sharp left-hand turn, which leads into another left-hand turn at Hamilton. So a wide array of cars in this one. Ford Falcon, Triumph 2000, Alfa Romeo Sprint GT, Triumph Vitesse, Austin Mini 7, Mini Cooper S, Ford Anglias, Morris Mini Cooper S, Austin A40 Farina, Ford Lotus Cortina, Chevrolet Camaro. The classic touring car racing really does bring out a wide variety of automobiles. It certainly brings out a very interesting standard of racing too, and we can't wait to get back to it. Seems like we've had plenty of warm-up laps on this one already, just willing the afternoon to spark into life. Too much longer to wait. Through Brundle and Nelson. There's a huddle of minis at the centre of the action there, towards the centre and latter half of the field. And 2 cars that are bringing up the rear at the moment. And that's the sky blue number 33 of Max Clark, the Yorkshire driver, the Triumph 2000. We're getting closer now. The yellow flags are out and waving, ushering the cars back to the front of the grid. Revving his engine at the start line. It's David Howard, ready and raring to go in his Jaguar. Have to wait a little bit longer. A few more cars to line up.
Both those cars are in Class C as well.
Stephen Primmett to his right.
Whereas David Howard is in Class A.
A magnificent Ford Escort. Complete simplistic paint job on that one.
Just coming into position any second now. Keep right.
And are we just about ready to go? 5 seconds. And the afternoon's racing is back underway. And it is the 72 Stephen Primmett, Master Mortain, who surrenders the lead to David Howard, but expect that to and fro as it did earlier in the race. And indeed, David Howard in control as he enters the hairpin at Wilson, going very wide with Stephen Primmett. May have opened the door to someone else to claim second place there. And he does look like he has dropped back a few places. Yes, David Howard in control in top spot. In second place. Oh, we'll need to wait and see as they come around the next bend for confirmation. But it wasn't Stephen Primmett. He's dropped to third position, maybe even fourth. The number 18 getting ahead of Stephen Primmett there. And driving it, Mark Lucock. It's Ford Escort MK1 RS 2000. Putting on a good show here. Just minutes remaining. Under 2 minutes 30 to be precise. And David Howard leading the way, bringing them through Brundle. A little bit of smoke from a few cars there, and we have got another car out of the race. Max Clark stands with his hands on his hips beside his Triumph 2000, not the end that he was hoping for. Competitive action continues. Under 2 minutes to go now. Max Luck, Mike Luck even, riding the apex there. Trying to work his way back in contention. As he's currently in fourth, and on the outside of him is that number 18. Now they're heading through Riches, up towards Wilson. Into the brakes for David Howard. Stephen Primmett now into third place. And it is the number 18 of Lucock that's in second at the moment. Third place, Stephen Primmett. Mike Luck in fourth, but he has a gap between him and Primmett in third. Needs eating into as soon as possible. 40 seconds left in this one. Number 77 of Alan Greenall. Still David Howard out ahead. Takes the bend well. Robert Lucock staying very tight to him. Stephen Primmett in third place. It was going so differently before the oil spill and a halt to the race. Now it's all David Howard, but making a move on the inside of Robert Lucock is Stephen Primmett. And they're going to be very close as they go into the bomb hole. Going towards Coram now, the red BMW of Mike Luck. Still as a mist and spray kicking up off the track. Here we have our race leaders, first, second and third, and Robert Lucock just touching the dirt, kicking it up in Stephen Primmett's direction. Now we're heading for the centre straight. Who's going to come through? At the moment, David Howard is clear out ahead, and he takes the checkered flag, and he's followed. Oh, it's really close. We're going to have to wait and double check the seconds. I think Stephen Primmett might just have been edged out by Robert Lucock. Let's get that confirmed. So as things stand, it is Robert Lucock who's edged it in second place. So the top three, David Howard at the top in his Jaguar XJ12. Robert Lucock in second place. And 0.08 of a second difference between Stephen Primmett and Lucock in second place. Agonising, but we've seen some really close finishes already today. This course bringing out some very exciting ends to races as the drivers make their way back towards the pits.
Alan Green on number 77. 9th place is 44 Stuart High, and 10th place was number 99, which is Damon Hardway, at the wheel of his Alpha. 11th place was Al Raymond, car number 28, and 12th place was number 7, which is Kevin Bottomley, so he will finish
We're going to just have a little look back at this finish. It really was very, very close. And Stephen Primmett on the outside left of Robert Lucock. We're going to go into slow motion just to make sure. The time has it awarded to Robert Lucock at the moment. Look at that, agonising. So close together. Oh, to the naked eye, almost imperceivable. Let's go down now to Ian Waterhouse.
That was another exciting race when the red flag took it all on the track, but it was this man, David Howard, who really took advantage, didn't he? Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Mr. Howard himself. Oh, before I get my notepad, I'll grab a word with Mark Lucock first. Now, it's interesting actually, David Howard was the Class A winner in the 83 category. This man, Mark Lucock, was actually a class winner as well, despite coming home second place on the grid. Let's grab a quick word with Mark as soon as he's ready. It's quite exciting way to finish the race, wasn't it? It's getting those straps off, because I can tell you what, it certainly gets hot in these cars, doesn't it? He's getting out. There we go. Let's try hold the door for you. Oh, Mark, I'll let you take your helmet off. It's good to see you again anyway. And you must be pretty chuffed with that, right? You managed to hold Stephen off.
I'm pretty chuffed with that. Yeah, I thought if I was going to have an opportunity, it would be on the restart, and just managed to make the most of it, to be honest with you. I think people, because I was 2 or 3 cars back, they've been a little bit cautious a bit further forward. First time out on the oil.
I suppose the red flag, the restart, kind of threw a bit of a curveball into mix and an advantage for yourself.
That's
really.
right, exactly. So that's what I say. I had nothing to lose, and obviously we'd only got 2 or 3 laps to go, hadn't we? So
and you did it.
I gave it all, and here we are. Yeah.
Class winner, of course. Just the Jag, just a bit too much power down the straight. So.
Yeah, down the straights. You know, if he gets anywhere near you, it's like a missile.
It was stood here coming through. Congratulations anyway, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Mark Lucock there. Let's grab Stephen Primmett, shall we? He's just up here, coming home third in total, second in class. Can I just grab Stephen? Just a quick one. Did the restart, the red flag, kind of throw a bit of a curveball into the mix for everyone, didn't it, really?
Yeah, it's rubbish, wasn't it?
It was a shame, I have to say.
Yeah, well, I won the race, haven't I? Done.
Yeah.
Just outrageous, that much oil on the track. It's so dangerous. Just not happy at all.
Where was it at the worst?
Well, I just touched, as soon as I turned in, I was going backwards into the first corner. Just dangerous, man. 120 miles an hour, wow.
Well, I've got some good news for you. There's another race later. Cheers, Stephen. Thank you. Let's grab a quick word with Mr. David Howard. Mr. Howard, congratulations.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. It's so quick, isn't it?
In a straight line it is, but it's also 1.5 tons around the corners, which is different types of cars. I've said it before,
Absolutely.
Ultimately, when Steve can get going, he can keep up or beat my lap times.
Yeah,
but I've got to, you've got to use the power. In the first lap, first start, I didn't get in the lead. Which, okay, I was hoping to. But then I took 3 laps to get past Mark, who defended, fair enough defending, by the way. Defending's fair enough, moved once, not twice. And I really got him close. I could feel the wind. My car buffeted as I went past him on the start-finish line. And then I got up to Mike, and then I got past Mike, but he was out braking me because they're much lighter, these cars. So I have to touch. They know when I touch the brakes, they haven't got to, basically. So, the restart, and I thought, I know I can get the lead, but can I keep the lead? I thought, it can only be 2 laps.
Yeah.
It can't be more than 2 laps or 3 laps.
But
I can go on forever, because I love it when I'm in the car.
Yeah.
I hate it until the light goes. I hate the whole thing, but I love the car. I love the racing once the light goes out.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Race later. Well done. That's David Howard there, your outright race winner. Now it's time for the British Truck Racing Championship. But before we head out onto the track, I did manage to go up to the paddock and have a quick chat with some of the drivers.
This weekend, he won the second race of the weekend. This is race number 4 coming up, i.e. it was the final race they had yesterday. Tom O'Rourke sitting alongside the wheel of 86, so 81 and 86 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid, it's number 89, the Iveco Strada.
Championship, we've seen so much fun. Right, everybody, welcome back to the British Truck Racing Championship. We've seen so much fun action here today, haven't we? It's almost time actually for the next race as well, but we thought we wanted to have a catch up with some of the drivers ahead of it and get a bit of race reaction from earlier as well. Let's go have a quick chat around here. We've got Graham Powell over here. Let's grab a quick word with Graham and just see how his weekend's going to. Oh no, maybe not. So let's go over this way. Let's just grab a little word. Let's just see. We're having a bit of a look to see what's going on. There's quite a lot of noise going on around here at the minute, isn't there? I think it might be. Is everything all right with the truck? Yeah. So it's been.
Let's go round there. Can't hear.
Great idea. I've got a headphone in, I've got a face mask on, I can't hear nothing. It's all right, it's all right. Look, it's been an eventful weekend so far, but there's still races to go. Yep. What's your expectation for the rest of the day?
We'd like to get third, continue through. I don't know where we finish there, maybe.
Yeah,
I think so. So just keep going, really. We've got a new engine, new team. They've absolutely worked flat out this morning because they broke the manifold. Fair play to them. We weren't going to go out actually, so just to finish as a result. And so just keep going. Hopefully we can get a better start next time. So.
That's what I like to hear. That's what it's all about. We'll catch up with you a little bit later. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much. Let's just head down a little bit further on to the Division 1s. We've got Craig Reed over here as well. Let's grab a quick word with Craig as well, just to find out if everything is all right. So we've got Simon and Craig Reed actually both. We chatted to them both quite a bit today. Gentlemen, the two, we've got Craig and Simon. Guys, just quickly, we're having a quick overview of the whole weekend. How's it? Oh, I know how it's gone for you. You're a happy man.
Yes, very happy. Yeah, very happy. I'd have been better if I'd have won that race, but we did. We changed the setup a bit last night, and it didn't go down well for me. So I'm going back to yesterday's setup a bit. But no, it was. I've really enjoyed it.
So for the next race, you're saying that
I'll be back where I was
could
before.
Be spectacular.
Yes, it will be. I'm literally I made the truck a little bit too undrivable for me, but now there's a bit of oil down as well, to be honest with you, on that last lap.
We saw two
went
people.
Flying,
we saw that.
But we got it together in the end.
We caught it on camera, but
no, spot on.
Fantastic. And Simon, let's just quickly talk to you. How's the weekend gone for you so far?
It's gone well, to be honest with you. We're sort of in the mix with the newer machinery, as you could say. So that's our aim of the game. Obviously, we got for the second yesterday. We seem to have just gone round that last. We made a couple of adjustments last night, and we've done just getting back used to the truck, and we've done the fastest lap of the weekend in that race then.
Top man.
Moving forward somehow, little by little.
So next race, let's talk next race then. Even quicker
obviously
then.
We're up. I don't know whether on qualification or the from the timings yesterday. I think we're on to obviously a reverse grid now, so that should make things exciting.
So what you're saying is you're a man to keep an eye on in the next race.
Always, mate.
That's fine. That's what we like to. Simon, best of luck. Well done. Cheers. Right, it's time to get going, isn't it? I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Kieran, to take you through the action. Right, everybody.
Okay, well, the green flag is waving and the warm-up lap is underway. Alongside me is the returning Pointy.
Bonjour, how are we?
We're not too bad. Let's have a little look at how the grid is lining up. So we've got Mark Taylor on pole position. Is he primed to keep that?
We'll see. A few technical difficulties and finding his groove this weekend. A little bit of a slow start in the earlier race today, but fingers crossed he'll be able to keep ahead of Tom O'Rourke, who's next in line, and quite a competitive drive. We've seen some great skill from him this weekend so far. And then third pole position, we've got Simon Reed, who didn't do too great in the last race, hence the reverse grid we see in front of us now.
Yeah, and then indeed holding the fourth position is Oliver James on the third row. First we have the 69 of David Jenkins, and 18 it's John Newell. Fourth row, Richard Collett. Didn't have a bad run out in the first race, but was just off the pace.
Indeed, yes, got a bit of making up to do. Again, he's been getting to grips with a new setup on the truck this weekend, I do believe. I was talking to his wife Kath earlier on in the weekend, and yeah, fingers crossed he helps it stick.
And alongside him on row 4, it's the number 11, Martin Gibson. Behind them, Ryan Smith, whose truck is adorned with the number 1, and then Stuart Oliver, who had a fantastic outing earlier on today.
He certainly did, yes. It's been 2 first place podiums for Stuart Oliver this weekend, so yeah, fingers crossed he can make it from the back and see a bit of action along the way.
So behind Stuart Oliver, it's Craig Evans and Bradley Smith, then John Powell and Graham Powell, Craig Reed and Luke Garrett, Stephen Powell, Adam Bint and Brad Smith complete the lineup in the second division.
Of course, Adam Bint and Brad Smith, although being on the lineup, won't be racing in this race. They're completely out for the weekend. Brad Smith loaded up before dinner time last night, unfortunately having engine trouble, and Adam Bint being loaded up this afternoon as well in between races with engine trouble as well. So lots of work to do for a couple of Division 2 trucks when they get back to their garages, and a lot to prove for Luke Garrett, hitting the circuit with his fresh gearbox for the second race today. A good performance this morning that hopefully he can build on.
Well, there's plenty that is in the driver's control, but sometimes Lady Luck has her say and completely throws a spanner in your weekend.
They certainly do, yes. Anything can happen, and that is indeed racing. Of course, all eventualities are possible, and fingers crossed, of course, we don't have too much dangerous action on the track this afternoon. A few minutes behind schedule, as you may notice, running 20 minutes behind time at the moment, with an issue in the race previous to the BTRC Championship. So as we see them making their way now, looking very nice in the sunshine. We can see quite a few spectators in the background there, Keith.
Yeah, it's we were saying earlier, well, when we had that little interval due to the oil that was on the track, that, you know what, everyone looks like they're socially distancing, and that's what people need to do so we can get people in the doors and keep events open to the public.
Exactly, yeah. It was so important, especially with how things are going with the possibilities of a second lockdown that everyone's talking about. It's so important that we try and support these tracks and support all of the outdoor entertainment venues to try and help them last out the year, really.
Well, we are heading closer and closer to the start of this one, the second truck race of the day. One more to follow later on. Who can build on the form of this morning, however? Well, at the front of the grid, reminder, it's Mark Taylor in pole position in the number 81, and alongside him the 86 of Tom O'Rourke.
Beautiful sight as they come round Murray's there. Truly lovely to see both the divisions so close to each other now in this new style racing. We see now the Division 1 starting to make their way down the centre straight towards the red lights. We see the red lights go out, and it's go We're racing here at Snetterton now for the second time today on Sunday. Huge roar as Tom O'Rourke and Mark Taylor neck and neck into riches, but Mark Taylor making it stick ahead of the game. John Powell also making a good jump, and Craig Evans and Bradley Smith just holding Luke Garrett back at the rear of Division 2. Ollie James getting very close to the back of Tom O'Rourke there, and Simon Reed looking for. We've got a bit of contact between Newell and Jenkins there by the looks of it, and Luke Garrett goes into the side of Craig Evans as Bradley Smith also is forced wide by Steve Powell. My goodness, what an opening to the first race, Kieran.
Yeah, what can ever prepare you to take that kind of contact so early in a race? That must really throw some people right off their stride.
Ain't nothing wrong with a bit of bump and grind.
Well, out ahead it's still the 81 of Mark Taylor, and Tom O'Rourke is being really closely pushed by the number 22 on our screens.
Slightly wide goes Luke
as
Garrett
well.
now.
Yeah. And again, another one.
Bradley Smith also struggling to keep it on the track there, as we see now back with 86 and 22 of Ollie James and Tom O'Rourke as they battle for second position. Simon Reed holding back Jenkins, and Newell just waiting for a space through to the front of the pack. And it is such close racing this afternoon, with Ryan Smith looking like he's found his stride right on the tail of Stuart Oliver as well.
Yeah, Stuart Oliver at the heart of everything this morning. A little bit further down the field, unfamiliar territory at the moment, as we go back to our race leader Mark Taylor as he is through Brundle and Nelson.
Yes, very good effort from Mark Taylor. He has got the skill, of course, having those 3 disqualifications at Donington Park with issues with overspeed. Let's just hope that he can make the points count this afternoon and maybe go home with some silverware.
You see some of the dust kick up. It's where the oil was on the track earlier.
Hopefully it won't have any too major effect on the large trucks.
Coming through. Murray's now heading for the centre straight. Still comfortably out ahead, it's Mark Taylor.
Massive lead.
1.922 seconds ahead of Tom O'Rourke.
As the Division 2s just start to come across the line to finish their first lap. Out ahead we've got Luke Garrett in the 42 truck, followed by 55 of Graham Powell, and then behind him 68 of Craig Reed, 46 Smith at the back. Might not have some issues with transponders with Division 2. There's Ricky Collett, looks like he's going over something on the track there. Do we think they did a good job of cleaning it up, or?
Well, whatever it was, there was certainly a lot of it on the surface. It does look like it might be proving a little bit problematic for some of the latter races, but we persevere regardless.
We must carry on.
And so does Mark Taylor. No interest in letting anyone in with a sniff of his lead at the moment. The battle really is on between Tom O'Rourke and Ollie James for second spot. Plenty of time to go, however.
Steve Powell and Craig Reed in the back of Division 2, neck and neck, whilst John Powell is right on the tail of the 42 truck Luke Garrett, who had a little bit of an issue earlier on in the race, but seems to be holding the first position quite nicely, but only 0.3 of a second ahead of John Powell.
And there we have Mr. Collett again, going a little bit wide. Not quite had the same control in this second outing as he did his first.
Some definite setup issues he's been struggling with this weekend. Mark Taylor still nicely ahead, finding the groove. Ollie James, though, looking like he's hunting him down as Dave Jenkins moves up into third position past Tom O'Rourke, who's now playing defence for Newell, closely followed by the teammates of the GT trucks, Martin Gibson, Stuart Oliver, and then Ryan Smith still at the back, just looking for that gap through.
And he's off the track now.
Oh, dearie me, is that John Newell we've got gone off there?
Maybe.
Yes, I do believe it was. John Newell heads off. I think Tom O'Rourke move up into the fourth position now. Is he in a safe enough position for them to continue the race, though? That is the question. We're looking for flags now, if we're going to get any.
Well, haven't had any yet. As things stand, Mark Taylor still in cruise control.
Martin Gibson now fighting for the space past Tom O'Rourke. Tom O'Rourke doing an extremely good job this morning of defending his first place position and of course going home with a trophy. Jenkins now on to Ollie James. We've seen a lot of tussles. Oh, now there's a bit of contact as Martin Gibson goes into the inside of Tom O'Rourke. Stuart Oliver with the power down, going around the outside now. Ryan Smith looking, but no, Tom O'Rourke gets the power back down, closes the door on Stuart Oliver. It's side by side. Martin Gibson there. Are we going round? Oh no, Tom O'Rourke dropping back now slightly as both the GT trucks, Stuart Oliver passing teammate Martin Gibson. My goodness, Ryan Smith now on the grass as well as he's trying to squeeze past Tom O'Rourke. It looks like every man for themselves out there as even Ricky Collett starts to find some feet and joins the party, but Tom O'Rourke just closing the door in time. We've got bodywork going everywhere. My goodness, what has happened in this lap?
Yeah, when Tom O'Rourke and Martin Gibson came together then, it did look like the wing had kind of caught the back end of
Yeah, fair whack of damage on the front of Martin Gibson's MAN now in the front left we can see. Obviously that was from the coming together on that corner, but hopefully no major damage there. We'll see usually how the trucks continue to handle on the tight bends as the race goes on. If there is any damage, you'll soon see them start to lose the handling ability.
Here's our race leader, and it won't be any surprise to you, it's still Mark Taylor, closest company behind him. Number 22, that's Ollie James. There's a bit of a gap now behind Jenkins and those chasing down in 4th and 5th, and that is Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson. In fact, it's almost 2 separate groups now of 3.
Yes, lots of battling going on in this second race, but if we look over to Division 2s just quickly, the 42 MAN Luke Garrett was screaming ahead now with a huge lead on John Powell, and again John Powell then also very far ahead of the rest of the Division 2 pack, starting with Graham Powell 55, Craig Reed and Steve Powell at the back somewhat, followed by Bradley Smith and Craig Evans.
So 7.5 minutes remain here. This British Truck Racing Championship affair.
Mark Taylor looking quite comfortable as Jenkins gets very close to Ollie James again. These two just can't stay away from each other this weekend. Lots of driving skill and quite well evenly matched at the moment, which is surprising to say.
Does that tend to happen when you've just got a little bit of a healthy competitive, or a little bit of a shove there?
Luke Garrett almost catching the back of Division 1 here. That new gearbox is doing wonders for his performance at the moment. Only a few seconds behind the pack of Division 1, which is, based on lap times, very quick.
Well, there is currently around about 22 seconds separating the 2 division leaders. It's much tighter at the top of Division 1.
Wow. Mark Taylor pulling a 2:26, Luke Garrett pulling a 2:30. That is insane. That is incredible.
Here we go. Watching Ricky Collett taking it up a notch. Battle continues between Ryan Smith, who is chasing Martin Gibson. Ahead of him, Stuart Oliver. 1-1 this morning. Mark Taylor heading through Nelson.
Quickest lap time of that last lap though, Dave Jenkins. So he is actually catching, if he can just find that room through. He's obviously got the legs on the rest of the pack, doing a 2:25.0, which is quite quick. I mean, the next closest to him would be in front of him Ollie James doing a 2:25.9. So again, looking at Luke Garrett, still very close to the times, actually going slightly quicker than the likes of John Newell, Tom O'Rourke and Ricky Collett at the moment. We've got Reedy in the pit lane, unfortunately. That's Simon Reed from Division 1. Looks like he has slipped out of the race, which is very unfortunate to see.
Yeah, don't want to see any competitors exiting the field unnecessarily. It's especially when the competition has been as fierce and interesting as it has been so far in this one. Even with Mark Taylor's control, there's still been a real exhibition of driving to challenge him. Just need to keep eating into that lead, as you said, Pointy.
Yes, indeed.
Those quick times that were coming from Ollie James and Dave Jenkins need to keep that momentum going. And at this point, what's that about? Is that Dave Jenkins getting in the right position to kind of slipstream his way up?
Well, this is it. You can see here as he's looking on the inside of every possibility. But Ollie James, again, as I said yesterday, huge improvement in his driving style from when I last saw him a couple of years ago at Pembrey. Obviously, his time in the European Championships have done him wonders, really making that truck as wide as possible around every bend. And Jenkins just not quite received. Graham Powell off again. Dear me, will he be able to get going now? Graham Powell losing probably his third position. I wonder if that was, yes, it does look like the corner. We've got some sand down on the track there where there was a spillage possibly before in the previous race. So we'll see how the positions end up after this lap. Ollie James not able to keep up with Mark Taylor for an overtake, still playing division at the moment. We've got a replay here now as we see, a lock-up from Graham Powell as he goes straight on at what looks like Nelson, is that?
I think it was Wilson. The early hairpin on the track, and as you say, just locked up and pretty much can't do anything at that point.
Definitely not. If you lose that traction, the amount of momentum and weight that you've got, 5.5 tons going in a straight line with no traction, is not a good combination at all. Martin Gibson looking quite quick though now as him and teammate Stuart Oliver are playing catch up further down the pack. Good 7 seconds behind the leader of Mark Taylor though.
A little over 3 minutes remaining. Pressure being applied by Stuart Oliver and crossing start finish line. One more time, leading the way, Mark Taylor.
Very good race from Mark Taylor. Really do hope that this one sticks. Truly deserving, growing in the sport for the past 12 months as well. A huge improvement. Although Ollie James looks like he's trying to catch him there on Wilson as they come round the very tight hairpin bend there. But Mark Taylor just looks like he's got the legs on him, pulling out of the corners.
He certainly does. Got excellent control of the truck. Hugs the apex very tightly. And while his competitors just going ever so slightly wider.
Lovely to see the Bullnose Freightliner though back in the British, along with obviously the Bullnose Volvo of Stuart Oliver. It does bring a nice change to the shapes of the trucks instead of having all of the flat faces. Ollie James now though looking like he's getting very close to the back of Mark Taylor. Now this is where the pressure will start to build, and Mark Taylor is going to have to use all of his experience. Oh, is that contact? No, it's very close.
It certainly was very close, and Ollie James already lost one side of his front axle. Just a bit of trim, nothing too much to worry him.
He does like getting rid of his fiberglass body parts, that's Ollie James does. But yes, pulling away quite nicely now. Mark Taylor, he truly is on the run of his life with just over 1 minute left of the race. Probably starting their last lap when they cross the line next.
That is arguably the closest that Ollie James has been to Mark Taylor as they've approached the turn at Nelson.
Very close indeed. Jenkins probably sitting back looking at a possible coming together of the two trucks as he gets a face full of gravel. A bit of contact now as Ollie James gets way too close to the back of Mark Taylor, but Mark Taylor pulls back a possible fishtail which I saw there, but he really is absolutely riding him, and Dave Jenkins poised to take the opportunity if either of these two mess it up.
Mark Taylor is in the zone right now. That is a heart-in-mouth moment, and handled it expertly.
He certainly did. I just really hope going down the centre straight now as Ollie James looks at the inside as they head towards Riches for what could possibly be the last lap with 30 seconds left. But no, Mark Taylor still pulls ahead again. Another impressive defence. But Ollie is not taking no for an answer as he screams up the inside with more contact.
Ollie has been aggressive. What would the point be in holding back now?
Dave Jenkins up the inside of Ollie James. Ollie James, you see now driving on the attack, could actually give way to Jenkins's positioning on some of these corners as he looks for every single gap past Mark Taylor. Unbelievable. And back with Division 2 just quickly, although the action truly is now the outside track limits there for Ollie James. Surely as he gets down the outside of Mark Taylor, will he be able to pip him to the post? It's neck and neck now as they go round the corner, but no, it's inside line for Mark Taylor as he comes out wide again, forcing Ollie James onto the rumble strips. He really is putting himself in some dreadful positions here, Kieran.
Indeed, Mark Taylor holding on as they go through Hamilton and head towards Oggies. Be a sharp right turn now before heading for Williams and the Bentley straight. Could that prove to be Ollie James?
More
big
opportunity. Ollie James. Mark and Ollie coming together. They are literally attached at the hip here as they come round onto the Bentley straights. Full power down. Ollie James just pulling ahead now. It can't be this close. Mark Taylor, Ollie James, neck and neck. Dave Jenkins just waiting for the inevitable problem that I can see happening in this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we've had a few race leaders separated from those in second by just thousandths of a second.
Oh, slightly
and
sideways.
Mark Taylor.
Fantastic control.
He does excellently to regain control there, and is that going to be enough to see him home? Ollie James still knocking on the door, still getting no answer.
I just hope that Mark Taylor is a little piggy in the brick-built house, because the wolf is knocking at the door right now. Ollie James just cannot seem to find a gap that sticks as Mark Taylor comes screaming round Murray's into the final lap. Will we see the checkered flag as they come back down the pit straight? Yes, the checkered flag is out, and it's last-ditch attempt. No, yes, it's Mark Taylor. Yes, Mark Taylor takes the first place. Oh my goodness me, that's fantastic. Ollie James second, and Dave Jenkins taking a very comfortable third. Then we've got Oliver, Gibson, Collett and O'Rourke, but it's still all to play for as Ricky Collett comes into sight now and crosses again.
What a fantastic finish, what a fantastic start. Mark Taylor never let up.
That was
rode every challenge, literally rode every challenge.
Literally, that was fantastic. That is some of the most intense racing I've seen in the British Truck Racing Championship for quite a while, and with no incidents, with no off trucks. Luke Garrett there now screaming through to finish his Division 2 race in first place, with quite a few seconds gap behind, looking to beat Craig Reed, having taken the position of Graham Powell. But no, John Powell takes the second position on the last lap. My goodness, well done John Powell. Then followed by Craig Reed in third position. Very, very good driving from both of the divisions. We're really seeing a lot out of John Powell this weekend.
Well, we're going to have a little look here at that battle that was raging between Mark Taylor and Ollie James. Ollie James just lifted and then pushed Taylor wide. Taylor did really well to bring that back in.
That could have been so much worse than it was, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very, very impressed with the poise of both of those drivers. Some questionable tactics, but that's racing.
I don't think either of them will complain at the end of that. They gave as good as they got, and now they make their way back into the pit lane.
Absolutely fantastic race for both the divisions there. Certainly one to remember. I'm going to head back over into the paddock now and hand out some trophies, and I'll hand you back over to Kieran.
Well, I'm going to hand over to Ian.
Wow, Mark Taylor didn't have to work for that, didn't he? Let's go and grab a word of him. He must be thrilled. Ollie James here, though, putting up a magnificent battle. We'll grab a chat with both of them to see if I can get Mark. Bear with us, it's quite loud here. Let's see if I can get it open so we can have a quick word with Mark as soon as he's ready. Just taking his helmet off, he's probably absolutely roasted. There's the door there. Well, mate. Well, just let him get his helmet off, and then we'll have a quick word of that.
How you doing?
Mark.
Thanks. We finally got there in the end, didn't we, eh?
I'll tell you what, you didn't have to work for it though, didn't you?
Oh, I know. We've had no but problems at Donington. and now it's Snetterton. My last race didn't go very well because the turbo went on us. So we've the good team has put it all back together and got new turbo on, and it's off like not good now.
I'll tell you what, down the Bentley straight at the back there, last lap, you got Ollie side by side. It could have gone anyway, but you managed to you had the inside line, so you managed to hold it round.
Yeah, we did. So it was a good battle that last lap was. So I bet it was enjoyable to watch.
It certainly was. Mark Taylor, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Your Division 1 race winner. Let's just grab a... Mark, do you want this open?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So we grab a quick word with Ollie James as well, because that was... Ollie, quick word. Wow, that was a feat. I must have thought you had him now in the last lap.
Yeah, I know, we just need one more lap like always, yeah. No, he had a good, to be fair to him, he had a good run at the start of the race to gain a big gap, and around here, everyone's lap times this weekend are pretty close, so I didn't know if we could gain it back, but we knew we had, a banker behind us, someone who's Dave, who's really pushing for championship points, so yeah, he wasn't attacking me so hard, so he pushed, and then one more lap we could have had him, but second place, not too bad.
Congratulations, it was a great race. Ollie James, second in Division 1. Let's go a bit further down. If we've got time, I would like to speak to Luke Garrett, if possible. Luke Garrett came first in Division 2, so it'd be great if we could grab a quick word. In fact, I can see him there. Let's go and just get him and offer our congratulations to Luke. Of course, he missed the race yesterday, didn't he, later on in the day due to a problem with the car. Let's just grab him, shall we? I'm sure he won't mind. Here he is. Congratulations, Luke. How do you feel?
Well, brilliant, to be fair. Obviously, we worked until 2:15 this morning redoing the gearbox. And then again we're up again at 6 to actually refit, so yeah, I'm very happy as you can probably imagine. So
it makes it worthwhile, doesn't it? All that hard work, late night, early start, you got the trophy, right?
Yeah, I got the trophy and our fastest lap we've ever done round here, so yeah, very happy.
Magnificent, superb stuff. Congratulations, Luke Garrett, Division 2 winner, and of course you've got to do it all again later as well. How good is that? What a wonderful race, and it's delighted to say we have to do it again with the Brokers Truck Racing Championship a little bit later. But now it's on to the Legends Championship. Now before the cars head out onto the track, I'm delighted to say I did manage to catch up with one or two of the drivers in the paddock. Right, hello everybody, it's almost time for the Legends Championship to get back out on track, but before they do, I'll just nip back down to the garages. I wanted to show this. Instead of wild Bill Reid, we've got mild Bill Reid. How good is that? However, he won't be too mild because he's going to start 4th on the grid in the next race. Come with me because I've just seen Rob Fountain as well, and he will be 2nd on the grid for the next race. There he is. I'm going to catch him off guard here a little bit. Rob, very quickly, it's been a pretty good weekend so far. You're 2nd on the grid for the next race.
Oh, you're okay. News to me, but yeah, that's good.
What's the thinking?
Right, thinking is really just get my toe down. If Miles or anyone comes past, if I can work with Miles or like with Will, that'd be good. Just keep it on the black stuff and keep it clean.
If there's anybody who knows what they're doing in one of these Legends, it's certainly you. Just talk us through what's underneath the bonnet, by the way, because you've got it off at the minute. I'd love to know sort of what powers these things.
So the engine comes out of a Yamaha 1250 engine, so you've got 5-speed, 6-differential gearbox. They're oil cooled, and as you probably can see on, they're air cooled. So as you can see on there, we have additional fans just to keep the engines cool. This is quite a hard track, and especially when you're bump drafting, the engines do get quite hot. But obviously you've got to do the bump drafting to get up in the positions. To be fair, they're very torquey, strong engine really, to be fair, and I think they've been running these engines since the Legends came out.
Right, wow, fantastic. Well look, I'm going to have to let you go because you better get yourself ready, haven't you? Best of luck for the race. So there we have it, it's time for the Legends to get back out on the track for the penultimate race of the weekend here. I'm going to hand over to the old commentator Kieran, who's going to take you through all of the action.
68 Bridgman, 23 and 68.
Thank you, Ian, and here we are ready for another Legends Championship race. A fascinating encounter earlier on today was claimed by Miles Rudman, who's having a fine weekend. He came in just 0.05 of a second faster than Jack Parker, who claimed second place. Daniel Clark, the man who took third. John Mickle also involved heavily in that battle, a big rotation of places ahead of the race. Now this is their second appearance of the day for the Legends. They've got one more to follow. They want to keep the form going, but what a race that they have to follow. The British Truck Racing Championship. We just witnessed a real exhibition, largely thanks to the combative spirit between Ollie Janes and the race winner, Mark Taylor. We're going to focus on the Legends now, and let's have a look at how they're going to be lining up on the grid. And again, a reverse grid here. Row 1, John Mickle in the number 4 on pole. Next to him, the 31, Robin Fountain. Paul Simmons in third spot. He drives the number 51. Bill Reed on row 2 alongside him in the 333. And behind them, Will Gibson and Connor Hughes. On row 4, Neil Shenton and Miles Rudman. He's looking to continue his fine form here at Snetterton. Behind them on row 5, Chris Needham and Stephen Whiteleg, of the 99 and 66 respectively. Behind them, Connor Mills and Nick Bridgman. Row 7 is made up of Jack Parker and Mike Schlupp, followed by Stephen McGill and Daniel Clark, then Cy Haraway and Stuart McAndrew. LB Clark on row 10, and Matthew Isherwood next to him. Chris Dewey at the back with James Newbury and Gerard McCosh ahead of them. And just a small delay here before the Legends get underway. We will be bringing you the racing very, very soon. And a chance to take a look at what a fine day we have got here for racing action. At the Snetterton 300 circuit.
So it'd be great if we could grab a quick word. In fact, I can see him there.
It's been glorious sunshine from start to finish, and not just today, across the whole weekend. Haven't had any precipitation on the track. Well, not from Mother Nature anyway. We had some struggles at the start of the afternoon. A bit of a spill of oil or some form of fluid, which was peppering the track on several locations, forced a considerable stoppage in the Classic Touring Car Championship, the pre-66 and pre-83s that kicked things off this afternoon. The trucks managed their way round the track without anything considerable or untoward affecting the result. We are going to hopefully see the Legends in action very soon. Let's have a look at how they finished up their previous race. We mentioned Miles Rudman in the Legend 34 Ford Coupe 1250 took top spot. He was followed by Jack Parker at just 0.05 of a second behind him. Amazingly, not the closest finish we've had today. We have gone down to the 1,000th of a second. It's been enthralling action. Daniel Clark was right behind Jack Parker, and John Mickle, the chasing pack from race 14, made up Connor Mills, Will Gibson and Robin Fountain. Neil Shenton, Stephen Whiteleg and Cy Haraway, who really was in contention earlier on, but he slipped away, finished 10th in that one. And Chris Needham and Matthew Isherwood didn't finish. But the fastest lap belonged to Stephen Whiteleg. So yep, almost time to get the action back underway here. And it will resume with the Legends in race number 19, which will be 6 laps in length around this just shy of 3 miles track. And the Legends cars now making their way from the pit lane onto the track, being led out by the safety vehicle. We'll get the warm-up underway. Fastest lap set in the previous race, that was by Stephen Whiteleg. Fastest lap at 2:14.683.
Car heading out onto circuit, ready for heat number 2 of what is the Legends Car National Championship with MRF tyres. I mentioned that you utilise MRF tyres over the course of the season.
And there we see them taking the corner. Wilson likes to be getting drier and drier at that corner. That little white line that you can see is equidistant between the rumble strips to the left and the outside edge of the track to the right. That was used to dry up the spillage of whatever the lubricant on the track was earlier. And someone's got their mascot on the back of a car there. And can't quite tell what that is, but it's very pink. That's what we can make out at the moment. At the moment, they're being led from Agostini down through Hamilton. And then it's a sharp right turn through Oggies, another right through Williams, and onto the Bentley straight, which has been a location that has led to so much action here at Snetterton today. Brundle and Nelson offering drivers across many different races the opportunity to improve their standing. Tail-enders of this one making their way through. And now under the bridge that leads to Brundle. And into Nelson. It's a wide open championship in the Legends cars. As we mentioned prior to this weekend, 2 drivers came in on 1880 points. Given that you can take home 200 points for a race win, well, everything to play for in this championship. 2 more rounds of action to follow after this weekend. They'll visit Pembury and then finish up at Brands Hatch in November. So this, the midway point for the season. Time to make a statement time to put a stamp on the championship table and stake a claim for finishing top of it come a few weeks' time. And the cars starting to get into formation as they are led through Corham and Murray's and back onto Senna Straight. And the number 14 there is driven by Daniel Clark. It's very central to the action in the first Legends race of the day. Toing and throwing, swapping the lead. Will want to climb quickly, get to the front of the grid again. Yeah, perhaps we will have another battle along with Mars Rudman, and they're away. And it's a strong start as they head through Riches. On the outside, heading towards Wilson on the hairpin, who has got the outright lead. A bit of a bobble there, car jumping up, it's regained control. And as they and he's going to go off. That's the second little knock he had. And that is the number, is it the 53, I think it was. We'll have a look at that when we can. There's Daniel Clark trying to gain ground. Bit of debris left on the track. Unsurprisingly, after that coming together. And that is the number 2, driven by James Newbury. It started way back in 21st position and is now out. It's Gerard McCosh that is driving with that stuffed animal on his back window. This one continues to hot up. They're coming very, very close together once more. Only 6 laps in this one. There's Miles Rudman again challenging right at the head of things. And the bump drafting technique certainly in employ at present. Looks like Miles Rudman currently in 3rd place, following his victory earlier in the day. He has opened up a slight gap between himself and the chasers, currently in 4th place. Can't make out the number there. Is it perhaps John Mickle? And here they come again through Murray's, and once again heading towards Senna Straight. And it's John Mickle who's out ahead, clean in the number 4. And his nearest company is coming from the number 57 of Will Gibson, and then it's Miles Rudman in 3rd. They're so close together. John Mickle holds through Wilson, and the tail of the number 40 Connor Hughes went a little bit wide then, but he regathered it. Yellow flags are waving in the background. Quite sure what that's in reference to, but as they're through that section, it looks like viable competitive racing continues at the front of the pack. The number 23 there. It's belonging. Here we go. John Mickle. Challenge still coming in the form of number 57, Will Gibson, the closest competitor. Miles Rudman behind them. Gibson is just a little over 0.2 of a second behind the race leader, John Mickle. And again, getting right up behind the leader. utilising that bump draft technique. Miles Rudman now going around the outside. Has he done enough as they come through Nelson? Yes, he has. Miles Rudman into the lead ahead of John Mickle. And in third place is the number 57 of Will Gibson. And we slip a bit further down. It's Whiteleg, Needham, then Shenton, Mills, Parker, Hughes, Cy Haraway in the middle of the pack. And at the moment, out the front and heading down centre straight, it's the number 1. It is Miles Rudman, still followed by number 4 of John Mickle. Then it's the 57 of Will Gibson and Stephen Whiteleg, his Legend Coupe. The Berry driver, currently in 4th place. Chris Needham, not too far down the road in Altrincham. He's in 5th spot as things stand. Still oh so close in this one. The drafting technique paying off here for John Nichol. He's edged back ahead of Miles Rudman. All about precision timing there. Chose his moment, made it count. Leads the race through Hamilton. And looking toward Oggies. Miles Rudman giving chase, trying to go around the outside. Can't do so. John Nichol maintains his position. So Miles Rudman in 2nd. Will Gibson in 3rd. Simon Whiteleg, Stephen Whiteleg, apologies, in 4th spot, driving the number 66. And Miles Rudman back into the lead now. To and fro they go. And back through Brundle, heading towards Nelson. John Nichol back in 3rd place now. Stephen Whiteleg into 2nd. Miles Rudman in control. It's Rudman, Nichol and Gibson are going toe to toe. Miles Rudman out in front. He's followed by the blue topped 57 of Gibson. And John Mickle in 3rd place. Metallic silver painted car and the bright orange lettering. He's falling a little way back and going around the outside of him through Wilson, but not beating him out was Stephen Whiteleg. And it opens up and it closes. Real ebb and flow to this Legends Championship races. And out ahead now, it is Will Gibson. In the spot where he made his move, but he made it count wherever it was. Miles Rudman just behind him, and then John Mickle in 3rd. And the number 40 there, that's Connor Hughes. It's a little uncomfortable, taking that bend a couple of times. Is holding out in the centre of the pack. Still, our race lead with Will Gibson. 4 laps of 6 down. Gap opening up between the leaders and the rest of the field. Behind John Mickle. Another huddle, a cluster of 3 cars. Will Gibson still out ahead. And takes the turn at Nelson. Rudman right behind him, pushing him all the way. And Will Gibson starts to open it up now. He's coming back towards Coram and Murray's, and heading for Senna Straight. And they're going to go flashing past any second now. Indeed they do. And the race lead still with Will Gibson from the Legend 34 Ford Coupe 1250cc. He's heading up towards Wilson at the front of the pack. We've lost another car further back. It's number 15. That'll be Clark. Looks like their race is over. And the number 13 of Jack Parker is on the tail of John Mickle. John Mickle has forced away into second place. And Jack Parker takes third. Miles Rudman drops down one to fourth. And the front four then have a little bit of a gap before those who are chasing come in. You see number 40 of Connor Hughes. He was followed by Chris Needham in the 99. And then behind him in the 83 of Western Supermare, it's Cy Haraway. And a good move here now on the outside from the number 4 John Mickle. Just one lap remains in this one. And now the race lead with John Mickle. Second place Will Gibson. Jack Parker in that sky blue and yellow car that's in third place. No mistaking the glinting of the sun bouncing off the hood of John Mickle's number 4. Miles Rudman is the man down in fourth. And as they go now into final lap, the unmistakable roar of the Legends cars. All to play for who will make a move. And John Mickle holding challengers out left and right. Nearest is Jack Parker in the 13. And Miles Rudman, has he done enough to get past Will Gibson here? Very close to one another, but Will Gibson looks like he's going to make it out through that one on the inside track. And indeed he does in third place. But pulling away are the leaders, John Mickle and Jack Parker. And taking a little look on the outside is Gibson's car. The number 14 of Daniel Clark doing battle with the number 35 there. That's Neil Shenton. But they're some way off the lead at this point. We're coming closer to the end. John Mickle, he's been up there or thereabouts throughout this one. Come on, Miles Rudman getting right on the tail of Will Gibson. This is where you might see the bump draft come into effect. Jack Parker, having worked his way into second spot, might even be able to just push John Mickle on and maintain them both in those top two positions. John Mickle, man, leading the way. Jack Parker behind him. Will Gibson in third. Miles Rudman is in fourth. The number 23 there, taking fifth place at present. And they're getting very close now as they come through. Who's going to take this one? It's going to be tight again, but it will be John Mickle. John Mickle followed in by Jack Parker. That was mightily close once again. Been a very familiar story today here at Snetterton. Highly competitive racing, very close finishes. John Mickle benefiting on this occasion. And that looks like a second place finish of the day for Jack Parker. And Jack Parker was in 0.065 seconds behind John Mickle. Fantastic race once again. And we look a bit further down the final places. Miles Rudman finished in 4th. And now the cars led in to the pit lane. There's one more over the finish line. Is there anyone left to complete this one? Let's go down to the pit lane, have a word with Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, another fantastic Legends race. They all go down to the wire, don't they? Aren't they so exciting? Here's your race winner, John Mickle. They're going to park up right here anyway, because they've got to have their electrics tested, which is actually pretty handy for us, isn't it? Because it means they have to come again. There's Jack Parker as well, 2nd place. We're going to have to grab a quick word of him shortly as well. And we've got Will Gibson too. So we'll grab a quick word with John when he's got a spare moment. Oh. Sounds good. So John just getting himself ready, another fantastic. It's not the first time we've spoken to John as a winner this weekend, is it? And of course we've got Jack Parker still in 2nd place. He's still not been off the podium. Let's see if we can grab a quick look. And of course Will Gibson, his day today is certainly a lot better than it was yesterday. He's got to be happy with that. John's just getting himself nicely prepared. We spoke earlier, didn't we, when we were down in the paddock? These things do get pretty hot, and especially with the temperature that we've got today as well. He's just locking it in, making sure he doesn't run away. John, congratulations, just making sure it doesn't run away. Not the first time I've spoken to you this weekend as a winner.
No, it's quite good. No, that race was really good. It was hard work. Front was always good, but it's always hard work. You sit and duck, and we needed just to team up and to get going, and it was hard work.
And is that what you do? I've heard this so much here at Donington. It's all about teamwork, isn't it?
It's all about having people you can trust to push it, because you're being pushed at 100 and some odd mile an hour, and someone's bolted to your back bumper, and you got a bit of trust they're going to let you go when you want to go.
Well, John, you've got to be really happy. I've got to tell you something. You've got to do it all again later as well.
Yeah, be good, wouldn't it? On the back.
Congratulations. Right, where's Jack gone? Jack. This is becoming a real theme, isn't it? Again, another podium. You've not been off the podium. You've had a win. You've had about 38 seconds. 10 for 30. No, I'm joking. Let's tell us about that race. How was it?
No, it was a good race. We started at the back this time and worked our way all the way up to the front. And yeah, we grabbed 2nd in the end. Just not enough for the podium to finish. But
0.065.
Yeah, it always seems to be the case. Just off.
Well, you have had a win this weekend. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, maybe in the final I might be able to.
Well,
but if I could get another podium, that'd be great.
Well, how good would that be if you could do a clean sweep of podiums? That'd be great. Just said to John, you've got to do it all again as well. Here he is, Will, as well. Will, we've been talking a lot this weekend. We've been talking a lot to Jack as well, because you guys, Sunday's certainly got a lot better for you today, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lot better. It's taken us all weekend to get on the podium, but finally got there. Yeah, I think we could have won it, but it's just the luck of the draw. A couple of laps less and we would have had it, but it's the way it goes sometimes. It's Legends.
You've got to do it again, though. Another chance.
Yeah, we should be starting a little bit closer to the front, so hopefully we can get away. You just can't put a gap. I mean, I tried to work with John in that one to push him away. Looked in my mirror and there was a blacking Dayglow yellow car right in my mirrors. Yeah, it's good frantic stuff.
That's what makes it so exciting, though, right?
Yeah, that's why everyone loves Legends racing. It's good to watch live. It's good to watch on TV. So yeah, it's good.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
Lovely. Right, there we go. It is now almost time for the to go back to the classic touring cars time for the pre-93 03 cars to head out on track. But before we do, I went for a little walk around the paddock to catch up with some of the drivers. Actually, haven't we, to catch up with Mike Seaborn ahead of the pre-93 03 Classic Touring Car race. And I say actually ahead of that race, Mike, I've just been informed it's not going to happen for you, is it?
Yeah, unfortunately off the line in race 1, the clutch, something close to exploded and has wedged itself firmly closed, so yeah, won't be out for race 2, unfortunately.
That's a real shame. Well, look, let's talk through race 1. It obviously didn't go to plan. It's not always been the case, though, has it? I mean, I've been guilty of describing this thing like Titanic to turn. What is it like to drive with these classic touring cars?
It's actually really great. It grips better than it really has any right to. It went surprisingly well around Brands Indy, to say you're always moving on that circuit, you're always braking or turning, and it was up there with the BMWs. It was great. You know, it really it handles better than it should. It shows its bulk somewhere like Cadwell. When it gets tight, you notice it then. But yeah, it's better than it deserves to be, I think.
Is it powerful? Let's just have a look, because you've got the bonnets off, isn't it? Now, I would have thought perhaps round circuits that are a bit more tight and twisty, it might be a bit of a nightmare. Snetterton, I would have thought, would suit it.
Well, I would have thought so as well. You think you've got quite a powerful car when you've got a 4-litre straight 6, but it turns out that the pre-93s is actually full of power-crazed mad people. So this actually doesn't really acquit itself that well in comparison. This, if you build one of these engines fresh, an AJ16 like this, you can expect 300 horsepower when it's built. This has done 3 or 4 seasons. It's probably 250 odd at this point. I would hazard a guess. But then when you go and talk to the guys, even the Civics in our class, the 03s are 250 horsepower.
Yeah.
So it's amazing. You know, you wouldn't look at it and say, well, this is going to be slower around Snetterton relative to the rest than it is around Brands, because of those 2 big straights. But it actually is. It just doesn't make up that much.
It's those pesky BMWs, isn't it?
Oh, they're terrible. They're terrible.
Well, Milo, thanks for talking to us. I know it's not how you wanted to end your weekend, but we'll see you next time.
Yeah, and I had a good race 1, so I'm not too worried about that. It was worth turning out for.
Good man. Right, we're going to keep going. We're just going to walk back through and just have a look at this. Remember, the classic touring cars, it's not just the 93s and 93s. There's the Boss and Thunder Saloons and the pre-66 and 83s as well. We are just going to focus a little bit more on the 93s and 03s. We do want to have a good look at these cars because they're wonderful. I did see Andy Cripps and Mark Dugdale knocking around as well. It'd be good if we can catch up with them. Whether we can or not is another matter, but we're going to go find out, aren't we? It's one of the things that we enjoy doing with this is taking a bit of a random walk. And by the way, just look at the Aston Martin over there. I don't know if you can see that. What an absolute monster. We're going to be catching up with that a little bit later as it goes out onto the circuit. But here they are, 2 of the BMWs in the 93-03 category. We've got Mark Dugdale and Andy Cripps as well. So let's go have a look. There's a David Griffin's Diet Coke car just to my right, and let's see. Hello, chaps. How are we doing? How's your weekend going, first of all?
Yeah, it's not too bad, thank you. A bit hit and miss at times, but a little bit off the pace where we'd like to be. But me and Mike had a good old session out there in race 1, so hoping to repeat in race 2.
Is there a reason that you might not be quite where you want to be?
Plenty of reasons. None of them got any justification whatsoever, apart from tyres and lack of experience. Only the 3rd race meeting for this one. He's got no excuse. So.
Mike, what's
What excuse? Just lack of track time and keeping in company.
So you're expecting you two to go toe to toe again in the next one, yeah?
Oh, that's the plan. That's the plan. Yeah, we want to repeat the first race, don't we, Mike?
Not quite. I need to go maintain my talent levels at the last corner. I seem to lose them in the last race. But.
Well, it's a pretty honest assessment. Guys, thanks so much. Enjoy, won't you? Thank you very much. Right, it's time to get out on track for the Classic Touring Cars pre-93 and 03 category. I'm going to hand back to Kieran, who's going to take you through the action.
And the warm-up lap is well underway here at Snetterton. Our next event, well, it's back in the CTC, the Classic Touring Cars Championship between the pre-93 and pre-2003 cars. We have seen them once already today at the very start of the day, and that was a race that would be taken in emphatic fashion by David Griffin Really, really close one between he and Stephen Pearson. Just behind them, AJ Owen.
Right, everybody, we've come down to the paddock, and it's a little bit sad, actually, isn't it? Because we're almost time for the final race of the Legends Championship this weekend here at Snetterton. We've come down to the paddock really for one last time to catch up with some of the drivers.
On pole
Somebody
again
I
with
really
Stephen
wanted to speak
Pearson
to
right next to him, behind
Connor
him,
Mills
AJ
as
Owen
well,
and
because
Andy Cripps
Connor
on
was a
row 3,
serial winner, as
Dale
we
and
know,
David Howard.
at Donington.
David Howard enjoying a relatively good day as well. He's been championing
Looks like he might actually go through
some of the other races. Behind them, on row 4, David Nixon and Kaylee Twigger.
It's the most feisty.
Seaborn, Andrew Sheraton on row 5.
Everyone's so competitive.
Andrew Smith, Jake.
And with the balloted grids,
Margulies on row 6.
and back, we've been in the middle both times, which isn't ideal. And like I say, it just seems like no one's working with me this weekend, which doesn't add to the,
Did you upset somebody at Donington?
I must have done. Look, we need to stay out of trouble, pick up some points.
A little bit of a slip
See what happens with Pembury, and if not,
places.
Brands are home track, rain, shine, snow, whatever, we're quick there, so we'll try and win it there.
One more opportunity. Thanks, Connor. Best of luck here. Connor Mills there. Let's just have a look. Chris Hughes car over here.
Fastest lap.
Looks like everything's
in
okay.
this category
Checking a few
morning.
tyre pressures. Everything all right with the car?
Speed of 81.5
we hope so.
miles per hour.
Race is almost going. It's quite sad. The weekend's almost over, isn't it? George, getting a tinge of sadness when it's the final race.
Yeah, 3 mile track at Snetterton. Pushed all the way.
We're enjoying it.
It's been great, I've got to say. It's been so much
second
fun.
appearance for the
It must be even better to be right. Sort of here in the
93
garages
and
in the thick of it,
2003
getting
cars.
involved.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. I'm new to it. It's my first time to a Legends
Championship,
event at all.
plenty of categories.
We're all just newbies.
393s and 303s.
That's what I did. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the...
And A to D respectively. We did have an oil spill earlier, or what we believe was oil. There was certainly some form and fluid on the track that needed
outings as well. And let's move a little bit further down as well. We've got some more action. Let's just have a quick chat. These guys will be very kind to us all weekend, providing us with plenty of onboard footage as well. Just
straight,
quickly,
yellow flags are waving.
I'm a little bit sad. It's been such a great weekend. Are you ready for the final race? Is this going to be a spectacular show for us?
I hope so. It's my first time starting up at the front with everybody.
Make it creeping along
an eye opener.
To the start line.
Got battered about a little bit in that race then, and ended up falling off the front.
That's it. It's time
Pearson,
to
as he did earlier,
get the cars out on track for the final race of the Legends Championship this weekend here at
alongside him to the right. In that Diet Coke adorned car, the number 34, it is David Griffin. Much smaller field than in several of the races we've had. 5-second warning, green flag in the marshal's hand. And the cars are away. David Griffin has close company, but it isn't Stephen Pearson, who's dropped a place or two. David Griffin heading towards Wilson. And in the green car, right behind him. Oh, just waiting for a confirmation of quite who that is. Couldn't quite make the number out as they came around that corner. So David Griffin in control early doors. An incredibly congested pack. The number 2 are in second place at the moment. David is Pearson. As he climbed back. Perhaps not, he certainly dropped a few places. The car's going wide again, in fact that was Pearson. He's behind AJ Owen in that 1-2-3, the Honda Civic Type R. David Griffin opening up a healthy and early lead here. It's a 15-minute race, this one. And believe me, they will need every second of that to be assured of any of the points here. So David Griffin really comfortably in control of this one. And Stephen Pearson has earned his way back into second place. Looks like he's ahead of Andy Cripps. And they're going through towards Coram. Coming back up towards Murray's. And in the number 3, that's Kaylee Twigger. And crossing the start-finish line is David Griffin. That's the second between him and his nearest competitor, Stephen Pearson. And then it is Andy Cripps currently in third place. AJ Owen, though, thinks about making a move. Ups against it in the end. Looked like he was going to take an aggressive line on the inside of Andy Cripps. And wow, David Griffin really is just pulling further and further away. Stephen Pearson starting to make his mark also. Looks like it's going to be between those two for top spot. AJ Owen and Andy Cripps are going to have to duke it out for third place. As they go around Palmer, we'll head towards Agostini. That was the number 51, Mike Dugdale, who was following up behind. Andy Cripps is the green car. There is AJ Owen in that slipstream of Andy Cripps in the red Honda Civic. And this looks like a very intriguing battle between the two of them. It is one where Andy Cripps is looking comfortable at the moment. And he starts to pull away. Still out ahead, Andy Griffin, very comfortable at the moment. At least a second between him and Stephen Pearson. Stephen Pearson, he's built a healthy lead ahead of Andy Cripps, and is AJ Owen going to make his move now? No, he's boxed out by Cripps. Made the car nice and wide there. Andy Griffin still out ahead and in control. The 53, Stephen Pearson. Andy Cripps goes really wide. Can he bring it back? And he's ridden off the track and goes straight across AJ Owen. AJ Owen hits the brakes and assumes third place. That was costly. We'll have to have a little look back to see quite what happened to Andy Cripps there. Lost control, pushed one way, then the other, ended up off the track at Murray's, which opened the door for AJ Owen. And as they come through, there is AJ Owen. Spotted the opportunity, made no mistake in taking it. Now he is followed by the number 51 of Mike Dugdale, driver from Eastleigh, the BMW E36M3, which is the same car Stephen Pearson is driving in second place at the moment. There's AJ Owen, the number 3 there. That is Kaylee Twigger, a Nottingham driver, Rover 220 Tomcat Turbo. David Griffin, still so comfortable. He and Stephen Pearson so far ahead of the rest of the field. And there it is. David Griffin going through Brundle first and heading for Nelson. the leader still looking very comfortable. Behind him it is Stephen Pearson. Stephen Pearson is then followed up by AJ Owen. We do have another Honda. That's not the Honda of AJ Owen though. David Griffin crosses the start-finish line again. Obviously, number 52 of David Nixon leading the 3 of Kaylee Twigger. David Griffin round Wilson once again. You see in the distance coming up to that same turn with Stephen Pearson. David Griffin just looks so comfortable in this one. He's had a really strong day here during his time in Norfolk. And there's Andy Cripps, who, but for what, well, it's not conclusive yet, we'll have to take a look back, but he was driving aggressively and lost control of the car. Whether he'd taken a slight bump in the process remains to be seen. He certainly dropped away from the top 3. And we continue there with David Nixon and Kaylee Twigger. Relatively inseparable, those two, in a race all of their own. And they're coming up through Agostini, heading for Hamilton. It's Kaylee Twigger who trails behind David Nixon. Nixon in the Rover Tomcat. And there's David Griffin again, the race leader. Still a long way ahead of Stephen Pearson, looking so comfortable. And Twigger and Nixon, their battle rages on. Stephen Pearson trying to close some of the gap on the leader. He's going to have a tough time of it. Good couple of seconds in it, and we have 6 minutes to go in this one. Confirmation that the lead remains with Andrew Griffin. He's followed by Stephen Pearson. A bit of a wobble there, but does well to keep control of it. David Griffin, I should say. David Griffin, composed, and doesn't look like anyone is going to touch him in this one. He's waiting for a challenger to try and catch up with him. Stephen Pearson in second place, AJ Owen in third. Here we've got again Kaylee Twigger still trailing David Nixon. It is as you were between the number 3 and the number 52. Nixon from Malvern. He's in control of that situation. Andy Cripps, man who lost control earlier. And David Griffin. Comes through again, unscathed, just picking the right line, executing it well, staying in control of his race. He's about half a second quicker with his best time ahead of Stephen Pearson. In fact, it's a little bit more than half a second. David Griffin. Heading up towards Wilson. And he hasn't got much company as he finds a way to Palmer. Is he just going to ride this one out solo? So long as he stays in control. We've got to look for some of the later challenges. It looked like it was going to continue being a battle. 7th and 8th spot between David Nixon and Kaylee Twigger. They started back on row 4. They've been clinging to each other ever since. Andy Cripps looking to force a way back into some form of contention. Picks a good line. And as he goes through, a little bit, was that a bump there? Or was it just a very sharp change of direction from Mike Dugdale? He came up behind Andy Cripps, and Cripps has gone wide and he's off the track. He's back on very quickly. It's been a really inconsistent race for him so far, this one. Started with great promise, and it's just fading away ever so slightly. Behind him, Mike Dugdale, offering no quarter, applying the pressure. And they go along Bentley Straight, back with David Griffin. Andy Cripps, Mike Dugdale, right on his heels. We've got a flag up here from the race marshal, a black and white flag. It's warning a driver that his or her behaviour is suspect. They might be flagged. Let's see who it was aimed at. Now with a little over a minute to go, David Griffin in the number 34. And still Andy Cripps. He's found a battle at every part of the race today, and at the minute it's between Mike Dugdale for 4th and 5th. And at the moment Andy Cripps is getting the better of that battle. And Dugdale slipped just behind him. Ahead of them, AJ Owen, Stephen Pearson and David Griffin. Andy Cripps goes wide into the turn at Agostini. Dugdale outside him but behind to the right. David Griffin. Again, Andy Cripps just flirting with the edge of the track. Keeps it on again. And still has Dugdale for very close company right behind him. And it's going to go right to the wire between Dugdale and Cripps at this rate. And there's the checkered flag. First one through, David Griffin, followed by Stephen Pearson. David Griffin, really, he won that one at a canter. And that's some smoke coming out. The number 52. And that is Nixon's car. Quite sure what happened. going to take it easy as he brings it back. And Andy Cripps now crosses the line. He's followed by Mike Dugdale. And that completes first to fifth. A wave from David Griffin to the crowd. And a thumbs up as well. What a day it has been for David Griffin. This morning took a win, picks up another one now, and he leads Stephen Pearson and AJ Owen down into the pits. And there is the car of Andy Cripps, followed by Mike Dugdale into those pits. And to speak to the drivers, it's Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, welcome back down to Parc Ferme, and here he is, the outright winner, Dave O'Griffin. Dave, I did say to you, actually, I'll let you get your helmet off first, but it looked reasonably comfortably, didn't it? Stephen Pearson in second, AJ Owen. In fact, it's exactly the same as we had a little bit earlier. David, I did say to you, I've got a feeling I might be talking to you again today, didn't I? And here we are, congratulations, you've got a big smile on your face.
Yeah, I think I said I wouldn't fluff the next start, and I think I fluffed that one as well, so it was good to get the win in the end. It was pretty greasy out there, and the temperatures got up a bit high on the tyres, I think, so it was a bit slippery, but as long as you don't make the mistake when you're leading.
That's it, true. A lot of oil's gone down over the weekend, hasn't it? But yeah, it's you managed to get it home, you managed to take it up, and it did look relatively comfortably.
Yeah, it always looks a lot more comfortable than it actually is, but the boys at West Suffolk have built a beautiful car. Like, even when you're out there on your own just driving laps, you can put it exactly where you want it all the time. It's a superb bit of engineering.
Look, congratulations, you are the Pre-9303 winner, of course, outright winner, class winner, of course. You're not finished yet, actually, are you? You're out a little bit later too, in the Thunder Boss as well.
Yeah, straight back out. Get the slicks.
I bet you might have a little break. Have a nice cup of tea, David.
Thank you.
Cheers. Let's go grab Stephen Pearson, shall we, as well? And Stephen, how you doing? Good to see you again. It's just a little bit too much.
I got mugged at the start, got hit.
Oh no.
And then they started playing silly boys, and it just took me a little while to get in my stride.
Yeah.
By which time David gone.
Yeah, I imagine if you get a bit of a lead and he's got clear air, it's next to impossible, I suppose, unless he makes a mistake.
When you get a bit roiled, you then tend to overdrive, so you don't gain anything anyway.
Right, so
anyway. No, I had a good day, been fun.
Good day, good weekend. We'll see you next time, right?
Hopefully.
Top man, thank you, Stephen. Let's watch your back, Leon. There we go. Right, let's just grab a quick chat with AJ. It's a repeat of race one, isn't it, really?
Yeah, swamped by another BMW off the start, but no, it went it was fully expected, really, that what was going to happen at the start. Surprised Stephen to get away too well. So Andy Cripps made a fabulous start, went round the outside of everyone, and then it was just a case of applying the pressure, make him overdrive a little bit, which he did. He had a little mistake into the last corner, and we did well to avoid the accident that when he was a bit out of sideways over the curb, and it was just settling in and then just chasing the lap times on my lap timer and just seeing if we can get a little bit quicker and quicker. But I think the tyres are well past their best. So,
do you know what? I was just having a little glance of that. I mean, they're almost cuts in there.
Yeah, they're pretty old. They're pretty old. The back doesn't do much really on a Civic, so they keep the bumper from scraping the ground. So no complaints. We changed the rear end again for race 2, and it was really good actually. Really confidence inspiring even from the start. So I think we've got a little tweak there. It does compromise the front of the car quite a bit, but no, I'm happy. Silverstone in a few weeks, only half an hour away, so lovely.
Oh, there you go, look. You have a lion. AJ, congratulations, we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, lovely. I did want to grab a word with Dave Nixon. He came in, actually, one of the Tomcats, but he's driven straight back out again, so we're not going to be able to have a word with him. Multiple class winners here today as well. Look, it is time for us to go to a short break, but not too short, because it's time for the Thunder in Boston. They will be going out next. I did have a little walk down the paddock a little bit earlier, and I know we're going to play that for you just before they head out. So now's probably time for yourself to grab a quick cup of tea, but don't be long, so we'll be back soon.
when the red flag came out and they weren't able to start the race, but was disqualified from that race because had ignored the black and orange flag that was hanging over him. So the race win actually went away to Steve Derby in the end by the time that we had taken into account everything that he's taken into account. Goes back to that as well. So Steve Derby that actually to win with that Campbell in the second place, Mark Baker in the third place. Overall safety time on the exercising through the grid there for this one. The race of daylight will be based on their second fastest times from qualifying yesterday. So it is number 31, Curtis Campbell, that is on pole position alongside number 17, Henry with the short distance now 6. And that being David Miller, who is indeed now against his now on grid. Road 2 was written this one, 17 right number 1. Road 2 is written number 1. Cleveland Derby, who retired from race number 1. And yes, he did as well. The number 1 Cleveland Derby, and the race 1 winner is only one again, Steve Derby. 1 and 6. Third road 3 Mark Baker, and 5 to Fox, 3 5. Road 4 is 42, Simon Kendrick, and 29, which is Vanessa Golfer. Still 29. Road 5 number 3 is 8 for Whitby, and number 3 is Adrian Alton, that's 8 number 3. This row of the grid is 91 Still Rigby, is Baker, 91 and 2 on road 6. Road 7 of the grid is Marlon and 2 from 30, and Robinson is 20 there, which is hard. Roll yesterday qualifying, so there's a gap, and then we'll have to say, well, Golfer. So road 7 is a gap, and then as well, Golfer. Row 8 is number 11, Chris Dillard, and 14 on 4 David Ambrose. That's at 14. Row 9 is 33, which is Matt Ravado, and 59 at the bar, 33, 59. Row 10 on day is Russell Best against 2 miles of qualifying out of second morning, which qualifying race number 2, race on the second time from qualifying, and with the mark on the qualifying course, they have to go back to the racing. They look from back to back to race 1, race 2, or the really good progress, I've got to say, late early on. Before red flag, Will race went forward in the flat. I think that's third before red flag came out. Go back there, and at the rate of report, this could have been second or maybe straight flag. We'll never know, because it never happened. But watch out for the ball the back of the grid. I also remember race 3 Still Walker is working this way up to 8 points that we saw the result classified, and that gave us 4 in track 10 for the MG ZR or the ZS engine. So there they go, up on to the grid with Curtis Campbell featured for the first time in his class earlier on today. Morrison started with second in the end, and was 10 seconds in the results that separated the pair off. On to pole position for that great browning bronze cars. Curtis Campbell sits on pole position. Dave Teller sitting alongside as he races Dave Teller. Hoping for that qualification from race number 1. Let's see what you can do in race number 2. There's Ray Lawrence with me in race number 2 of the big for Lawrence flat for Stephen German. It's all blue car and blue car with a six alongside. In race 3, the two actually acted. The blue car was one front and TTN a mile later alongside. The car was one start and still on. Red lights on, red lights go out now for Whitby of racing, and it's a good start from Curtis Campbell. Just going in ahead of David Teller. He's got all the 1.55. Going ahead of the so he gets away there, so Marshall didn't get many races off the start really, but then the other car that was off the back of the ring in the race 3 so forth. He's got a front run, second run through the traffic with the champion running the field in front of him and still walking very Marshall on the race. Halfway around the race, but the British Storm at the back of the front, Curtis Campbell leading the race. Second position, he don't know where to the left-hand of car, and we'll see again, in my view, Curtis Campbell was leading second in Thank you. gap that they had through the right hand of obvious for passing the 3 at this stage. So obviously that's a bit further back than here on this wide there. At this stage. And so popping because already one factor is how they can be clear is the other part for it. Or following of what it might be able to do. On wheels, of course, on the back of the grid, very happy to on finishing. They're part of the wheel, and then with another part. We've also had to do it, what a grand pack down, what a hammer. So we've had another game season in wheel. Very wide, so we went to grand very happy. Run the Nelson, and we call the third here, but under the top, but it's still fine. One tell on the camera, and from getting on the lower, which all that was, quite possibly this is and bar. So we're going to bar, we're trying to start, we're going to do it on the top, for one day, and for all the Sunday, for Planet Catherine, we call with MGM on the circuit, on the Murray, on that helicopter, and stay, again, I think it is, quite good man, and we'll be able to continue to try and have a run play, and we'll get it all out, I think, have nothing else, and all the time, we go to try and find it, all that time, but that part is still, the very good to score it, so that time will, the goal out, yeah, that was, yeah, it was a very strong man, I think, that was well, and beat the problem.
Right, it's almost time for the CTC Boss and Thunder Saloon category to head out onto the track. Before we do, I've nipped down to chat to Paul Hand. Paul, let's talk race one first of all. How did it go for you?
Yeah, very well. Best ever race finish. Had a fantastic start. 2 cars on the by the first corner, and then a little bit of an issue towards the end of the race with a gear linkage coming loose. So just had to nurse the car home to get my best ever result, so really pleased.
And it was 4th, wasn't it, in race
yeah.
1? Everything okay? I see the guys working frantically. Everything going to be okay for the race?
Fingers crossed, hopefully, yeah. And obviously my highest ever grid start for the next race. So yeah, really pleased.
Podium, what do you reckon?
There's some really fantastic cars out there that, you know, you're going to really struggle to, and if they have some unfortunate problem, then yes, it's possible, but the lap times don't say that I'm going to be up there, so
it depends.
Who knows?
It depends. We did lose Andrew Wilson for the first one, and James Nicky as well, of
could
course.
come from the back, you know, cars that just 300-400 horsepower more than myself, so, you know, big difference.
The thing is though, Paul, this is motorsport and anything can happen, right?
It is, and it can happen to anybody, so, you know, we just have to be fingers crossed. You know, it's an 18-year-old car that we've put together in my garage, and yeah, happy days.
Best of luck, enjoy it. We'll be watching. Thank you so much. I just want to have a quick look around, see if I can find Andrew Wilson. I don't know if you remember, he retired from race 1 whilst running in 3rd place. Let's just go see, because they are normally just based up and around. In fact, they're a little bit further down. I don't think you're going to catch them in time. So it is time. It's pretty much time now for the Thunder and Boss Saloons to head out onto the track. Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It is go. I'm going to hand over to Elliot, your commentator, to take you through the. Oh no, it's not. It's Kieran, isn't it? Kieran, who's going to take you through all of the action.
We have 2 more classic touring car races, the first of which they're on the track now, going through a bit of a warm-up, and it's the CTC Thunder and Boss category. The way that they're going to be lining up is Andy Robinson on pole position, had an excellent showing in the first race of the day, took it at an absolute canter in this division. And Daniel Brown lining up alongside him, and another man in fine form today, David Griffin, the number 34 in that Diet Coke branded car, on row 2 and then occupying 3rd position. He is followed up by Paul Hand, then it's Sean Brown, Steve Dance, the number 53 Stephen Pearson. He's been involved in several battles with David Griffin already today. In 8th spot, Clive Hainsford, and Colin Voice in 9th. 10th, it's Piers Grange on row 6th, and in 11th position, Martin Reynolds. Tony Palmer in 12th with the number 1 on his car. The 86, Colin Claxton in 13th. 14th, Ben Dewan behind them. Ricky Can. In 16th place, it would be Frank Rodber, and Stuart Kay in 17th alongside Steve Barber. 6 more competitors complete the lineup. They are Steve Waterman, Andrew Wilson, James Yanicki, Tom Abbott, James Dunkley, Ian Bowyer and Anton Martin at the back of the field. So they are going through that warm-up lap now. The safety car out ahead of the silver Ford of Andy Robinson. The Ford Falcon 5000cc in the A-Class for the Thunder category. Behind him, the yellow, white and black of Daniel Brown, adorned with the number 85 on the sides, and then it's David Griffin in behind him. So David Griffin has had an absolutely fantastic day, but if Andy Robinson has another race like the one he had early this morning, well, no one's going to touch him. Just looking at the back of the group, there's a bit of smoke coming off the number 22 in just the warm-up lap. Does not look great for James Dunkley, driver from Evesham in his Ford Fiesta. And if he will line up as intended. And the safety car just marshalling them along the track, bringing them through Murray's, following Coram, and they'll be onto the centre straight before they get underway for the second and final time in the Thunder and Boss category. And the lights are gone and they are off. Very familiar roar as they burn their way down centre straight. Daniel Brown actually in a very early battle with Andy Robinson. Round Wilson, and it's congested in the centre of the field. So Daniel Brown and Andy Robinson, they're both in the A category. Daniel Brown is pushed on. He's out ahead at the moment, ahead of Andy Robinson. David Griffin in behind him. You can see the blue BMW of Stephen Pearson. A few places further back, as we mentioned, he and David Griffin had their fair share of battles already this weekend at Snetterton. Is that going to continue in this one? At the moment, Daniel Brown has occupied the space directly in front of Andy Robinson. Going to have to work that car very hard to maintain it. And those two, the leaders, starting to break away from the chasing pack as they enter Nelson past the grandstand toward Bombhole. David Griffin does just enough to hold off the challenge from his outside, but no. Now the number 35 on the inside, Sean Brown, has got him. And Sean Brown into third place. So at the moment it's a battle for first and second, and then a battle for third and fourth. And a little bit of a gap opens up for fifth and sixth also. And crossing the line for the first time, Daniel Brown. Behind him is Andy Robinson. And there's a few people making moves. Andy Robinson goes wide. Daniel Brown keeps him at bay. Makes the car nice and wide as they head now for Palmer. Daniel Brown, in the earlier race today, he finished second in the A category. Also second overall in that race. In the number 85, he was a few seconds behind, 3.49 seconds behind Andy Robinson in the opening race in this category. Not going to rest on his laurels and wait to make a move late on in this one. Went nice and early. Andy Robinson down in second, behind him Sean Brown, David Griffin currently in 4th place. Let me see, the number 19 and the number 521 going at it. And they are James Yanicki and the 521, it was Clive Hainsford. Daniel Brown just opening up more of a gap now between he and Andy Robinson. They go through Coram, now into Murray's, heading back towards the centre straight. Stephen Pearson trying to give chase. Andy Robinson is just shaded to the start-finish line by Daniel Brown. As they start another lap, already through Riches and heading for the hairpin at Wilson. Go a little further back in the field momentarily. Sean Brown still in 3rd. David Griffin still in 4th. For much of the first race on this is a tight contest, then Stephen Pearson looked to slide away there. That might prove costly. And Andy Robinson forced very wide there. Good defensive driving from Daniel Brown. Could sense the pace behind him. Didn't open the door at all. And Daniel Brown continues to keep Andy Robinson at bay. So little between them. Last time check, it was just over 1/10 of a second. So come through Stephen Pearson. Yeah, he did get the car back under control. He's currently right behind Colin Voice. It was a scary moment, but weathered the storm. Making a move. It's the number 20 of Ricky Can. Stephen Pearson now goes on the outside, and it's a good, powerful pass. Walks away around Colin Voice and up the leaderboard. And as they're coming down centre straight again, still Daniel Brown. Andy Robinson pushing him further and further, and Andy Robinson has got ahead of Daniel Brown. Ground to be made up. And they go through Palmer, heading for Agostini. Take that sharp left turn at Agostini. We've got another one coming up at Hamilton, not quite as severe. Andy Robinson, now he's taken control of this race. Looks like a very similar story to earlier today. Once he established himself in the lead, he just didn't relinquish. Kept building and building and building. And it's still hotting up. Daniel Brown now being hunted down by David Griffin. David Griffin making a move up the inside. Now that was David Griffin with Sean Brown even. So David Griffin up into 3rd place. Very similar colour paint of Sean Brown, Daniel Brown's cars. And out ahead it is, that's the leader, Andy Robinson, followed in by Daniel Brown. There's so much of a time difference between them. Daniel Brown dropping, and it's 0.8 of a second on the button that separates them through the hairpin at Wilson. And Daniel Brown still probably about 3-4 car lengths that he needs to make up at the moment. Got through Palmer very cleanly. Cuts the line nice and tight at Agostini. And Daniel Brown and Andy Robinson in a race of their own at the front of the pack. So Andy Robinson before the weekend was comfortably at the top of the A class of the Thunder Championship. Looks like following this weekend he will still sit quite comfortably up there. His nearest challenger in that category was James Janicki. There goes the number 35. That was Sean Brown, still giving chase, not relinquishing. We're back with the leaders now. The unmistakable metallic silver Ford of Andy Robinson. Daniel Brown not giving up at all in this one. Got 4.5 minutes to go as Andy Robinson crosses in the lead again. Follows him in to Wilson. Not quite applied the brakes yet, does it late, and gets around very nicely. Just the two of them clean ahead. Andy Robinson makes it look so simple, so smooth and effortless. Curse of the commentator there, a little bit of a drift around the corner, but no harm, no foul. And he goes a little bit wide right again, but Daniel Brown is still over half a second behind him. Under 3.5 minutes left now. Daniel Brown at present in the championship. He is not in the same category as Andy Robinson. And yes, he is, just not quite on the leaderboard sheet. And Daniel Brown still just can't find this way around him, can't close the gap enough to make a significant move on Andy Robinson's lead. Less than 3 minutes remain. Here's this week coming on the outside there. Back to that shortly. So the leaders way out ahead, and we do have a flag, and it is the diagonal black and white flag. Warning the driver, suspect behaviour, they may be black flagged. Cut a corner perhaps, whatever it was, the marshals are keeping a close eye. Andy Robinson still leads the way, still followed most closely by Daniel Brown. Brown has cut the gap down. It was over 0.6 seconds, and that's dropped to 0.408. So it's going in the right direction, but time at a premium. Just over 1 minute 30 left. Will they have enough time to get round once more? Andy Robinson. He's on to straight following, taking the turn on his left. Now they've completed the Bentley straight through the Brundle. Nelson past the grandstand to their left at the bomb hole. Can he shave any more time off Andy Robinson? It's been a gutsy and determined performance, much closer than the opening race between the two. Andy Robinson just skirting the outside edge of the track there. Now 30 seconds left to go. They will have one more lap. Andy Robinson. Right turn through Riches. This is the last chance, last lap for Daniel Brown to get around the race leader and claim the victory for himself. Andy Robinson braking. He takes the left turn around Palmer. Next up it'll be Agostini, and now that Ford Falcon is making further ground, starting to lap some of the other competitors. Andy Robinson one ahead. Daniel Brown trying to get into his slipstream. There's space made for the two of them to pass. It's round doggies into Williams, onto the Bentley straight. Brundle and Nelson. It's been a prime location today for passing the competition. Will it be so again? Andy Robinson through Brundle, takes the right into Nelson. Daniel Brown, if he's going to make a move, he needs to do so relatively soon. Time is up and they're running out of track as well. Andy Robinson still in control. Makes another pass. That may well see him home. And he goes through Coram, through Murray's. And now flying through, the checkered flag waves, and taking it is Andy Robinson for the second time today. Daniel Brown follows a close second. In the end, I think it was just over 1 second. Once Andy Robinson started lapping other cars, albeit Daniel Brown was able to pass as well, just impeded his progress at vital moments. But another stellar performance from Andy Robinson in the silver Ford Falcon. Fine change from Daniel Brown also. Kept us thoroughly entertained today. That was the final appearance for those two in the Thunder and Boss category. Others still crossing the line now. Completing Stephen Pearson next over. And they start to head back down into the pits. So Andy Robinson sitting pretty at the top of the A class. So we've got 3 more races to come here in Norfolk. And next up, the always exciting Truck Racing. And that's the White Saloon of David Griffin making his way into the pits. Started to slip away towards the end of that one. David Griffin, he had started. Very close behind in second place. He's finished up in fourth. So just completing that race lineup. In first it was Andy Robertson, second was Daniel Brown. In third place it was the number 97, Wilson. So I'm going to take a little break now before we come back for the British Truck Racing Championship. We are running ever so slightly behind due to a delay at the start of the afternoon session, but we'll be back very shortly.
Andy, that was a fantastic ride for you from the back almost to the front. You got the third place, that was magnificent. I'm trying hard. It was a lot of work, really was. It was a little sweat on that. We were involved, and you've got to be careful when you work your way through slower cars. At the same time, got to be 50 cats, and those drive on for our front. How many race number one? You're going to be a weekend on the high level as well now. Happy with that race for an hour. Second place, down got a big smile on his face. Danny Robinson's got a big smile on his face as well. The talk of the big now, Labour. Pumpkin in there, Andy. Down second place that race. You're going to be so okay. You had a great start to a great race. Yeah, I knew I had to get to start, and I did it. I got to start. I know he told me not to do that, but I knew where my weaknesses were, and he capitalised perfect that time. Once he was ahead, just keeping with him, then I got back up towards him. Exactly again, where to get the mark, not to get the mark, and then the rest of the track was in a great race. You looking on that last lap down towards Byron, there was a back mark drifting away. He was trying to line up there for all the burn. Yes, exactly that. I knew what I wanted to do, because I knew more of like a back journey, but then I knew out the last corner, I had the next every lap, and I had more power, so I wouldn't have got the run side, it would have been a real close thing. And just change the back marker, didn't go to where to put himself, and I just had to get fully out of the power. I think it was a great race that way. In terms of this car, Manchester, Sierra is really, really quick. I know it's you and your dad and all that. This car is really, really well, so you've got a good market. So it is really quick. Thank you, James. We built this car last year. It's original motorsport Group A shell, and it's built with Group A specifications from 1990. It's got 4 FIA engines on it, so it's got completely standard Zero car of 1990. It's pretty well against the South. Well done, nice to be up again. Thank you very much for your time. Let's take them down. And race winner Andy Robinson, they're doing so much different. That was a fantastic lap for the doing down. Yeah. It was a lot more difficult than the first year. I must have to have an open it was difficult, but that wasn't difficult. It's probably big. That's obviously. You get back to from the race, Truck Racing.
Right, everybody, welcome back to the British Truck Racing Championship. It's almost time for the final race of the weekend. Can you believe that? It's nearly upon us. We are actually in Parc Ferme. Rather funny, actually. Mark Taylor, when he came in after victory in the previous race, was so excited. He actually knocked the hose out there, as you can see. But anyway, let's go and chat to some of the drivers, see how they're feeling ahead of the final race of the weekend. I want to see if we can grab Martin Gibson is knocking around. I want to see who we can find. We've got Adam Bint here. Let's just grab a quick word about him. Adam, I know you haven't been racing, but you stuck it around. You stayed around anyway. What do you make of the day's action?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's good, especially the last race coming down to the line in in Division 1. It's nice to actually see not just possession of trucks going around and actually fighting for the last place. But it's good.
You must be a bit green with
I'm gutted that I'm not out there, yeah, because the truck was running brilliantly, and I think we could have been at the front end in Division 2 as well. So, but it's nice to actually watch now and then and see some of the racing, because that's the problem when you're racing, you don't get to see anything other than what's in front of you.
Between you and me and everybody watching, have you picked up any tips that you're going to use next time out against the guys?
Fix my truck better.
I appreciate the honesty. Cheers. Adam Bint there, competitor, not actually racing today due to an issue with the car. Let's grab Ryan Smith. I wanted to grab a quick word with Ryan Smith because I believe, by my maths, he'll be on pole for the next race.
We didn't have one. Yeah, we've got a brake one, but we didn't have a. It's just, hey, Lyndon, you can't have your own way every weekend.
Ryan, just stay quickly. I'm hearing, is that a bit of an issue with the truck then?
I told you the weekend wasn't going well, didn't I?
Hang on, though, don't you start the next one on pole? Is it on my maths correct there? Reverse grid, would you be first?
Yeah, we've got a chance, but I don't think we'd be able to hold on. But we'll try as best.
That's what
we'll give it. Listen, I've had 4 years my own way. Sometimes a weekend don't hurt for you to suffer a little bit. It's the worst weekend we've ever had, but we'll come back better from it. We've learned a lot with truck. The truck's in turmoil, it's undrivable, but we'll work away. Congratulations to Mark Taylor. He's won his first race. We spoke about it before. Ollie James has done well. Stuart's doing well. Everybody's doing well, and it's Ricky Collett is going well. It's fantastic, and I'm happy for everyone.
That's what I like to hear, right?
So we'll see what the last race brings. I'm not going to promise you anything, but this is racing.
One thing I know about you, though, you won't give up.
I won't give up.
Cheers, Ryan. Right, wonderful stuff there. It's time for the final race of the weekend of the British Truck Racing Championship. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Kieran, who's going to take you through the race action.
Well, we are delighted to bring you one more race in the British Truck Racing Championship, and I'm delighted to be joined by Pointy once again.
And I'm delighted to be here, Kieran. Thank you very much for having me.
No problem at all. So it was a very enthralling race at the end of the last one.
Yes, absolutely. Some serious action. As I was saying earlier on in the race, it can all come down to the last lap, and it surely did. The battle between Ollie James and Mark Taylor at the front of the Division 1 pack was something to behold.
Well, at the front of the pack this time, it's the number 1 Ryan Smith and the 86 of Tom O'Rourke. Very similar truck, Tom O'Rourke, to Mark Taylor.
Yes, indeed. Same colours kind of thing, yeah.
Mustn't get those confused. Within this one, do you think we'll see the same level of ferocity?
I think we shall, yes. Traditionally, the last race of the weekend, the tensions are high. There's a last-ditch attempt to get points. It's everything to play for. Any panels that have disappeared over the weekend aren't getting replaced, and it's a case of, right, let's see what we can do before the race finishes. Just seeing here now, actually, we've got another different pace truck this afternoon, driven by Stuart. Forgot his name now. Stuart Williams, sorry. Stuart Williams in the red, white and blue BTRC DAF. And Ollie James there looking like he's warming up his tyres.
Looks like he might have replaced some of that fiberglass on the front of his truck.
Well, yes, I was chatting to Alex. I got a little bit of a telling off by his mechanic. So did you say that he likes damaging his trucks? I said, no, I didn't. I just said he attracts trouble. and it does definitely keep his mechanics busy. A few shout outs to mention just before the race gets going to the Fulcher crew watching live online at the moment. It was actually Jill Fulcher's, I think it was 21st birthday again, Monday just gone, so massive hello to her, and hope to see Andy Fulcher back on the track in a truck very soon.
Well, they are heading down towards Coram, and then just the one turn at Murray's back onto the centre straight so we can get this one going. I'm very excited for this race.
Yes, indeed. So not having the opportunity to have seen much of the truck racing. This is tame this weekend, to say the least. There's been some extremely interesting driving over the years, and now starting. Actually, if you look at the grid, we've got Mark Taylor and Ollie James right next to each other, essentially with a side by side. No advantage there at all. So it will be to see who jumps the line first, who gets there, and who puts the effort in earlier on in the race.
Well, they're making their way up centre straight now, waiting for the lights. Here the revs, and away they go, and that's a very strong start from Ryan Smith. Tom O'Rourke falling just behind him, but can he gain anything as they come through Riches? Doesn't look like they can.
A lot of steam and a lot of tyre smoke coming up there as Ryan Smith now making his way up to Wilson's, pulling a nice little lead ahead. We've got David Jenkins now taking the inside away from Martin Gibson's third place, putting Martin Gibson down into fourth. Mark Taylor holding back Ollie James as Ricky Collett gets a bit too close. Div 2 now at the back. We've got Craig Reed, Luke Garrett spinning out and losing a position there to John Powell. Lots of confusion in this first lap.
All that smoke and dust kicking up. I wouldn't fancy being in one of those trucks myself with that in my face.
We've certainly lost a few windscreens this weekend, Kieran.
And still. Then we have Mark Taylor.
Contact as suspected between Taylor and Ollie James. They are certainly... Oh, and Taylor spins out sideways, pushed off on the bend by Ollie James there. Huge amounts of smoke and dust up into the air. The Div 2's just catching the back of it, hoping John Powell goes out wide to avoid any issues. And does Mark Taylor manage to get going again? Yes, he does. It will be an interesting decision to see what happens at the end of the race for that one. Craig Evans now taking the chop in front of Luke Garrett, very closely followed by Craig Reed again though, as we get back on to Division 1 as it's now.
Tom O'Rourke still
in second place behind Ryan Smith. Jenkins ahead of Martin Gibson, and of course Ollie James taking that position away from Mark Taylor there.
Well, that was a hair-raising moment for Mark Taylor.
Perhaps a lesson taught or a lesson learned. One could take anything away from that. We've got Ricky Collett in front of two-time trophy taker this weekend, Stuart Oliver. Very twitchy on the back end though is Rick Collett at the moment.
It's happened a couple of times to him today. Not happening to Ryan Smith though, still firmly in control. He makes his way through Murray's and they head back towards the centre straight.
Lots of power now coming from the Hungarian-built MAN of Ryan Smith as they steam across the line. Ricky Collett ahead of there, and we've actually got John Newell and Simon Reed tussling at the back of the pack. Taylor, of course, dropped back behind the entire Division 2 pack as well now. Ryan Smith looking like he's certainly found his stride for the first time this weekend, as he happily sits just under 2 seconds ahead of the second place Tom O'Rourke.
Ricky Collett forced wide by Stuart Oliver there.
This is what it all comes down to, as I said, and energy is high, adrenaline is high. Ollie James now looking for the back of Martin Gibson. Someone's put some sugar in his tea this afternoon by the looks of it. On the outside now. Will he close the door going into the inside? Yes, he does. Takes the space away from Martin Gibson, and yet again panels are flying everywhere from the Freightliner.
And Ollie James carries a little bit wide but holds his position and takes the line through Hamilton, our race lead. And still with Ryan Smith. Tom O'Rourke in second. Ollie James really does put that truck through some punishment. Hopefully it pays off for him come the end of the race.
Yes,
tailing
indeed.
Dave Jenkins very closely.
We've lost the piece of fiberglass now off the Ollie James truck. Hopefully that won't cause any damage to anybody else. Dave Jenkins now defending against Ollie James. Ollie James on fire this weekend, trying to make his way up the pack. But Ryan Smith now pulling very nicely ahead as he comes around Nelson into the bomb hole.
And he heads towards the bomb hole. It'll be Coram after. And that's the fiberglass on the track. That's going to perhaps need clearing. Ollie James still going oh so aggressively right behind. Because he's
Dave
ahead of
Jenkins.
Martin Gibson, isn't it? And
Yes,
behind
Martin
Dave
Gibson looking for that space though, not one to bow down from a fight on the track. Again, Stuart Oliver's caught up quite nicely now as the pack of 5 are very close together. Ryan Smith still flying quite far ahead.
We'll wait to see where the Div 2 racers come through behind. It was John Powell who was leading the way in Div 2. And Tom O'Rourke pushed all the way through Wilson by Dave Jenkins. And right behind him, Ollie James still there.
Contact on the back there as Dave Jenkins is defending Ollie James whilst looking for a gap past Tom O'Rourke. Ollie James really is nipping at the heels of well-experienced Dave Jenkins, but of course with all this concentration further back in the pack, Ryan Smith getting clean air and plenty of room to just carry on away from everybody else.
Tom O'Rourke there occupying a central position, looked vulnerable to his left and his right. Needs to keep 2 trucks at bay.
Trying to see what the Division 2 trucks are doing further back. It looks like Luke Garrett out ahead, followed by John Powell and Craig Reed. Steve Powell struggling in this one again, holding up the 4th, followed by brother Graham Powell, Craig Evans and Bradley Smith bringing up the rear.
Still Ollie James probing and pushing Dave Jenkins on. Can he find a way past? Plenty of time. And we know it only got more ferocious towards the back end of the previous British Truck Racing Championship tie. And here comes the leader, Ryan Smith. He just looks so comfortable at the moment. The heat is all behind him. Ollie James, Dave Jenkins and Tom O'Rourke keeping each other occupied.
Just coming up to the halfway of this race now with 8 minutes left, and yes, some might be saying that they've settled in, where others in the race are still looking to make their advance. Mark Taylor goes massively wide there, followed quite closely by Luke Garrett, obviously trying to push as hard as he can to catch up with the rest of the pack now.
And the leaders in Division 1 are all through the start-finish line. And you'll wait the Division 2 racers to follow up. Have a little look here at the number 7.
Such a shame for Mark Taylor, of course, with such success in the last race, and a well-deserved success as well. It's all change in the last race of the weekend here at Snetterton. Division 2's now crossing the finish line for their lap, and we've got Garrett to John Powell, followed by Craig Reed. The 55, Graham Powell, very closely behind brother Stephen Powell. But yes, Luke Garrett still very far out ahead of the pack, just pulling 1.5 seconds ahead of Craig Reed.
Still plenty of congestion in the field behind Ryan Smith.
Getting very hazy, isn't it? There's so much dust in the air.
It's been a long day.
It certainly has, yes.
And out they are.
Ryan Smith out for a country drive now this afternoon at Snetterton Circuit, with not a care in the world, pulling a huge 4.5 second gap ahead of second place Tom O'Rourke, and another second on top of that for Dave Jenkins. But Dave Jenkins now looking like he's pulling away from Ollie James slightly as he's trying to head for the second place position of Tom O'Rourke. But it really is that second, third and fourth positions that could get exciting later on in the race.
We're final 6 minutes. This is our leader in the Division 2 standings, number 42, that's Garrett. He's got a healthy lead at the moment. Going to be some work, 1.5 seconds ahead of Craig Reed, and John Powell 2.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, quite a shame for Steve Powell again, looking like he's not quite 100% this afternoon, with Graham Powell just behind him as well. But of course a very good weekend for John Powell, sporting the new Brazilian spec race engine.
And Ryan Smith over the line again. He's followed now by Tom O'Rourke. Dave Jenkins still in third, Ollie James in fourth. Will Ollie James go as aggressive as he did in his last outing in a bid to make it onto the podium?
A little bit of late braking there from Martin Gibson as he just about reaches a few metres onto the back of Ollie James. Tom O'Rourke though still holding his own now, as we see another little kerfuffle further back with John Newell and Ricky Collett with a bit of rubbing there.
And then they're coming through Palmer as the Division 2 racers make their way over the finish line. Wait those times to be confirmed.
It's getting very tight now. Tom O'Rourke for Dave Jenkins. Jenkins up the inside. Ollie James following through the draft there as they both force Tom O'Rourke off the track. Tom O'Rourke still on the grass as they head out. Now Ollie James somehow ended up behind Tom O'Rourke. Tom O'Rourke managing to close that door, and Martin Gibson wanted to steer well clear of all of that action, I think. But now Ollie James looking for Tom O'Rourke as Dave Jenkins starts to pull away from that third position pack.
Dave Jenkins starting to look more comfortable in second spot. Ollie James, he's still pressing, he's still pushing everyone ahead of him, but he just can't get out of that fourth spot.
Just cannot get past it. I'll be honest, it was a gutsy move to try and get down the side of competitor Tom O'Rourke in his MAN, but perhaps there just wasn't enough room for that fat fox Bagheera.
Ryan Smith, he is heading to the bomb hole, and still just looks in cruise control at the minute.
Very comfortable indeed. Oh my
big
goodness.
skid there from Ricky Collett.
And off he goes. Something on the track perhaps, as Simon Reed also has a little issue getting round that bend. Hopefully Ricky can get going again before the Div 2s come anywhere near him. Looks like he is up and running once more with just 3 minutes left. It looks like Dave Jenkins is sailing away from the third position pack.
Indeed he is, and the battle rages on for third spot. And we've got another.
Martin Gibson is off on the grass. We didn't see why. Oh, also we've got Simon Reed off on the grass. What happened there? Did we think that someone perhaps spun out and they've had to go around him? Huge amounts of dust there.
Could be one of several reasons. There's been plenty of times these racers have made their way off the track momentarily, and there is debris.
Looks like black and yellow debris. One of the GT sponsored trucks, whether it be Stuart Oliver or Martin Gibson, losing some panelling there. I did see actually Stuart Oliver coming out of that at the back slightly, so yes, he's now fighting with Simon Reed, so he must have lost some time there at least. But Martin Gibson now looking very damaged and worse for the wear as he comes to an almost complete standstill on the entrance to what I think is Wilson's. We are going to see a flag, I would think, for that, as he is right in the middle of the track.
Limp to a halt. Tom O'Rourke still chasing down Dave Jenkins. Ollie James just behind him. Ollie James picking the exact same line there, using his slipstream. And Ollie James still can't quite work a way out, and we've got two more off on that corner.
Newell and Collett again My goodness me, these two just cannot stay out of each other's ways this race.
Well, it is hazy, it is cloudy, but it is certainly entertaining.
It is indeed fantastic racing here from both the divisions of the British Truck Racing Championship. As we see Ryan Smith powering ahead still. It looks like a foregone conclusion who's going to be taking the top spot for the first time this weekend.
You never heard of the curse of the commentator pointing. Ryan Smith is looking comfortable, but it's going to take an error on his part to throw this one away.
The tiniest of hiccups from Tom O'Rourke will also see Ollie James sailing past him as he's still looking for every possible. This is close. Oh no, backs off just in time following the halfway past rule as Tom O'Rourke closes the door, and they continue to power ahead with just 45 seconds left of this last race here at Snetterton this weekend. Anything could happen. We've got Craig Reed now catching up very nicely with Luke Garrett, so that could get exciting. Craig Reed just getting pipped to the post in the last race by John Powell.
As they come through for what should be the final lap here.
No sign of... Oh, there's Martin Gibson, obviously parked up safely out of the way as Ryan Smith passes by him.
Must have found a way onto the grass there on the inside just before the turn at Wilson. And Ryan Smith, he really is just looking comfortable at this stage.
Although saying that, as you say, the curse of the commentator, a little bit of tail happy action there as he makes his way out of boggies.
And his nearest challenger, that's still Dave Jenkins.
Huge amounts coming off Tom O'Rourke.
And there's Ollie James done it.
It looks like there might have been some questionable action there, but Ollie James has made it stick. The steam flies off his water-cooled brakes, and Tom O'Rourke's having none of it. Ricky Collett in a very bad shape by the looks of it. Possible puncture there as well.
Yeah, front left tyre.
I did say that this was going to be an all-or-nothing final race of the weekend, and they have not disappointed in the slightest. Tom O'Rourke now pushing Ollie James, giving back as good as he got.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Ollie James can hold out. And no, he can't. Tom O'Rourke has given as good as he got in this race.
He's taken it back. You thought you'd seen it all, but there it goes. Tom O'Rourke flying past. Perhaps the move Ollie James made earlier on this lap cost him a bit more than just some body panels. We will find out at the end of the race, I'm sure. Ryan Smith starting to look a little bit weary as well as he makes his way around Nelson into the bomb hole.
He's followed up by the number 69, Dave Jenkins. And then the 86 of Tom O'Rourke continues to hold down third place. Ollie James has been an absolutely fascinating competitor.
Indeed, and still stuff to see by the looks of it as he flies around the track left and right looking for any possible opportunity to get past Tom O'Rourke, but Tom O'Rourke showing him how it's done. The checkered flag is out now as Ryan Smith comes sailing past. A lovely gap of almost 5 seconds as Dave Jenkins in the 69 MAN follows him behind.
Who will claim this third spot? And it's tight, but it's not tight enough for Ollie James. Tom O'Rourke over the line.
Well done, Tom O'Rourke, for defending that battle the whole way round. Now, though, we see Division 2s in the far distance, and we will see who takes the top spot there. Luke Garrett still looking quite comfortable. We've got John Powell ahead of Steve Powell. Steve Powell looking for that possible third place. Mark Taylor just crossing the line there as well to finish off the Division 1 still in the race. Utter shame for Martin Gibson there not being able to finish at all. And here we now see Luke Garrett crossing nicely, closely followed by Craig Reed, but quite the gap for third place as brothers John and Steve Powell both fight to see who can cross the line first. And it's John Powell that takes it, third place. It's Luke Garrett in first, Craig Reed in second, John Powell in third for the Division 2, which sees out the finish of our last and final race here for the British Truck Racing Championship at Snetterton this weekend.
And now The flags are being waved to get the trucks back into the pit lane. They have been enthralling, they've been fascinating, they've been battling, they've been entertaining. It's been a fantastic weekend here with the British Truck Racing Championship. And that one will be the final British Truck Racing Championship race of the weekend. Let's go down to Ian in the pits.
Right, welcome down to Parc Ferme. It was all action for the final race here for the British Truck Racing Championship. And here he goes. This man, Ryan Smith, serial winner in the championship, has won again. Despite telling me a little bit earlier, there was a problem with the truck. Right, I've got a little bone to pick with Ryan Smith.
I felt it on it. I thought as long as the spring holds out, I will do it.
Ryan, so after our last conversation, yeah, the truck's not right, it's not there, I don't know, something wrong with it. That was the most dominant display we've seen all weekend.
We just snapped the front shocker off on the outlap.
Really?
And I thought, if the spring holds out, it'll be all right. And do you know what? It's crazy. The truck felt the best it's felt all weekend with a broken shocker. Can't work it out, can't explain it to you, but I had lots of fight in it, but I just didn't want the spring to snap and me go straight on, so I reserved it a little bit, brought it home. Disastrous weekend, but fair play to everybody else who's won. You know, we'll have these weekends, it's part of the learning experience. We'll go away, we'll come back faster, we'll come back better, and you know what, we end it with a win like that.
I was just about to say, for bad weekends where you've had a race win, can't be that bad, can it?
Yeah, I know, but you know, to be fair, we should have had 3 or 4 race wins out of the 5 in theory. We've got the speed, the truck's down a little bit at the minute, but we'll get it right and we'll make it right and we'll be back to ourselves in no time, I'm sure.
Top man. Right, it's always a pleasure chatting to you. Thank you very much. There is Ryan. I do want to have a quick chat with this man, Ollie James, because he was really going for it, wasn't he? Ollie, I've got to talk to you again. I'll let you put your mask on quickly. Because you were really going for it that race, weren't you? What a feast of excitement that was for us.
I know, from the start of the race I couldn't believe it. It was a case of, we had so much pace, we hadn't changed nothing to the truck, but we showed a little bit last race, but it was on fire. It was like it was on rails. Unbelievable. The first few laps we were gaining on everyone, overtaking. And yeah, good race, really.
Fantastic. Look, thanks for the whole weekend when you provided us a feast of entertainment. It's been so much fun. Congratulations again. Thank you very much. I want to find Luke Garrett, if you just come with me, because Luke, again, it's a case of deja vu. Hi guys, right. A little case of deja vu. There he is again. A bit of deja vu, this, isn't it? Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Let's talk through that race. It looked quite hectic from where I stood.
It was hectic. I had a really good start, and then for some reason I ended up missing a gear on the start. So I got up there, and I ended up going back to the back again. So had a bit of a fight, but managed to get through. And then obviously a couple of Division 1 span off, and obviously they were coming through as well. So you sort of had to keep your eye out for them coming through. But yeah, all in all, good day.
That's what I like to hear. Smiles. It's finished. You coming back for some more at the next event?
Oh yeah, we'll definitely be there, but yeah, it's definitely rewarding after the evening we had, so yeah, brilliant.
Top man, well done Luke.
Thanks mate.
Right, there we go, that is a wrap here from the British Truck Racing Championship. It's been a lot of fun, hasn't it? But hey, don't go anywhere because it's not over just yet. Next up, we have the Legends Championship going back out on the track, and before they do, I did go for a little walk around the paddock and have a quick chat with some of the drivers. Right everybody, we've come down to the paddock and it's a little bit sad actually, isn't it? Because we're almost time for the final race of the Legends Championship this weekend here at Snetterton. We've come down to the paddock really for one last time to catch up with some of the drivers. Somebody I really wanted to speak to was Connor Mills as well, because Connor was a serial winner, as we know, at Donington Park. It's like he might be going through a little bit of data here. Connor, just quickly, it's perhaps not going exactly how you want it to go this weekend. You've got one last chance, one final race. Is there a plan?
Not so much.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, no, cars don't feel quite as good as Donington, not handling wise. We seem to be having some issues with the brakes, which just doesn't give me the confidence when we go in on the brakes, which you need it. So it's Legends racing. Look at the final yesterday. We just need to stay out of trouble, pick up some points. Everyone seems to be using their elbows now as we're coming to the back end of the weekend. So,
do you often find that the last race is perhaps the most feisty?
Yeah, no, it's feisty. It's just hard to get through. Everyone's so competitive. And with the balloted grids, obviously you're starting at the back, then the front, then the back. We've been in the middle both times, which isn't ideal. And like I say, it just seems like no one's working with me this weekend, which doesn't add to the,
Did you upset somebody at Donington?
Oh, must have done. Yeah, look, we need to stay out of trouble, pick up some points, see what happens with Pembury, and if not, Brands are home track, rain, shine, snow, whatever, we're quick there, so we'll try and win it there.
One more opportunity. Thanks, Connor. Best of luck here. Connor Mills there. Let's just have a look. We've got Chris Dewey's car over his. Just looks like everything's okay. Just checking a few tyre pressures. Everything all right with the car?
I think so.
Ooh, we hope so. Final race is almost coming out. It's quite sad. The weekend's almost over, isn't it? Do you always get a bit of a tinge of sadness when it's the final race?
We're all new to this, so it's exciting, to be honest. We're out, we're enjoying it.
It's been great, I've got to say. It's been so much fun, and it must be even better to be right sort of here in the garages, in the thick of it, getting involved.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. I'm new to it. It's my first time to a Legends event at all.
Fantastic.
We're all just newbies. It's great.
That's what I did. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. The final race, obviously, Chris Dewey's team as well. The final one. Here we go. We've got Daniel Clark, LB Clark as well, just getting ready for their final outings as well. And as we move a little bit further down as well, we've got some more action. Let's just have a quick chat. These guys will be very kind to us all weekend, providing us with plenty of onboard footage as well. Just quickly, it's almost over. I'm a little bit sad. It's been such a great weekend. Are you ready for the final race? Is this going to be a spectacular show for us?
I hope so. I mean, it's my first time starting up at the front with everybody. It's definitely an eye-opener. Got battered about a little bit in that race then and ended up falling off the front group, but hopefully in this final now we'll get a decent starting position and move forward and
yeah, as I say, every day is a learning day, isn't it?
That's it.
Best of luck. Right, that's it. It's time to get the cars out on track for the final race of the Legends Championship this weekend here at Snetterton. What a wonderful weekend we had. It's not quite over yet, as I'm going to hand you over to Kieran to talk you through the action.
Carol just told me that they've switched the timetable between Legends and Touring cars because the Touring cars caused a red flag.
British Truck Racing Championship. That's the truck of Martin Gibson. Went off, did really well actually not to impede any other vehicles when he did so. It was at the hairpin at Wilson. Hugged the grass on the near side. So there's going to be a slight delay to our next race while they clear Martin Gibson's truck from the track. So we have a slight change to the schedule to close out the day. Originally it was going to be the Legends finishing up the action, but they are going to go next with an 8-lap race. So the Legends into race 24, and race 25 will now be the classic touring cars pre-66 and pre-83. We had another fascinating race with the British Truck Racing Championship. Before this, our penultimate race, plenty to debate there. There might even be a few decisions for the marshals to mull over at the end of the day. Ollie Janes was just as aggressive in the third outing as he was the second. Didn't manage to work a way into third spot, however. So the Legends, they will be lining up for this 8 laps around this near 3 mile circuit. On pole, Bill Reid, Second, Stephen McGill. Behind them, Paul Simmons and Chris Needham. Then it's Nick Bridgman and Mike Schlupp. Row 4 made up of Connor Hughes and Stephen Whiteleg. Robin Fountain, Neil Shenton behind them. Then on row 6 in 11th position, the number 14 Daniel Clark lines up alongside a 23 of Connor Mills. Behind them, Will Gibson and John Mickle. And then Miles Rudman and Jack Parker. Jack Parker come second twice today. His first outing being his fastest at 13 minutes 38 seconds, 0.287 seconds. That was just 5/10 of a second, 5/100ths of a second I should say, behind Miles Rudman in the opening race. And then he followed that up with a second place finish behind John Mickle. John Mickle taking race 19 in 13 minutes 41.505, and a little over 6/100ths of a second behind him was Jack Parker, finishing in 13:41.570. So Jack Parker, perhaps with a point to prove, certainly having a good day. Will be wanting to reach that top of the podium before it's out. So they're on the outlap at present. The safety car leading them through. Currently at Wilson. That's where we lost Martin Gibson in the previous race. And the Legends have been tightly congested at times. Plenty of to and fro. Miles Rudman, he took the first race, finished 4th in the second behind Will Gibson. As we mentioned, Jack Parker in second and John Mickle in first place. And they're approaching Agostini on the outlap. That's the harsh left turn, which leads into another left turn following a short straight. And it's into Hamilton before the sharp right at Oggies, up into Williams and onto the Bentley straight. After the Bentley straight, through Brundle, Nelson, then the bomb hole, into Coram and Murray's before the Senna straight. So Miles Rudman in that black Legend 34 Ford Coupe, the fluorescent yellow striping along the hood and the side panels. He's warming his tyres up, weaving left and right on the outlap. So with no more racing for the Legends following this one, no time like the present to put on a show. Not that they need any instruction. It's been thoroughly entertaining racing all day here. And they're almost ready to get this one started. Approaching the bomb hole. At the back of the pack there. It is James Newbury and Chris Dewey. And here they're coming. A few more mascots on the back of the cars now. Looks like a stuffed pig on the back of Jared McCosh's number 69. I think I saw a bunny rabbit on another competitor's. They're approaching Senna straight now. Almost ready to get this final Legends race underway. Here they come. There's the red light. And it's gone and they're off. And a good start from Chris Needham as they approach Riches. He's into top spot. The black and I suppose it's like a bright flamingo colour for the numbering on his car. And they're going toward Wilson. And Chris Needham does lead the way as they come through. And there's a spin and a few bumps. We haven't seen many of those today. The number 66 of Stephen Whiteleg, costly error. Started 8th on the grid, has now got a considerable amount of ground to make up as we see the number 14 of Daniel Clark climbing the leaderboard. Still though, out ahead. Just to make the number 99 of Chris Needham. And they're closing on the race leader. Right behind him, the number 3, Mike Schlupp. Battle on for second spot. And heading toward the Bentley Straight. So close. That bump drafting technique has been frequently employed today. And as they go through Nelson, the race leader still the number 99, Chris Needham. And the rest of the field closing in behind, but towards the back. Bill Reid, he'd started right up the top, but has slipped way down toward the back. And that's the number 99 still out in the lead. And they come down centre straight, and it is indeed Chris Needham who's out ahead, followed by Paul Simmons, who was just 0.144 seconds behind the leader. So wide open, and it's very close now between the number 23 and Connor Mills challenging Paul Simmons for second spot. Has he done enough to claim it though? Wait till we get another angle. And there has been a change at the top. The number 99 Chris Needham slipping down into third place. There's a few more cars start to pass on the race lead now with the number 23 Connor Mills. Behind him Paul Simmons, the 51. So 2 laps down, 6 to go. Connor Mills in control. Goes through Oggies. Heading for the right turn at Williams. Stephen Whiteleg trailing behind the number 99 Chris Needham, still holding third place. Directly in front of him Paul Simmons and the leader. And the number 23 of Connor Mills still going strong through Nelson. Touches the apex on the left wheels of his car. Now he's into the bomb hole. And the number 99 Chris Needham into second place as they go through Coram and Murray's. A little bit wide there for Connor Mills. Didn't cost him anything though. And he flies past us at the finish line, still in control. Number 99 Needham over half a second behind him. Paul Simmons 0.797 seconds. To go into Wilson, mile Miles Rudman into third place. Mr. Consistency today. Always has been challenging at the upper end. Sneaks up on his competition somewhat as well. Dropping down into fourth place, the number 51 of Simmons. And making a move, Chris Needham onto the inside as they turn through Agostini down the straight towards Hamilton. So Connor Mills into second, Miles Rudman still holding third. And in fourth spot we have the number 51 of Paul Simmons. Jack Parker's number 13 in fifth place. As I said, back-to-back second place finishes for Jack Parker. Was hoping to go one better, but has his work cut out at this stage. He's put plenty of work in the car, and that is very close to a bump draft there, as the front two start to separate as they turn through Nelson. 99 of Chris Needham in the Legend Coupe 1250cc. Right on his tail, still the number 23. Connor Mills. See Chris Needham there. Nicely round the bend onto the centre straight. He looks like he may lose first position at the finish line there. But will he take it back at Riches? No, he won't. Connor Mills from the outside, still holding him out. Chris Needham now attempts to make a move of his own, but Miles Rudman coming up on the inside. Might he force Chris Needham wide and into third place? Yes, he will. Jack Parker's in fourth, Chris Needham in third, Miles Rudman second. Miles Rudman has Connor Mills in his sights. Connor Mills trying to make the car as wide as he can and prevent that pass through Agostini. Jack Parker still in fourth spot, directly ahead of him Chris Needham, then Miles Rudman. Connor Mills floors it a bit, opens up a modicum of space through Oggies, who's wider than Miles Rudman, but holds on to that top spot. You see that silver number 4 of John Mickle. And here comes Connor Mills, still very much in control, but the bump draft works. Chris Needham forces Miles Rudman ahead of Connor Mills, takes second spot in doing so. So 99 of Needham into second spot now. This is a frenetic race. Miles Rudman out ahead. Jack Parker applying the pressure to Connor Mills from fourth spot. The number 14 coming up behind them, Daniel Clark. He started the day really strong, probably disappointed not to be right in the mix. Got reports the safety car is out. We've got yellow flags being waved. So at the midway point of this race, they're going to have to slow down, no overtaking. So it's Miles Rudman in first, Chris Needham in second, Connor Mills in third place, Jack Parker fourth, Daniel Clark holding fifth place, and John Mickle in sixth at the moment. Just awaiting confirmation of what has happened. There's a marshal over there. Who is that has been gone off the track on the approach to Wilson? And it's Bill Reed, that 333 is being taken away. thankfully he's being able to be wheeled out of danger. So those flags will hopefully be taken away very shortly. Once they're through the danger, the overtaking will be permitted once more. Not until the safety cars return though. Daniel Clark, John Mickle. Behind Mickle, it's the number 57 of Will Gibson. Go back to trying to keep the tyres warm. As we said earlier, Miles Rudman, Mr. Consistency today. With 3 laps to go, he's got another fine opportunity to continue adding to his championship points. Look at the latter racers as they're coming through. Still the safety car manoeuvring ahead of Miles Rudman. Heading down the Bentley straight at the moment. Safety car has been out on several occasions today. Not terrible conditions, but a few minor issues on the track. We had a bit of an oil spill after the lunch break that interfered with the CTC Pre-66, Pre-83 championship, and they had to have a lengthy delay to take care of that. Hopefully it didn't cause much further issue, even if the track was a little bit slick. A couple of spins, but nothing that these drivers couldn't handle. And that's the number 12 at the back of the grid. Might not have been the number 12, might have been the 13. Can't have been the 13. Jack Parker still up in 4th. So Miles Rudman heading towards the centre straight. The green flag is waving, so overtaking is back on the menu. Miles Rudman comes through. In 2nd place, Chris Needham. Connor Mills behind. And Connor Mills has gone wide. Plenty of smoke coming from his car, and he's off. Been challenging in the top 3 for the vast majority of this race. Through the turn at Riches, that all changes. So Jack Parker is up into 3rd place. Miles Rudman still leading the way. Chris Needham behind him. And then Daniel Clark in 4th place. John Mickle in 5th. And the number 57 of Will Gibson applying the pressure to try and break into the leading pack. As they go through Hamilton, it's as you were. John Mickle making a move on the inside though. He won't get round Daniel Clark. Daniel Clark holds on to 4th spot. Chasing down Jack Parker. Jack Parker in 2nd with Miles Rudman and Chris Needham out ahead of him. And Rudman, the man to beat at present. We've had 6 laps of 8 here at the Snetterton 300 circuit, and the yellow flags are out again. There's another safety car on the track, and it's attending to Connor Mills, his number 23. Was going so strong, and then it all counts for nothing in the end. A bit of smoke, so they just want to ensure nothing may spark there. is indeed a fire car that reaches him first. Connor Mills and vehicle recovery stand the other side of the barrier so it can be investigated. Connor Mills, he finished the opening race in the Legends category in 5th position. He followed that up with another 5th position. Speaking to Ian ahead of this, he was feeling confident. Real shame that his weekend has ended on this sour note. The yellow flags still remain. At the moment, no overtaking. They make their way up towards that turn at Wilson. Cars all quite rightly slowing down. Connor Mills pushes his car out of the way. He's behind the barrier. So the safety car out. Hopefully it will be removed before long. So Jack Parker currently in 3rd spot, right behind him Daniel Clark. A bit of a gap opens up on the guys who are at the back. See number 2 of James Newbury. So there has been a considerable oil spill around Riches. So this might have the possibility of playing out behind the safety car. Hopefully not. The yellow flags remain. The safety car remains. And Miles Rudman. Chris Needham behind him. Jack Parker in 3rd. Jack Parker not able to improve on his 2 second place finishes so far. And then we see 69 of Gerard McCosh, also still stuck at the back. And safety car carrying them through now. They go through Brundle and into Nelson along the grandstand. So still not certain whether this will finish behind the safety car. There is a green flag being waved ahead of me at the finish line, so maybe they will get their 1 lap. So there are reports of that oil spill, perhaps not as severe as first thought. The marshals looking content to get this final lap underway in competitive fashion. And as they come through, Miles Rudman, move being made on him by Chris Needham and Jack Parker right behind him. They go through Riches, heading for the hairpin at Wilson. Daniel Clark trying to go up the outside, and he won't force a way into the top 3 just yet. And we've got a spin, and that's another car at Wilson, and the rear bumper of the number 3, Mike Schlupp, dragging behind him as he cuts across the grass. And that's Daniel Clark and John Mickle wanting to force their way into the top 3. And the 57 of Will Gibson. He's back in 7th place, as you were at the top. Miles Rudman, Chris Needham and Jack Parker on their final lap. Through Oggies, and now through Williams, onto the Bentley Straight. And the 3 leaders utilising each other. Some excellent drafting there to stay out ahead of the chasing field. John Mickle is ahead of Daniel Clark and into 4th place. And behind Daniel Clark is Will Gibson in 6th. So Miles Rudman through the bomb hole and in Coram. And unless something major changes here, it's going to be a 1-2-3 of Miles Rudman. So the flag is out, and has Chris Needham pinched it right at the end. And Miles Rudman, according to the times, 0.02 of a second behind Chris Needham. We have had some absolutely fascinating close finishes. Wait confirmation on that. Miles Rudman is driving around in that top spot. Chris Needham now. Yeah, Chris Needham. Through, so the 1-2-3 of Needham, then Rudman and Jack Parker. Jack Parker completes 3 podiums today. 2 in 2nd place, 1 in 3rd. The flag's out to start ushering the legends back toward the pit lane. Chris Needham leads them in, and we have got one more race to come here, and that will be back in the Classic Touring Car Championship, the pre-66 and pre-83s, to close out the day. And we'll hand it over now to Ian Waterhouse.
Right, everybody, how exciting was that? It was a bit of a shame we had the Connor Mills, his engine absolutely blew up. What a shame that was. But let's go chat to Chris Needham. It's his first win here this weekend, and by my reckoning, first win of the championship as well. So great stuff. Miles Rudman coming 2nd as well. So we'll grab a quick word with him once the course commentator has had a quick word. Oh, it's been so exciting, hasn't it? What a wonderful excitement we've had on the Legends Championship here. Miles Rudman just hanging around behind, and guess what? There he is, Jack Parker just behind again. The machine, the podium machine, Jack Parker there. Oh, we've got I wonder if I can get myself into a nice photo here. What do we think? Let's go grab Miles quickly whilst we've got a chance. Miles, been talking to you a lot this week, and that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Talk us through that one.
Well, just, I mean, from the word goes, just on it straight away and try and get to the front before, everyone escapes. But yeah, it was tough, there's some real quick guys there and a couple of new guys that have picked up the pace fairly quick. So
and there's one of them
just picked me up the line, really. What I did to Jack this morning. But yeah, it's one of those, it was close.
Last lap, were you a bit nervous because we knew there was a bit of oil down the straight heading into Richards?
Yeah, I kind of knew where it was, so when he was pushing me up the straight, I tried to sort of stay out of him, really, because I didn't want to go into the corner and carry on, do you know what I mean? So
congratulations, Miles. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to go see if I can very quickly grab can we stop him? Can we stop him? Yeah. Thanks, guys. Chris, how can you not talk to me?
I don't want to get back and celebrate with the team.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. One last bit of media duty to do. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
How does that feel?
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I can't be more chuffed with the first win there. I love this circuit as well, so I had a good feeling about this weekend.
It was under tricky circumstances. 8-lap race, 2 safety cars. That's crazy.
Yeah. I knew if I was up at the front there, I just had to leave the right gap coming onto the straight, and luckily we timed it perfectly.
You certainly did that. Go on in. Go have fun. Go celebrate. Right, there we go. The Legends Championship finished up for the weekend. It's not quite over just yet though. We've got one more classic touring car race here at Snetterton. It's the pre-66 and pre-83 cars about to head out on track. But before they do, I did nip down to the paddock to catch up with one of the drivers. Right, hello everybody, welcome back to the Classic Touring Cars paddock here at Snetterton. It's almost time for the pre-66s and pre-83 cars to go out onto the track. Now, as you can see, I'm down by a Thomas Harvey car, DNF in the first race. Let's grab a quick word with Thomas. Thomas, thank you for talking to us. I've probably caught you on the hop there a little bit.
Yeah, that's all right. Go on.
Things didn't quite go to plan in race one.
No, I had a bit of a problem with running out of fuel towards the end of the race. We had the red flag, it was in the pit lane for quite a while. And we had to do a lap behind the safety car and then a green flag lap before the restart, and I didn't allow for that much time on the track, run out of fuel.
I'm pleased to say nothing too major.
No.
It's fueled up for the second race.
Yeah, car's still in one piece, got more fuel in it, so it should be all right. We had a good day Saturday qualifying, got it P7 overall out of 29 cars, so I was over the moon with that. Car's going really well for a little cross flow, but upholding cross flow on us at the minute.
What's the expectation then in the race? Can you push up?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind beating the other Class D car, Anton, in the Mark III. If I can beat him, and then possibly go for a lap record, hopefully. But
lap record?
Yeah, nice. it should be doable. I've done a lap record in the previous race, but I don't think it counted because I didn't finish. Yeah.
So Snetterton suit you quite well, and the 300, it adds the middle bit, adds
I think
challenges.
It lets us keep up with the quicker boys. They gain down the straight, they pull a bit of a gap, but through the infield, the 100 circuit, like the 300 with a little circuit in the infield, we do really gain on them through there. It handles well, the car goes well. It's the first time for us at the circuit, but we're really happy with it.
And you're bang on the pace. Best of luck for the race. We will be watching. Now we have had a little walk around, haven't we, around the paddock here for the pre-66 83s. It's almost time for them to get out on track, so it's starting to get quite busy. We are going to let the cars go. We're going to head down to the assembly and then out on to the track for the final time here at Snetterton this year, actually. So I'm going to hand it back to Kieran, your commentator, and he's going to take you through all of the action.
And so we are on the out lap for the revised Classic Touring Cars Championship pre-66, pre-83, who are going to close out the day. 15 minutes of racing remain here at Snetterton. David Howard will sit in pole position for this one. And then the sky blue number 18 of Mark Lucock in second. Stephen Primate in third, Mike Luck fourth, Mark Collerton in fifth, Jonathan Corker in sixth. And they have already been out on the track today for one race. David Howard took that one, a time of 4:42.517. That was after the restart in race number 17. As we mentioned, these lads opened up the afternoon, but were held up considerably due to an oil spill on the track. Hopefully they have more joy in their second outing. And there's no delays or hiccups to hold them up. So the Jaguar XJ12 of David Howard went very strong in that first meeting. Mark Lucock's Ford Escort MK1 didn't do too badly either. So they find themselves at the top of the grid. Let's have a little look at how some of the others are lining up behind them. So row 4 made up of Jonathan Lewis and Alan Greenall, and Stuart Kye, David Margulies, Alan Wayman in the Camaro, number 28. Then Next to him, Kevin Bottomley behind Nathan Williams and Martin Reynolds. Then it's the number 1 of Patrick Harris and Stuart Place with him. He's in 16th spot. Then Anton Martin in row 9 with Tom Abbott, Keith Wright and Andy Messam in row 10 behind. Making up 21st spot, Peter Winston and Thomas Harvey. There's Max Clark and Ray Kirschberg, Stuart Radford, Luke Wilson, Colin Claxton and Stephen Evans to complete the lineup. So just 15 minutes to go here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. Really has been a pulsating day. And hopefully the bonanza continues for one last race. Thomas Harvey was speaking to Ian ahead of this one. Found himself short of fuel in the first race. Time just ran out on him. And they're coming down the centre straight. The yellow flags are out at the minute. They're slowing and they will line up in the grid. And just a reminder, that's David Howard in the 55 in pole position. What have they got in the tank for this final outing? Number 72 of Stephen Primate, led for so long at times in their first race. And Mike Luck to his left in that bright red BMW. And it's a stuttering start for David Howard. Recovers through riches. Mark Lucock close company, and Mike Luck making an early move on the outside to take third place ahead of Stephen Primate. But as they come into Wilson, David Howard heavy on the brakes to take it as tight as he can and maintain that top position. And now he comes through Palmer. Not much competition on that turn for him. It's tighter between Mark Lucock and Stephen Primate in second and third respectively. Mike Luck behind. And then that opens up a little bit of a gap to 6th and 7th place at the minute. Looking at the yellow Chevrolet Camaro there of Alan Wayman. Making a move, the number 81 of Mark Collerton. Climbs. And there still plenty of passing going on further back in the grid, but not at the front. David Howard marching on. The 25 and the 85. And David Howard through the turn at Williams unscathed, heading into the Bentley straight. And as they come through, in fact it was through the bomb hole towards Coram. David Howard still setting the pace and still so closely followed by Mark Lucock. Mark Lucock went close at times earlier today. Ultimately fell away, finished just behind David Howard in their opening race. At the moment David Howard in control, has almost a second between him and Mark Lucock. Lucock putting his foot down as they go through Wilson. Primate and Luck follow. And then it's the number 81 in 5th position. And that's belonging to Mark Collerton. So the front 5 starting to head away. Next through for David Howard as he goes towards Agostini. Stephen Primate still hugging closely behind Mark Lucock. That front 5 are pulling away. It's the front 4 that are really competitive at the front. And David Howard has to watch Mark Lucock take him on the inside. We have a new race leader, Mark Lucock, the number 18. It was a short-lived lead because taking back top position is David Howard. Stephen Primate just lagging behind in 3rd with Mike Luck for company. Through Nelson, heading for the bomb hole. Lucock thinks about making a move. Is cut off very promptly by David Howard, but not on the outside. Primate to his right, Lucock to his left, and David Howard making his Jaguar as wide as he can as he looks to cling on to the lead through Coram. But on the outside, Lucock, very nice manoeuvre, takes first spot as they head down the centre straight with a little over 10 minutes to go. But David Howard has been absolutely fantastic. Straight back into that top spot. Coolness personified. No panic as he saw Lucock take him on the inside before the straight. Lucock is forced wide of Howard again. 3rd place currently with Mike Luck. Stephen Primate in 4th place. Zach Collerton still clinging on to 5th place. Very congested. Turning into Agostini. Howard still just makes himself nice and wide. Lucock cannot find the avenue to break through. Howard, Lucock and Luck still the front 3 in this one. Less than 10 minutes to go in this race. Less than 10 minutes to go in this race weekend here at Snetterton. Through Williams, heading for the Bentley Straight. Still that front 5. And look. And he's done him on the outside, has he? No, he's not. Not quite. Lucock holds on as they turn into Nelson. And bouncing through was David Howard as he starts to pull away. This front 5 still slugging it out. Battle of attrition here. 8 minutes to go. David Howard confidently through Murray's. And Luck still in 3rd. Primate in 4th. Collerton in 5th as they head down the centre straight over the finish line. Still the race lead with David Howard, and he's still got just under a second on Lucock. Andrew Luck in, Mike Luck in the red BMW, the number 78, very close to the rear bumper of Lucock. And that's the issue Lucock's got at the minute. He's trying to gain ground on those in front of him, but plenty of pressure emanating from behind his car as well. Stephen Primer, is he going to get past on the inside here? Ambitious line from Collerton. Hasn't carried through though, and a bit wide there for Lucock. Blocks Lookout. And then we have a look back at some of those further back. Thomas Harvey in the 47, currently out ahead of the 85 of Jonathan Corker. Jonathan Corker starting 6th on the grid. Slipped. And Lucock has gone ahead now of David Howard. How long will it last this time? The answer, not long. David Howard back in control. And he goes through Brundle and Nelson. That's the thing, David Howard has been very confident that any time that he enters one of the straights that his Jaguar has got more. And this is where Lucock passed Howard on the inside. That was a turn at Williams, but once they got onto that straight, Howard was comfortable. And Lucock on the inside again, really ambitious driving, and again it's expertly completed, that pass. But once we get onto this centre straight, will David Howard surge past him again? Yes, he will, quite comfortably so. So with 5.5 minutes to go in this one, Mark Lucock has got to find a way past David Howard that is not only successful but sustainable. He keeps passing him just before straights, and David Howard will always back himself to reclaim that top position. So at present we have Luck in 3rd. He's followed by Collerton, and Stephen Primer has slipped into 5th place. And he might have lost the back of his car slightly there. Mike Luck forcing him nice and wide. The number 77 makes its way through Wilson. That was Alan Greenhall. Very large frame to his car. And he's gone for it again. There's Mark Lucock. Can he hold on to it this time? Now he's approaching Williams into the Bentley straight. Luck is behind David Howard. David Howard he's slowed considerably there. Normally on the straight so far he's been happy to surrender the lead momentarily, but on this occasion Mark Lucock has clung on to it. Less than 4 minutes to go through Nelson. Mark Lucock approaching the back of the field now, so he's going to be able to pass. Is that going to offer him any kind of advantage? When he makes that pass, will David Howard be held up momentarily before reaching the straight? And Mark Lucock goes round the outside and through Murray's onto the straight now. David Howard has got a bit of a gap to make up, but he isn't going to gain on this one. Mark Lucock holds on to pole position as he goes through the centre straight. He's approaching Wilson, gets through Riches. David Howard on his tail through Wilson. Mike Luck in 3rd spot still. It's been a really good drive from Mark Lucock. It's not over yet, 2.5 minutes to go. Stephen Primer up into 4th spot. Collerton sitting back in 5th. Now going through Agostini. Still Mark Lucock is clinging on. So we've got the best times for each racer, and it is David Howard who's setting the pace, at least in the battle of the top three. Around 0.3 of a second on the fastest lap. Got a battle here between number 85 and 89. Oh, and then going well wide. David Margulies drops in behind Jonathan Corker. Jonathan Corker opens up the gap. And Mark Lucock probably has one more lap to hold on to this position. Has he done enough? Is that even too much ground for David Howard to burn through on a straight? Mark Lucock zipping around Murray's. He's heading for the centre straight. There's David Howard. Now, and there we have the flag. So Mark Lucock will indeed take it. Ding dong battle between him and David Howard. David Howard relinquished the lead on several occasions to Lucock, but was very confident when he got back to the straights that he could reclaim. Lucock is finished. David Howard in second place. And further back down the field, the battle continues. A few exchanges of places and a late overtake there at the line. It's the number 68 that's being left for dust. It's Keith Wright. And the yellow flag's out, sending the cars into the pit lane. So slightly earlier finish than we were anticipating on that race, but another fantastic finish. So let's go down to Ian in the pits. We're going to Ian. Thank you very much. I've been Kieran Curtis. Thoroughly enjoying today at Snetterton.
Right, wow, more intense action. What a way to finish the day's racing. But let's go chat to your top three here. The outright top three on the circuit. David Howard in second place. We've got Mark Lucock over here. Let's go grab a quick word with Mark and get his... Mark, it's always... We've got to stop meeting like this, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right. It's becoming a bit of a standard, isn't it? Yeah,
but congratulations, first over the line. It was going toe-to-toe with David there, through Murray's, weren't you?
Obviously, it's like, Goliath and Tiger, isn't it, or whatever. Basically, obviously he's got the legs on me. I was much quicker through the middle bit.
Yeah.
He was playing it quite defensive, and that allowed me to get him on the exit. And just build up a gap, and then he was concentrating on the other guy. And I thought if they keep messing about, it gives me a chance to pull away, which is basically what happened, isn't it?
Fantastic stuff. You're pretty happy with that? You've got to be delighted,
I'm
right?
delighted with that, yeah, considering the last two race meetings where I didn't really finish at all, so it's fantastic.
So there's clearly pace in the car, Snetterton suits.
Yeah,
You're coming back?
Yeah, I'm coming back again, for sure.
Right, well done, Mark, congratulations. Let's just grab, we've got David Howard. David,
well done, Mark, well drove, mate.
That's what we like to see, fifth pumps at, early evening, isn't it?
Early, it was pressure.
Bit of a loose bumper here.
I was unlucky, wasn't I? Unlucky, Mike luck.
Oh. Hey, I think I pulled that joke many a time myself, actually. But they still finished second on track.
I'm happy, yeah, I like to win, I like we all do. But Mark was at me on the slower part of the circuit, on the bendy part of the clock, I think he saw me a couple of times.
Yeah.
And he was showing the power, but then I got a bit over enthusiastic after I was chasing him, and he lost a few more seconds, so I didn't he got away.
Oh yeah, but I tell you what, a race win in a second, it's not a bad not a bad day, is it?
Not a bad day at the office, no. I've been meaning to replace that bumper. I'd have bought 3 new bumpers if I'd replaced them as they got damaged, or I'd put them back on. tracks. Anyway, thank you guys.
David, no, thank you so much. Well, congratulations. Let's grab Mark Jollitanu. Mark, it's nice to chat to you. Look at that. Hey, that's what we like. Tell us about your race. It looked pretty
Well, what
exciting.
a fantastic race. Sat there in 5th most of it, made a couple of places, made a couple of mistakes, but that last corner, Mike Luck went off. That stalled Steve Primmett slightly. You know, he wasn't on throttle. I got on throttle, just out dragged him on the line. It just, you know, it just came to me. But what a race.
It was fantastic.
You know, my year hasn't been very successful so far, but to come away with a 3rd place today, brilliant.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
Mark. Well done. I'm really pleased. Yeah, so happy as well. Well, that's it really from it, isn't it? What a great weekend's racing we've had. I really hope you've enjoyed it. I've been Ian Wallace, and thank you to Kieran up in the comments box and everybody for watching as well. And of course, until next time, drive safely.